Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
told you it was down here. Come along if you wanted a peek. I've seen your face around here. Come along, tell me under the table, what do you see? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me, light the way so that we can see. I feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, like circles on from near and far, above the flower bed, as we watch the stars, and we'll never be apart.
のことば繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this the tides wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rip the pain, wash it away, and send again away.
Green flag, G2, the perfect teammate. They take it all. Here comes the Crows storm. It's not back, instant combo person. What is people? Oh my God! Claps, everybody. You know the story, you know the legend.
We will start with esports trivia. Going to be a series of questions. Multiple points are available.
Oh,
I'll tell you what I'm looking for.
I'm probably like gonna be really terrible at this.
How many mid laners have played official games for Fnatic across EU, LCS, and LEC?
Since EULCS?
EULCS.
Too many players.
Not going
In
back that
season
far.
1?
No,
What?
no, no.
That doesn't count?
He was not EU, LCS.
Okay, okay.
And so right now we have humanoids.
Humanoid.
I should know this, even though I didn't play in LEC.
So Febiven?
Febiven. Febiven! True. Like it's faker.
Before Febiven we had...
I was not even born back then. How can I know?
XPG was already LCS?
XPG? Oh, XPG. I literally just realized it before you said it. I swear. That counts as a point. I swear. Who did Humanoid replace?
Oh, there's Niski.
Niski.
Niski? 3 more. What? Okay, I'm doomed. There's no way I'm gonna get the last 3. I don't even know half the players that play in LEC now, man. You can't ask me who played there 5 years ago.
Wait, I didn't say Nemesis, right?
Nemesis.
Nemesis.
Of course.
That's crazy, I forgot Nemesis actually.
I'm out already.
Oh, wait, I played against him.
Magi Felix?
Magi Felix counts, you like played a game or two?
Magi Felix.
Oh, it's Magi Felix, yeah, oh my god. He played LEC with Fnatic?
True, he subbed in for 1 game.
Mind blown now. Like, is it that obvious? I don't remember now.
Do you want me to tell you?
Yeah.
Oh, Caps. Oh, how did I forget almost?
Caps.
What? Oh my god, no way. It's obvious actually, like, and you're so stupid. Fnatic got into G2 when Caps was in Fnatic. I was thinking that, you know, but I just forgot actually.
Not too bad from our players. And if you want to watch the full episode of Pop Quiz, head over to YouTube/LEC. In the meantime, I'm still Laure. I'm still with GB. Odo is back, and we're back to day 3 of the LEC. We're going to play the game as well, actually, because production cooked some games like this, similar to the one we saw at Pop Quiz, and we're going to try and guess on our little whiteboards that you guys see here, with beautiful drawings of ourselves.
Telezu did it best. I'm very proud of my drawing. Odo's drawing, not so much. I mean, I did this. I drew lore as well.
Yeah, I didn't do this. Odo did it.
I was feeling very artistic, but I'm quite proud with mine. I think mine is the best easily. But
Masterpiece.
Yeah.
Masterpiece. Are you going to be as good in the pop quiz test?
oh,
though?
definitely. I was always smurfing on these ones. So
That's what we're going to find out here. So, name the team and roster of the EU LCS team that made semifinals
I
at
feel
Worlds
like Odo might be on this one.
2016. I mean, that's easy.
okay, well, that one is a little bit rigged, you know. But I'm.
Oh, the roster as well?
Yeah.
That's completely cheating. He was part of it.
Well, now that's cheating. Letting GB know that I was
Okay,
there, so
so
that's
Odo,
completely
who was
cheating.
your jungler? Young.
You can't say it out loud. Like, come on.
No, this is not true. Who is this?
Who was your mid laner again?
That
Not
should be
telling you.
easy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You can only look at yourself, GB.
I don't have the support. Okay, let's reveal.
I don't have the
Let's
AD.
reveal. Okay, so I have 4. Odo Amne, Yonkos, Ryu, Vander. That's the one I was missing.
Well, I got it correctly. Thank God. You know, I was
think
waiting for a
production.
second.
I think production mega rigged the game. By the way, having one of the players here. So that's 5 for you.
I got 3. I got Venda, but
You said Febiven.
Yeah, I mean,
Febiven?
Yeah, I mean, it was
Suck,
before
man.
my time. He was at HUK at some point,
Oh my
right?
God, that picture of
Alright.
me. We need that's because we need
So
to get it
there's
out of
1
there.
point for the team and 1 point for each player.
So I got 2
that's
points then.
5 for me. GB, you have 5
Well,
as well,
technically
I
6
guess.
then.
Okay.
All right, and Odo, well, you shouldn't
Can we
even
do the
count for
team
this
I was
one.
on as well? Is that in there too?
I can play with the handicap.
Same,
it's
can
fine.
we do my team? Lol. Next one. Let's see. Let's see.
Ooh.
What's the most played champion in EU LCS LEC?
That has to be a little bit rigged.
I mean,
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm hesitating. I'm hesitating.
Actually, it's hard because there's for sure champions that are banned.
I mean, there's been way too many Resident Sleeper metas on this thing. So, like, I don't know. I don't mind cheating here. Chat, you can play as well, by the way. Let's see how you guys do.
I am like, because I feel like there was a
went for it.
long meta with Lucian, both mid and AD, and Lucian top back in the day.
Yeah, but
Sia
like,
is just that stable. Thresh, I feel like he's not meta enough, but Gragas has well been a blind.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, either Gragas
I think
or
you
I'm going for the vanilla one.
All right, let's reveal.
B.
What do we have? B as well.
B.
B.
What was it?
Vitality B.
Is it
Reveal
B?
is
Gragas?
I was like, yes, it's blind pick, and it's like it's been jungle,
I'm not
it's been
that surprised,
support,
though.
it's
Yeah.
been top lane, it's
Well,
been
that's
mid
true.
lane.
We
I
just
feel
haven't
like it
seen
was the
Gragas
cheater.
we haven't seen Gragas in a while, so that's the problem. Everyone just
Alright,
immediately
next one,
forgot
next
about
one,
it.
next one.
Yesterday or something like that, though, didn't we? Or-
Come on, quicker. Ooh. Caps
Name
has...
the
oh my
6
God.
bot laners Caps has played with in the EU LCS and LEC. Bot laners? Okay, so there's.
Bot laners? Oh my God.
Don't expose me like this. I'm thinking here.
This is really hard.
Yeah.
3, 4. How many? 6, you say?
Who's the ADC for G2? Wait. Oh,
What this
never
is?
mind. I didn't forget Hansama. That's not true. There's 6 of them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I have 3. Okay, I'll
I
go
have
first
4,
because I'm
I
really,
think.
really bad. I have Perks, Reckless, and Hansama. What's left?
I
Flackhead.
have
Yeah, I
Perks,
forgot.
Reckless, Caps, Whippo, Hansama, and Flackhead.
I forgot who Reckless benched himself for.
I have
Wasn't that the story?
Mickey X, Perks, Hansama, and Labrov.
Wait a minute. Bot laners.
What?
Why
Oh,
did
it was Pinoy. Oh, my days.
Wait,
Yeah.
bot laners? Oh, just
My old
ADC.
Yeah, ADCs.
My old Danish friend.
Instructions
Yes.
followed, successfully failed.
Okay, I got 5 of them. I'm happy.
You have
I
5 of
got-
them. I have 3.
I have 2.
Do we have time for one
I only
more?
have 2.
All right. What is the total of points? I have 5. Do you know?
I should be 10 points right now, right? That should be me, no?
8 total, and GB has 10. GB somehow won, so
That's
he's
the
gonna
first
keep.
game I've ever won in my life. That's what I'm talking about.
You won?
I'm gonna let you celebrate.
Oh, you
In
won first
the
question on League.
meanwhile, let's focus on the league a bit more because we have an interview. Genie caught up with Gilotto in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in, so let's check it out.
Thank you, Laure. Gina here, and I'm joined with Kyoto ahead of your game against SK. So I would love to hear how you as a coach approached last week when you're looking at the game against Rogue. It's so long. You have to do the VOD review with your players. What does that look like?
I mean, it's a mix of emotions. So initially, obviously, it's just really sad to see because we actually had a really good week of practice. and then the start of the game goes the way he did, where we are either really nervous or misplaying everything and going really far behind. But at the same time, I did felt like they never give up, and that's something that we tried to put a lot into our practice. So even though it was a really sad game to see, I tried to also look a bit of the positives of us not giving up. And sure, it's Rogue and they are known for doing these throws, but we had to be there to capitalize on them. So I was happy with the boys for doing it. But after that, I would say that it was not really pleasant for them, the VOD review.
Yeah, okay. Well, you got to start positive and then you kind of get a little bit more in the negative part of things. So what was the main takeaway then from that series that you're looking to implement today?
Just overall, making sure that we are at ease the same way that we are on stage. The first dive on bot, which is something that we are starting to work on and be better on. The fact that June was a bit scared of flashing in and getting double kill from the TP is something that we watched, and just overall be a bit more comfortable and a bit less scared of what the outcome can be. We know that if we play as good as we are doing in scrims, that we are a really good team. So just trying to apply that on stage.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
You also have Isma on jungle instead of closer. Maybe not necessarily the roster that you had at the start of the year or that you were looking to play with. He used to be on SK. How does that dynamic play out? Not just in the team, but also like on the Rift, because you're going to be going up against his former team as well.
Yeah, I mean, overall with Isma, it's going much better because he had to play EU Masters and we had a bit of sickness at the start. We came to the split with 5-6 days of scrims, and now it's just getting much better, and that's why our scrims results are also improving. I don't think it matters too much for him to play against his former team. He knows, or he believes, that it was a mistake that SK benched him, and he's excited to prove him. But more than defeating SK, just wants to get the win for us, and I think that's the most important. And obviously, the team will be there to support him and to help him achieve him. But I talked to him this morning, and I know he's more focused on getting us the win than making sure that SK has a loss or like some payback for not having him. At the end of the day, they gave him the opportunity to come to LEC, and if he's here with us, it's because SK picked him first. So I don't think there's that much bad blood.
All right, well, good to know. I'm looking forward to see how that's going to be playing out on the Rift. Thank you for your time, and good luck in your game. Laura, back to you.
Thank you, Ginny. Great to hear from Guy Lotto ahead of this series. Welcome back to the desk, everyone. I'm with Carney and the Antonio this time at the analyst desk, so the most unbiased co-streamer you could think of for this matchup. The Antonio, I'm going to go to you first. Yeah, that is a great drawing. Thank you so much for that. Let's go to GX first. Why do you guys think you're going to win today against SK?
I mean,
That's all the reasons.
I mean, maybe it's bad to say this in front of him, but I think they're just better overall. Like as a team, as a player, like they're just better.
Do you agree on what Guilotto said? The fact that it's going to be a good way to show SK that they should not have get rid of Isma?
I mean, actually, I was surprised when he got like replaced because I felt like when he joined LEC for first split, he did really nice, and they were doing really good, and he was doing good. But maybe, I mean, we don't know what could happen the decision because we are not there. But I was surprised.
It's really funny when you look at those teams because they didn't have the same expectations coming into the split, but they have similar trajectories when you look at the games they played and the fact that they're both 1 and 2 in the standings. Carney, to you, why do you guys think you're going to win today? What makes you better than GX?
The easiest argument ever. They played Fnatic. We played Fnatic. Just, Antonio, remind me, how did you play against Fnatic?
We lost.
How did we play against Fnatic?
I think you were pretty good. Yeah. And I think
Interesting.
one player that was pretty good, especially against Fnatic, was Bukada. He was making his debut in the league. Similar question to what I asked the Antonio here. Grabbing a new jungler, another French jungler, I know, in the likes of Bukada. Why do you think it's going to be, or it can be, a difference maker today?
First of all, I just want to grab off what Antonio said. I don't think Isma was any problem. I think just changes had to be made because our performance was so poorly. I just want to say that obviously there's no bad blood, and I kind of want Isma to have a good drawing as well, but maybe not today. I mean, Bukada played an insane series against Fnatic. Obviously, there were some unfortunate games. KC was like an absolute monster on Saturday.
Yeah.
But I saw it like when I entered the studio that Bukata dropped out of the players of the series leaderboard.
Yeah, I know.
After today, he will be back in.
He will be back in? Yeah, the fans vote, of course, to support him. I feel like him and Kedui joining the team really brought a breath of fresh air in SK. They look completely different.
Yeah, for sure. Like, even though we are now on a 2-game lose streak, I think we still looked way more comfortable and more stable than in the entirety of the last split. I just, for my personal wishes, obviously the team doesn't tell me too much, but I still think that Kedui can be one of the main carries, and I hope the team rotates more around him, because like against KC, he was like 2-0 and then got abandoned and weak-sided. So today I want to see him on strong side and carry the games.
Looking at GX on the other side, staying on the bot lane here, I feel like Noah and June, if there is a potential for carry and for stability for GX, it has to come from bot lane. Do you agree?
I mean, I always said in my streams or overall, I said that I think Noah and June has been the most solid players from GX since the beginning of the year, because like Lot and Jackie, they do good, but sometimes they're real bad. But I think Noah and June, they're always doing really good, and yeah, like for me are the best. I mean, they're all pretty good. Okay, don't get me wrong, but they're the most solid.
I think this game is going to be interesting for both of these teams to define what their worth is in the league, as they are in similar positions right now. Guys, thank you so much for joining me ahead of this series. I wish you a wonderful LEC stream in the studio today. And casters, what do you think? Who's going to take this one?
It's a great question, Laura. The answer is GX. But for SK's sake, I hope for a close one. And maybe they can upset expectations. They showed one fantastic series. Maybe they can show another today. I'm Dracos, joined by Dagda. Players walking out, looking incredible to the crowd here in the arena for our first series of a Monday.
I know. Hopefully it is an absolute banger, though, because, as you said, SK, they have shown that one good series against Fnatic, but there's been a couple of individual players that have stepped up. Like, we saw Reeker have a great Yone game, and we've seen a couple of instances of people actually having strong performances. So if you can just get them to all come together like they did against Fnatic, could give GX a run for the money, but Giants definitely have seemed like the pound per pound better team. It's just a case of trying to clean up a little bit of that mid-game.
Yeah, but if we just look at results, SK is still the big threat, because they beat Fnatic and they lost KC and BDS, whereas Rogue Giant scraped that victory against Rogue, but I still believe in GX a little bit more, although it has been a bit of an adjustment period. I do think the thing that the Antonio highlighted does ring true, though, which is Noah and Jun, the most solid, stable part of this roster. And if we were looking at end of last year, heck, even winter split, it would not have been close when it comes to predicting this 2v2. Noah and Jun, you'd expect to be heavily favored, but we'll see if the draft favors them as well. Maokai taken away, Ezreal, the Callista, pretty standard bans. Yone gonna hit the bench a little earlier than expected, but obviously a powerful pick.
Yeah, it still leaves things like the Varus, the Skarner up and available. If SK don't end up banning them away. I'm curious if Zyra also managed to sneak her way through, because definitely the AP junglers have opened up things like the Oni, which has been banned away, but still, have to see exactly what the game plan is. Jace, the final ban, which obviously given respect towards Genax, who has brought out a ton of different picks on that top side, but not something I expect to be banned away this early.
And we'll see what Lott's where Lott's attention is focused. I think he had a pretty impressive winter, but hasn't been able to replicate a lot of that success. They are, however, giving him that attention, giving him that priority in the form of the Rumble. Genax now back in this position where he can go for a more niche counter pick if he wants to. That really wasn't the strategy that we saw from SK in their previous series, but has looked good individually in lane.
Yeah, I think the Varus pick should be kind of where you go here, though, for Kedui, to try and lock that one in, especially it's the strongest pick on the patch, and now you can lock in maybe something like the Vi if you really want to, but at least go for that jungle option here for Bukata. Like Sejuani also up and available, and that's kind of been one of the picks he's shown, I think, the strongest performance on in the early stages, but we'll have to see if that's exactly where SK are going to put their eggs.
Maybe we go for something a little bit spicier here in the bottom lane. Would be a bit early to pick the range support. Instead, we're getting a lot of jungle and top lane hover-overs, and it will just be the Sejuani. So maybe less flashy for jungle, but I do think that for a team that has been struggling sometimes to get on the same page, Sejuani is actually the perfect jungler. Reliable, clear indicator that it's time to start the fight in the form of that ultimate. Good general kit as well, so not a bad choice.
No, I think she works fine. And as you say, it's like easy to just set up these engages for your team and provide that front line. So not surprised to see SK go for it. I imagine you're going to get... Oh, okay. I was going to say... I did see the Jarvan hover and was like, I actually kind of like it, especially against the immobile Varus, being able to go for that hot pot.
Oh my gosh.
Odo is actually a bit of an artist, you know?
Odo is an artist. Thank you guys. I'm so glad that you're here, Goldberg and Odo Watney. You guys come cast with us if you want. It's weird. It's Monday.
Quadcast, is it the first ever Quadcast? I don't know if there has been a Quadcast.
I think we did one at All-Stars once, but let's call it the first real Quadcast and offend who was ever in the previous Quadcast. The rest of the pick ban phase, nothing too crazy. Okay, so MF got a little combo coming together, the Rumble MF ulti paired. Also, MF generally a strong laning option, and now we start to wonder, in the back of my mind, will Gen X play Varus top lane?
I mean, I think he did in Mia Masters before. I may be wrong, just spouting absolute nonsense, but I think he's more than likely going bot lane. Also, I think if I'm SK, I'm not worried about a Poppy. I'm worried about a big Rel engage here to follow up with this. Like Jun, I think Rel has been his best champion. Maybe the Nico also be paired alongside it. And if you end up having the Vi engage into a Rel or Nico setup as well, with Rumble and MF over the top, this is a terrifying wombo combo from GX.
All right, not to get too far ahead of ourselves. Gen X, Varus top, last year in LFL.
Okay.
So it might not just be Mirwin anymore. They don't quite have the same angle that MKOI did yesterday, where they were able to kind of like 1-2 take away 80 carries, but it does mean there is still some room for Reeker to hide his mid lane pick a little bit longer if they want to go for a flex. But of course, the beauty of any kind of flex pick is you can kind of wait and see. You don't have to give anything away too soon.
Yeah, I assume it will just be a Gwen in the top side for Gen X. Like, you kind of need that AP damage still in the kit, and you don't really have that just yet. So without that being banned away, I think you just go Gwen. And then, as you say, you keep that counter pick for Reeker in the mid lane.
And yet now I've sown the seeds.
I was going to say, I'm sorry for making you sad.
No, they're holding as long as possible because they know that GX also probably aren't 100% sure. The downside of this is that GX are getting pretty sick comp and seem to be relatively unperturbed by a potential flex, as much as I'm making it out to be a big thing.
Yeah, I think though Jun's kind of happy with the matchup. Like, you go for the Alistar here, decent into the Rel in lane, and we were already kind of talking about the wombo combo availability. You just added another few layers to that on the GX side. So honestly, I kind of like what GX have. Like, it is a very simple point and click, kill these people with big AoE. Like, it's very easy to execute, and I think that's what GX kind of need in the mid game. Whereas for SK now, with that Silas coming through,
have a Varus top! It's not just Mirwin anymore. Let's go Gen X, bringing out that LFL spice. You'll love to see that confidence on stage. I will say, I like the Silas last pick a lot into the Alistar, as you highlighted. Also, the amount of engage that SK have, looking pretty good. I'm a little bit worried on the side of GX. Alistar not the strongest early levels. The Vi and Alistar together, solid engage combo. Not quite as simple as the Sejuani Rel you see on the opposite side.
Yeah, this is just going to be a bloodbath. Like, you get into a team fight, it's like, hey, whoever gets that big engage off first kind of just wins the fight out, right?
Yep.
I think on GX's side, at least you've got a little bit more of the ability to post up over walls, right? Like, MF doesn't technically have to be in the fight to set up with the ultimate, so that can help out to some degree, but either of these teams gets ahead, it feels like you're just base checking into a plethora of different CC combos and you just have a bad time.
It's a good call out. There's some energy in the studio today. I would describe it as chaotic. But those are some sick biceps, my guy. Keep flexing. Flex for the people. If GX win, dag to marry me. Damn.
Yeah, okay.
You know what?
Sure.
I respect it. Coming on strong. Most people start with take you out to coffee, but you know what you're about.
I don't have a ring on it yet. Is that not supposed to? I mean, yeah, you know.
The wisdom of Beyonce seems very quotable at this particular moment.
Exactly. And I do accept Haribo's.
Where's the ring, my guy? Where's the ring? Here we are, game one. As you said, bloodbath. Big thing that whenever we talk about, early game, teams wanting to fight early to mid game, early lane priority, I'm wondering, can you get push? Because again, this is like a cliche for Vi at this point, but if she gets level 6 with nothing happening, she's happy. If the enemy team's 1,000 gold ahead by the time Vi hits level 6, the game's gets pretty unplayable pretty fast.
Yeah, I do think for SK, you can kind of just leave Kadui and Loopy that level 1 to 3. They should be able to get push off of the support matchup. It's more about trying to see if he can get Reeker set up on this mid lane, especially running the electrocute. He wants to kind of get the ball rolling very early, so he's in a decent spot. So I think we'll have some roams from Loopy and Bukata towards this mid lane. And Reeker had like some really strong showings. I think his Yone, despite the loss, was great. And I think he kind of made a bit of a name for himself already in the past on these melee champions. So I'm excited to see what Reeker can do into what is a bit of a skill matchup, but we'll have to see if the tables are tipped in his favor a little bit.
Yeah, it's a bit bittersweet, right? The story of Reeker. His first debut was not good. Did not get to show the level of performance that he had in the ERLs. This time around, it does feel like he's getting better, but on a team that has really struggled to find its footing and secure those wins outside of, again, that Yone game and that one incredible series against Fnatic. But waiting to see if they can replicate that moment of genius, that great day of success. So far, quiet early game. Bot lane I don't expect a lot from. Top lane is interesting. Gen X not getting too much damage down here, level 1 quite yet.
Yeah, so Loopy basically trying to use the auto attack range that he has to win this push, and that's all you really need here, because as long as you have that, it makes it really difficult for Jun and Noah to contest the wave, and now Kadui and Loopy get push, will hit level 2 very shortly, and they'll be fine. And I think early when you will see that 4.5 minutes rotation out of this matchup as well, because once you get access to your full combo as Jun, it becomes a little bit more difficult for Loopy and Kadui to play aggressive in this lane.
Although they're making good use of their level 2. Noah and Jun turning back. Reeker gets aggressive, is going to eat a tower shot though, oof. That makes the trade pretty rough. Jackie's instantly trading back, winning out again though. With the W, Silas does have a bit more reliable sustain.
Also the cookies there as well means that I think he's in an okay spot. Like you'll be able to out-sustain over the course of the entire lane. And then as you say, just continuously go into Kingslayer to heal yourself up. So it's not the end of the world. His only worry is if you end up seeing Isma coming into this mid lane, obviously a little bit lower, but with the wave pushing into him, he should be fine.
Stack wave here from Gen X, of course, advantage of being the range champion is he actually gets to hit the tower, unlike a lot of the melee matchups we see into the Rumble. See if he can keep that push going. All is quiet, however, in the jungle, which I think does favor GX. But Loopy don't need no jungler. Trying to scoop, trying to boop. Nice stun to interrupt. Oh, nice backstep from Jackie's, though. Denying the Shattering Strike, coming in from the Rel. Makes it pretty casual. Hey, just emotes on him.
Yeah, nicely done by Jackie's. Loopy not able to connect again with the Shattering Strike, but still, this is kind of what I wanted to see from SK. Even if you don't get that kill, it's still letting Reeker have the moment to push out this wave. You can then get a decent reset, and you can go back for that early Dark Seal if you want to, which you see a lot of Silas is doing solo cube, maybe less so in competitive, but it's still just opening up this Silas to have a bit of an easier time. Because certainly once you get towards like 2 or 3 points in Kingslayer, it becomes a little bit easier to try and trade aggressively against this Azir, and that's all you're trying to get to.
I think the eternal struggle of Silas is like, if you put too many points in W, can you still push the wave reliably? So we'll see how Reeker chooses to approach it. I'm agreeing with you. I really think that I like the extra healing and sustain.
Yeah, I think as well, since the changes to his kit, where it's much more about his auto attacks and then doing that AoE damage, the fact that you don't have the chain lash as leveled usually doesn't mean that much, because you constantly want to trade aggressive on the wave state anyway. So I think he'll be fine. It actually has gone 2 points though, so we'll end up going with the 3-point chain lash and then move into his Kingslayer.
Some adjustment, but it does mean the lane is going to be that much more precarious. See if he can get those quick electrocute procs off. Short trades, no doubt. Pretty good for him. Nice bit of poke here in the bottom lane. Now Reeker just continuing to play aggressive. Instant electrocute proc. Jackie's getting the worst end of that trade. The downside again though, good on Jackie's for holding his ground. I feel like this is the #1 mistake you see of like new League of Legends players when they get chunked out by any kind of melee champion. They're like, well, I've lost. It's time for me to stop fighting. That clearly didn't go well. No, extending the trade, evening things up a bit is...
Good read from Isma as well here. Cover the mid lane.
Bukata stepping up. Isma hitting once just to get the passive off does make sense. Initial chunk for Bukata there. Sticking around a little bit too long though. Again, in the extended fight, Vi, especially with that W passive, will just do more damage. Sejuani, just that initial burst really where she's strong.
Yeah, it was basically, oh, hang on.
Combo.
Yeah, it was basically a game of chicken in that jungle matchup, because it's like Bukata can just Arctic Assault over the wall. So it's like, is Isma going to go over the wall, or is he going to stick in position? Because if he gone over the wall, I think Reeker would have been able to follow up, and then you can try and go for the lockdown onto him. But now, level 6 hit a little bit earlier. Jackie's respecting it.
Immediately just dashes back. Jackie's good patience in this lane, won't give anything else away, but is slowly falling behind in terms of gold. About 180 lead to Reeker. A lot of that will be recouped as this wave is picked up by Jackie's. But GX with bot prio, power this MF, part of the reason they picked it out, right? Are able to secure this first Drake. Doesn't look like it's going to be contested. It's just a classic objective for objective trade. You know them, you love them. League of Legends, baby.
That's why I thought they'd actually go for like a lane swap. At the 4.5 minute mark, we've seen a bunch of people just go, cool, I don't want to deal with this, but it does mean Gen X basically ends up in the crappy matchup in bot lane, so I don't think you can go for it as easy as Kadui now.
Kadui's got to be careful here. Flash in, knock up, well comboed, but Kadui holds on to everything, is able to get out. Isma not quite able to get the Q flash, it looks like. Now locked up, Kadui turning back. Initial damage good, shattering strike onto 2. They are wasting a lot of time here, and Reeker is on the way. This is his montage moment. Can he find it? Goes in, should at least just be 1 kill. Won't be able to get anything else. Jun trying to style his way out, but will give first blood over Kadui. Well played by SK. Noah now the next trouble. Q flash going in from Loopy. Reeker about to pick up this kill. That is an excellent start. 80 carry and mid lane getting those first 2.
Yeah, huge roam for Reeker, setting up those plays beautifully. And I love the fact he just left the kill for Kadui. He was like, right, I've got bigger fish to fry. Ends up picking off Noah. Now Locke trying to deny, but could have been able to get in towards his top side as well. Will push him away. But still, SK come out very much on top of them.
And that's a big fumble from the side of GX because Bukata was topside. This is supposed to be the weak side, but they survived so long. Kadui lives for so long. It looks grim initially, but holding on to everything ended up being the right call.
Yeah, and I think it's a little unfortunate here that Jun didn't end up getting in behind Kadui quick enough to get the headbutt back, because then Kadui doesn't get the Valkyrie away. But Loopy now coming down, Reeker getting the roam, and you can see the pings galore on where Reeker is going to be. But GX are a little bit too late. Reeker using the first part of his E out of vision, so then it doesn't look like he's ready, just immediately throw the chains, catches Jun, and then sets up. And even here as well, oh, hang on, Bukata
looking to repeat top lane. Arctic Assault, follow-up. This should just be a quick kill onto Lot. Will at least get the flash. Lot retreating. Gen X not quite able to proc those blight stacks.
Yeah, I thought they might go the other way around there. So if Gen X uses the Chains of Corruption, locks him down, you're then able to get the full part of the Sejuani passive, then get the ult after, and it just gives you that longer CC chain. But went for it the other way around, and it means that they just don't quite have enough CC to keep Lot in place, and he should be fine to just pick up this wave underneath the Terror as well. So flash gone, but he's still pretty happy.
Yeah, given that they didn't have vision of the Sejuani, and maybe he wasn't completely sure, I don't know if you needed to do the Q plus ulti, but at the end of the day, they get the flash, as you said, feels pretty good. Bot side play, just calling back to it, Isma. He said it's not personal, but it would have been really nice if he just had another 50 pixels on the flash Q. Didn't deal for the Q flash, did the flash Q, and that difference just puts Kadui and Loopy in such a comfortable position now, while Noah still has a lead and has the lifesteal to make this lane phase easy. Kadui and Loopy surviving has just done so much for the side of SK.
Yeah, it's also just actually hanging. Bukata spotted up by Isma.
Isma, decent start, level 7. Knows that he has ult advantage, but GX a bit hesitant here.
Yeah, nice cover by Isma, but I was going to say, we're casters. We like hyperbole sometimes. Yep. And I was ready to just come in and go, Isma wants to smash SK, he hates them, and then every interview's been
every interview with everyone.
I understand. It's like, oh.
What if we just pretend we never showed any of those? You know, a little spin doctor kind of action, and not in the bike exercise kind of way.
Well, I just make up random stories about anyone on the team now. That's just everyone hates everyone. Actually,
the problem is, you know, people can understand, right? The thing is if we cast a league, I don't know, let's say just somewhere like the Antarctica League. I think we could make up any story we wanted. We don't. We cast the peak of European League of Legends, my friend.
But I was so ready to talk about Club Penguin, you know?
That's a great name for the league. That's all I'm saying. Antarctica League. Sickest player stories I've ever seen is still a lot of hovering around mid. Jackie's done well to survive, but the downside is he's still losing in priority, and that's why Reeker was able to roam. So surviving is good, but the rest of his team hasn't been able to compensate for the fact that he's been getting so much attention.
Yeah, sometimes you need to thrive as well, and I don't really feel like that's happening. But for Reeker again, honestly, this guy's been a bit of a standout performer for SK, right? Had the good Yone game we've talked about, now coming bot lane again to pick on loss. It's looking pretty hot for him.
That's a lot of people. It's been a weird week. Sorry, everyone. It's your Monday, but it's my Wednesday. You're going to have to bear with me.
But it's they're just giving up on the play. They kind of just saw a lot and were like, huh, you are in a weird position.
Still has ulti.
They're still going for it.
Loopy wants to go with one less person. They decided this is the optimum amount of people to perform a dive, and they might just be right. Lot still living for an extra second. The big one. Connecting and finding the kill. Well played by SK. It doesn't need conceding the grubs, but Bukata wants to keep going. Kadui gonna try to maybe die to the minions. A shutdown going over. That is definitely not what they want. A quick cleanse out from Noah. He also has ulti if they want to keep the fight going. Now Genix is TPing bot lane. Huh.
That could have gone a little bit smoother for SK. Like, they do get the kill, but burning that ultimate, the teleport to try and get down here will net them dragon, but still not exactly the way you want to use TP, especially when you look topside. Jackie's going to get a lot of those plates on that turret now, or at least 2 should be picked up, and now kind of evening out for that kill, which was also answered with a kill. So it's kind of the dragon for essentially 2 kills worth of gold.
Overall, not too bad. It does look a little bit awkward in the moment. Kadui obviously dying, getting that gold over to Lot is a little bit rough, but at the end of the day, it's still, as you highlighted, objective for objective trade, plus that additional kill gold, and overall, looks a little goofy, but it's completely fine. Jackie's picking up first Nash or Tooth, now returning to a side lane. We'll see what he can get done, and once again, with that TP, Genix has set himself up to be facing off against Lot, which I think is exactly where he wants to be, although not quite as far ahead as in terms of itemization as he would like.
Yeah, I think for both sides, they're kind of in a bit of a weird spot because all objectives have been split on both sides of the map. As Loopy needs to be very careful as to where he's positioned here. Reeker moving across to help him, but you haven't really seen like the game massively break open, right? Like a lot of the plays have been answered for, even the pressure that SK were trying to put on bot side, Isma was kind of in position to cover, so it's still very much in a bit of a stalemate, and SK are trying now to see if they can get some sort of vision with Loopy and Bukata to look for picks, but Jun is doing a good job of covering as they look for that deep vision.
Jun, quick pump back. Either side really has prio here, as the waves are all relatively even, but it will be Noah first on that mid wave. SK forced to take a step back, and instead they'll try to play through the top side of the map. Genix and Lot allowed to continue their eternal 1v1.
Yeah, not as big of a goal difference as we saw from Mirren, though, as Loopy gets jumped on. I think, hasn't actually been able to get to the turret as easily as he would like to, and being able to chip away at the structure as much as he kind of needed to in this matchup. So it's still a nice gold lead, don't get me wrong, but definitely not as game-defining as maybe you'd like. I still think, though, if you come into these skirmishes, the fact that you have one item already completed for this Varus, you are in a good spot, but there's just nothing really to fight over for the next 2.5 minutes. So I think it still will come down to something like a Rift Arrow play or a big dragon fight that's going to break this game up.
I think you're completely correct. 2 minutes away, essentially, from both those objectives. About 3 till the Drake. The first feat of Warfare has been picked up by SK for the 3 kills, but both teams are on 2 objectives each. So next objective or first tower, be big for the feats. And as you highlighted, Varus finishing that first item before the Rumble definitely feels good. Was able to sneak it back in there to get it as Jun now tries to start the fight. Initial damage all going on to Bukata. Definitely not the ideal target. Counter engage in from Loopy. Excellent backstep coming in from Reeker, but whose ult is he going to take? It's the Alistair. Now for the next 5 or so seconds, he's going to be unkillable, but they've got more than enough CC to lock him up, and as tank as he is, he's still going to go down. Well fought by GX. Starts a little sloppy, but Lot is here just in time.
Great TP from Lost to cover the play on top side. Will end up losing his tower on bot, but will be able to answer, it looks like, for the one on the top end of the map. So Giant X using those TP advantages that they picked up earlier to great success. Actually, even TPing Jackie's now down to the bottom side to prevent Genix from getting that. Nicely orchestrated by Giant X.
It's one of those things where just the slight adjustment in lane assignments. Right, Reeker does have the TP, Genix does not. Genix not able to join. And sadly, the plates have now fallen off, so while he's able to push this wave in and get some decent tower damage with those 3 Krugs, or 3 grubs, excuse me, it just doesn't matter.
But it does come back to, remember that TP that Genix had bot side, they didn't really get anything, right? And then here, SK think they can make the play, so Loopy gets the big engage off, but Reeker, as he goes in, nice sidestep, but he manages to take the ult from Jun that little bit too late, so doesn't actually have it to deny a lot of that CC, ends up getting knocked around, but bot side.
Genix getting aggressive, Jun has to backstep to try to get away, but Jackie's just steps forward. Genix, nice flash to get away from the combo, but it's not enough! Oh, his reaction speeds are damn fast, but couldn't get that last ability out to finish the kill. Well played by Jackies.
He ends up just jumping onto the spears of Jackies instead, and now bot side turret going to be here for Giant X. Lots still left to cover on that top end as well, and there's just not really the members. Actually, as I say that, they're starting to move now, but yeah, I don't know. Lot. I'm looking at the ultimate cooldown on this Rumble. Might just be able to clear it the way, but no, he's going to abandon ship on the top side.
Yeah, there's a lot of attention. Yeah, it's so hard not to do. I did it intentionally the first time, and now I'm just... It's like when Amazing used to play. Like, luckily, he only spent half his career being in a position where that was how we would refer to him. There was another half of the career that wasn't Amazing.
Yeah,
so
fair. That's, yeah.
But Lot is just...
And then you say, but you still use it because it's not amazing, right? So it's just...
There's no avoiding it. We should get to ban player names. That's my opinion. I don't think people would...
Could you imagine the chaos if we got to pick player names?
Okay, all I'm going to say is not to start a war with T1 fans, but the fact that Zeus is pronounced Zeus and not Zeus pisses me off every single day of my life.
Yeah.
He does a lightning bolt symbol. How much more do we need? Sorry, anyway.
And that's why we should just name them all after the cast of SpongeBob.
I agree.
It just make things easier.
Yep.
You know, everyone agrees on that.
Patrick's a great name. Mr. Krabs.
Yeah. And then, unfortunately, someone's going to be called the Chumbuckus, and we just have to accept that.
Someone's going to be Sandy Cheeks. Such is life. All right, anyway, SK holding on the top side. Again, some praise definitely is deserved for Jackies, who weathered that initial storm despite how aggressive Reeker was playing in the lane and has now just become this massive threat. Does set up the Sun Disc. Reeker trying to move into mid lane to cover. SK with more people here on the top side, but they're just not really in a position to do much. Sadly, SK just been on the back foot for the last minute or so here, and as a result, Feet's going over the side of GX. They were able to get the tower as well as the third objective.
On the opposite side, though, like, this is kind of cool from Giant X, right? One of the big things we talked about was it feels like this team has struggled when it comes towards their mid-game and how they operate on the map, but they've had clever TP usage from Lot to cover that top play and then immediately move Jackies down to keep this bot lane turret safe. Now they're in a position where they are actually able to contest on towards Dragon. Still need to contest mid-wave, which is why you see them shifting across here to help Noah clear that out. So feels like Giant X kind of starting to put into work into some of their more macro-focused plays.
Definitely that diligence paying off. Crasher will break mid tier 1. Love it when a Herald breaks open mid. So good for the GX composition as well. Makes it that much easier for Jun and Isma to play the map. SK grouping as 5, looking to find a way into this fight. They don't have bot lane pushing, but they might just go anyway. Loopy taking a massive chunk though. That may just be the end of the play. They have Crab. They're losing gold just to be here. This is the downside, but Bukata's going to try and start the fight. Is it enough to take them out? Nice push back onto the Azir, but in the end, Reeker just goes down. Bukata in the front line, but he's getting shredded. He's getting deleted. Noah's still alive. He's able to get off a decent ult channel, and now he's ready to take over the fight. It's Kadui and Genex, double 80 carries. Are they enough? Isma retreating. Lot should also just get taken down. Kadui and Genex now just need to take down Noah. 2v1 Noah. Can he turn this? The answer is no. It's a triple coming through for Genex.
Reeker, knowing that his team just has more damage coming through, manages to get the shuffle to kill off Jackies, and SK with the double 80 carries left firing can come out on top of the fight.
That's a damn good look, and it was close. Crucial cancels here in this fight.
I mean, Jackies just getting caught. Really nice from Bukata, and then the damage is absolutely insane from the double 80 carries, especially after the good engage coming through here from Loopy. It just sets up nicely. Jun can't really get any combo off. Noah hasn't been able to get it. But like once this ML folks down, you're just not really as much of a threat in a fight. And then with this combo, just about able to finish off the MF before any more damage is sent through.
Yeah, well, Jackies is able to get his own ult off. That's a 4 or 5 man Varus ult, which always feels good. It does so much damage in those fights, in those close exchanges. GX still powerful, and we might have a round 2 here. Reeker stepping up, Isma off to the side, Alistar ult going in, Jun taken down, Isma still stepping up, Jackie's here as well. SK just gonna be able to grab the objective. Confidence, knowing they're stronger in the fight and they want to keep this going. They know that GX are split and they're looking to punish. Equalizer goes down, Lot caught up for a second, just barely out of range for the stun. Bukata not able to find it, and SK retreating. And we're right back to a dead even game.
Yeah, the team fighting from SK is really starting to bring this one back. So bleeding a little bit on the map. But overall, when it comes down to just outperforming the opposition, SK have been able to find their successes. GX. Like, I was about to, I was praising them for their map play and trying to set up, but unfortunately they end up just giving that little bit too much space into River for SK to actually be able to enter, and they're not able to find the wombo combo that their team composition is built around.
Nope. And the struggle, of course, is in those extended fights after that initial combo. You've got essentially Kadui and Gen X versus Noah and Jackie's, and that fight starts with Jackie's getting caught. See if they can execute better in the next fight. 0-0-5 the score for Isma, not doing too bad for himself, but a neck-and-neck game. Bot side control, the name of the game here for the side of SK as they move downward, but has to be careful not to get caught out by GX. Both teams seemingly content to ignore that mid wave for a moment, try to play for side lanes. Top wave completely neglected. It looks like it is pushing back, so it should find SK in a very comfortable position, honestly.
Yeah, a lot of it pushed out topside and just went to steal Raptors, trying to cover any sort of play on the mid wave, but SK were more interested in trading for that bot lane turret, getting more gold onto this Varus. A 1.8k gold lead now opened up from Gen X.
Ooh, and a Seeker.
Yeah, that's huge. And oh, this is not the timing. Isma to try and start that one up, but I think as well, the fact you have the TPs now starting to come back for SK, I think Giant X's window to make plays on the map are starting to dwindle too, so just the gold lead that is coming through for this Varus is going to be really difficult to deal with in fights unless Isma can get onto him.
Finding those picks, those angles so far. Start fights. Look, man,
it's been a week.
It's been a week. Yeah. There's an ST at the start of that word, not an F, as it turns out, as Isma takes a massive chunk of damage before the fight really even starts, trading his health bars for Loopies, which isn't the best deal overall. Now flashing out, trying to recall. Reeker, flash in, push back. Again, Jackie's caught. He does not have a Seekers of his own. Kadui getting a quick kill. SK have found the weak link, and they're just continuing to target Jackie's in these exchanges.
They do need to get this Atacon, though, because you've already invested Reeker's flash and a lot of that playmaking abilities. GX now wanting to try and contest this. Ult goes wide.
Ult does go completely wide, but Rumble has no ultimate. Isma on the way does have his ult, does have his smite. GX, do they believe in the 50-50? Because they're running out of options here. Reeker taking a decent chunk. Absconds backwards. Going to only have another second for the chain. Will not use it. Isma now going in on the mid laner instead. Reeker, though, managing to survive. Ticking, burning, but he will not be finished. All of GX now walking away. Voracious Otacon down for the side of SK.
Barely able to survive off the back of that. I was a little nervous for Reeker because I was keeping my eyes on his ultimate. Should have been able to steal that Alistair ult to maybe survive, but he didn't even need it in the end. SK, 2 picks, and now that Voracious Otacon. They should be able to get a lot of the standing gold that's left on the map, and we get to see it here. So Reeker, it's a nice sidestep from Jackie's here on the abduct, but it doesn't matter. Once you get that flash engage, you get the Chains of Corruption down, it's super easy to find the pick.
And Jackie's had flash. This time it looks like Noah's been caught. Will be forced to use flash of his own. But these small individual errors costing GX a lot. Again, in the early game, Jackie's so clean. Respected all gank potential is a nice combo. Might not matter. Good use of the Seekers from Gen X. Where's the follow-up CC and initial burn going down? Remember, it's just for the false life buff the GX are playing, trying to slow down this lineup. It's only a minute till Baron and a minute till Drake as well.
I'm not sure how close Gen X is to that Zhonya Zeraglass, but with 50 seconds until Dragon, the fact that is now not available is pretty clutch. So I'm curious if he's able to get that reset in and purchase the full Zhonyas before that next buy. But still, SK threatening this tower.
That's tough, though. No flash, no cleanse because of that play. Gen X, the carry is a bit more vulnerable. Loopy waiting in the darkness, likely to be spotted by Jun. Does catch him on the sweeper. Full reset. So SK will get first push here on this next wave. The question is, do they want to shift their attention towards setup around the Drake or around the Baron?
Well, I think you kind of just go wherever GX is, right? Because you do have the false life still, so just take the fight regardless. If you can get a couple of heads off the GX side, then great, you can go over towards the other objective after you clear out the fight. So I think for SK, like, they have such a commanding position now. But still, Gen X actually just shy of that full Zhonya's Hourglass. So, oh, Isma?
Isma. Initial stun there. Reeker now going to follow. Noah in a decent position to punish, but it looks like Isma will be able to walk out. So Ignite gone. But Reeker still holding on to that Alistair ultimate. Not sure how much time is left on that cooldown, but it's going to make him a fighting menace. In the meantime, Bukata starts the Drake. And Again, GX. Like, you can just see that SK are just quicker on the draw when it comes to punishing these decisions. Bukata already on the objective. Now they're going to get mid-push as well, and these little mistakes.
I think there's a potential here that SK, well, it looks like they're going to try and go for the pick, but I wasn't sure how quickly they wanted to fall back to Baron, because they do it relatively quickly with the composition that they have. So, Loop. GX now trying to face check this, but Reeker's on top side. You still need him to come across.
And you can see why Isma would want to step forward and take that risk, assuming that SK are just on Drake. He thought that was his time to get a bit of vision, know what's coming. They don't want to give the angle for a fast Baron take. But to be fair to GX, whenever you have a Zier and he's got a Nashers, you can also try to run down this Baron. But they are not in a great position. Just now clearing out the vision. SK resetting on the map first.
Yeah, and Genex should have that Zonya's Hourglass now complete. I think that's why they were giving him some of the Raptors and the red buff kill too. So should just be finished. There it is. And then he can go back out onto the map and make sure that he's in a position to contest GX. And that was kind of your big vulnerability was, sure he had flash, but if there was Isma being able to jump in on top of him, you kind of need that Zonya's Hourglass to keep yourself safe. But now Jun not having flash and you've got that safety net, it makes it much more difficult for Giant X to get onto the main carry for this SK roster.
Definitely is tricky. Of course, when it comes to this objective setup, pushing the side lane's crucial. And we get into this turn-based game of League of Legends. How many games have we talked about it? Baron setup, you push, you clear their vision. When you're in a commanding position, maybe you start it. Maybe you're just going for a TP, maybe you want to finish it, but you kind of just dare the enemy team to walk into you.
I was about to say, though, this was a pretty good ward, so nice job there by SK to spot it out, because oftentimes you end up popping a pink ward down in the pit and saying that's the job done, but sneaky ward that Loopy ends up catching, so GX now completely blind as to what is happening. There is a ward, as you can see in the tri-brush, just in behind Baron Pit, but that's not enough information to give it all.
Loopy fishing for Lot there. SK knowing they have better setup. Isma now back on the map. 4 wards in the inventory of Jun. They can push in here, but they don't have mid prio. They've got bot prio. Someone on the side of SK would need to respond if they hadn't already started the objective. Blue trinket there, but I don't think they can get in fast enough. Isma trying to dash into the pen. He's not going to be able to flash, but he might be able to find a quick kill onto Loopy. Loopy now turning the fight, and he's still alive. Walking that one out, no, with a decent ultimate, but they already got what they came for. The Baron's already down now. GX need to kill everybody if they want to even this out. Reeker trying to buy space for Loopy. Loopy riding off into the sunset, getting the objective, will not get taken down. No waiting over the wall. Lot with some decent damage. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it's Jack. He's got no flash, no ulti, and no TP, but he desperately wants to get this tier 2 down. It's only a cannon, however, so there's not much of a play here.
No, he will not be able to. Oh, I wasn't sure if he wanted to tank. I was like, that's not the idea. Just waiting for the next one. But still, SK get away with this. That got a little dicey, and also I thought Loopy was considering the re-engage there once they spotted that Jack Hughes was on that mid wave. But still, chase SK out on that top side, and it's just way too late. Nobody wanted to face check into SK. They managed to get the kill onto the buy, and then Jackies tries to make the play, but he manages to get one. Kadui holds the flash and manages to get over the wall. And then as they chase out here, this is like, look at Loopy here. Loopy's considering going for the re-engage because he sees that Jackie's on the mid wave. It's a 3v4 that could have potentially been the re-engage, but they're happy to just step out with the Baron. And now Loopy would have taken a step forward.
Quick lock up onto him. Jun maybe looking for a disengage. SK, what can they do with this Baron? Good news is, with the priority that they should have in mid lane and bot lane, Soul very likely to be secured by SK. 2.6k gold lead. Should be able to get some more standing gold if they want. They don't really have a wave bot lane, though. A lot of their players setting up for these picks, much more focused on setting up for control around Drake than they are pushing in these side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, it's 55 seconds until Dragon, potential Soul, they're happy enough to just keep these waves pushed in. As long as you can deny access to the bot side jungle, Giant X are in a bit of a disastrous position. As SK now go forward.
Ulti onto Jun, not an ideal target. Immediate retreat comes out from the side of GX. They have a man advantage here. Lot hovering, ready to cover. Has ulti ready to go. But SK are playing on 2 lanes. They're not grouping as 5.
But they're also denying the quick access here, so you have to continuously move around this way as Giant X, whereas you've got the very quick route as SK to get through the jungle. So they're just playing off of that fact that they can quickly rotate between these 2 towers. And Giant X now committing multiple members to the bottom side as they spot Isma in rotation as well.
Ulti goes in from Gen X to start things off. Jun taxis forward, gets a decent Q down, but now the re-engage coming in from Loopy. Eyes on Noah, where's that ulti gonna go? Lot wants to follow up as well. Decent damage on, but they don't have any of the CC. Mistimed. GX on different pages, and now it's Rika on the side, debating if he can go in. Bukata might drop, however. Stolen Rumble ulti to poke a little bit. Shut down to the side of Jackie's. Well, it started a bit awkwardly for GX. They are wasting time. They give up 2. They're not going to lose much on the bottom lane. Drake.
It's the jungler that goes down, so now this becomes a little bit more dicey for SK if they want to go for it. But Jackie's the only real ultimate available for a potential fight, so Soul will still be taken by SK. They're happy, Sans jungler, to just continue going for that.
That's Cloud Soul.
Yeah. And it's an awkward one for Giant X, because you can see they had to TP Lot down to that bottom side to try and make the fight happen, but the engage was so far away from the rest of the squad, they just don't get to follow up. You'll see it as it comes through here. So as they go in, it's Jun and Isma that get caught up by Loopy. Isma manages to get the ult onto Katui, but Noah is incredibly far away. Loss has only just arrived, so the ultimate isn't really in position to do the ultimate things, and Jackie's now is barely able to kill Bukata with the Leandri's burn. But it's a bit of a consolation prize. You lost 2 and you lost the Stole.
And you can see that GX just were not on the same page in that play. The strength of their composition, as we mentioned before, it's this shotgun. It's all these ultis coming together, but it's discordant. They're just not, they're not singing the same song here, Dagda. And it's combined with the gold deficit, combined with the soul now, it's only going to get harder. Because, look, Cloud is strong, but when your comp has an immobile 80 carry top laner against a Rumble, it's double strong. Isma now might be the one in trouble, is forced to flash the Q, the stolen Vi ultimate falling up, and he's going to die again. Devastating. Jun going to be locked up as well, forced to use the ulti. Push coming in the top lane, and GX getting choked out of the game now. Baron's not even there, but 2 minutes out, and SK full pressure here. Man advantage as well. It's just going to be the equalizer to clear the wave as Gen X tries to get a few cheeky autos in onto the tower.
Yeah, you don't really have the waves now for SK because mid was cleared out and top is still a little bit away. So Giant X can kind of fall back towards mid to cover and then rotate up as this top wave collects as well. So should be able to hold on long enough for Isma to come back, but they're going to have to very quickly take on a fight against SK as here comes the wave.
And I'm going to level with you. Oh, hold on. Ulti, nice little sliding and gliding there. Tier 2 is going to go down. This build from Gen X is obnoxious as hell.
Yep.
Like, what the heck? Like, was Kaisa not enough? Did we need more than one 80 carry that could build Zhonya's in the game League of Legends? That was enough, and now we're going for full MR itemization?
Yeah, I mean, this guy is just never going to die, right? And it's, to be fair, it's like Jackie's and Lot are the people that are doing the most damage in this sort of position. So he's just going to be completely tanky. And if anyone actually tries to dive on the backline, he's got the Zhonya's too. Like, this is just an insanely strong build at the moment.
Yeah, and the extended fight, too, can still just do so much damage. Even a little bit of AP goes a long way with the Blight stacks. Isma may have caught Loopy. Solid combo and a quick pick. Lost in the sauce talking about builds, but it's GX who found an angle. SK 4v5, but they have mid push. Playing for poke here. Tower set up to block the escape.
The thing is that pick happens and it's still 10 seconds to Baron. So Giant X now are kind of in this weird position where they need to cover the mid push, but don't really have an objective to bait SK in. Is just about to spawn Loopy up in 15 seconds. So Giant X clear this wave and then should immediately fall back into this river area.
And there's not really another wave. In top lane, maybe. SK, it's too hard to approach. They don't really want to use Gen X's TP, but it's something that might have to be respected. Isma waiting over the wall with Hibikata, but meanwhile, Rika 1v1 against Jackie's, using the Alistar ultimate, buying a bit more time. Jackie's still chasing, though. That's a risky call. Flashing back behind the tower. Unbreakable Will about to fade, and Rika so damn fast with that Cloud Soul. But now he's the odd man out. Equalizer from the sky. Rika flashing over the wall. Chaos, but SK again getting mid-prio. Jun now the one who's caught out. He's got no follow-up. No one else in the team is here. Unbreakable Will is there, but that's a damn breakable cow as Gen X is taking them out on a walkabout. And I think in the meantime, SK might just go for the Baron.
Rika's just off on his own solo mission.
He's so fast!
I mean, this is a scenic route of all scenic routes. He might look for Jackie's. He can get Noah away, though. Can he get out?
For Noah.
He needed to get the heat off.
He needed the W. Can he? No, lost there. Okay, there's no way. Come on. He's dead. Sidestep. Dodges one. Dashes in. No, he's gone. No! Wait, okay, come. Bro. That was unnecessary. He could have held that Zhonya's.
What do you mean? That was the most necessary Zhonya's for stall points I've ever seen. That man on this little walkabout just guaranteed his team Baron. You know?
He was juking.
Yeah.
Credit to him. Dodging. Well played by Rika. Making the most of a bad situation. Knew he was going to die. GX wanted that kill. Did not trust their ability to get priority on the objective. I think the second Jun was down, that was the right call. So SK, it's another Baron and a Soul, and the lead's only getting bigger.
Yeah, especially in that fight, it was the fact that Reeker just immediately turned on towards Jackie's, took out such a large portion of the regular DPS that Giant X need in the fight, so made things a little bit easier for SK. Also just meant that Jun was completely caught off center. But now, towards the team fight, Reeker, no TP just yet, and he's not up and available.
Small window for GX, you're right. Reeker not here, no TP. Jackie's did trade flash for flash, but Gen X can't come back. It's still a minute till Elder, crucially. So GX, even if they find a kill, there won't be much for them to get.
Yeah, it feels more like they just want to try and go for the vision play, but you've got like still wards in behind them.
Yeah.
So, like, you can kind of play the guessing game as SK. They haven't walked back into their own jungle, and they went into our jungle. Guess where they are?
I mean, both teams committed to grouping 5v5. GX know it's the best way to play their comp, and I think for SK, they know that they're stronger. Side lane's probably not an option with how powerful a lot of these picks are. Noah continuing to poke. Gen X does not do damage with Qs. Jun tanking the ulti from the Sejuani, not a bad start. Pushback is huge though. Jackie's not quite able to get his ult off. Meanwhile, in the meantime, Reeker catching out Noah. Noah now retreating, but into SK territory. Excellent fall from the Sejuani. Pushback coming through. SK just dominating in the fight.
They rinse Giant X, and just like that, Dracos, you might have to eat your words. SK coming alive in the team fights, and
classic
now
caster
they're
curse.
going to start working their way down mid.
Okay, round 2. No, observers, this is the game. Oh, he TP'd out. No, he did not TP out.
No, he's a jungler.
He's a jungler.
He's dead.
He's dead. They're fist fighting? They're fist fighting. Yes, give me my picture-in-picture. The game is ending, but it does not matter. Can Isma do it better? No, the Silas is too strong. All right, that was short-lived. SK back to finishing the game. Weathered an early storm, even with GX getting a lead. SK pulled ahead, fought better in the fights, found more picks, out-executed in the mid-game, and found themselves a win. Game 1 in this series going to SK. Creative use of that Varus, damn well paying off.
The team fighting from SK was amazing as he started to move in. Like Gen X, great uses of the ultimate. Reeker, I think, did a fantastic job in setting up a lot of those fights as well with 100%. The Azir ult, or even just playing frontline with Jun's Alistar ultimate stolen away. So, I mean, again, individual performers on SK stepping up huge.
It definitely looked good, but it seems like Ginny's standing by with a very victorious top laner who's ruining solo queue with that build. Gen X, let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you, guys. All right, Gen X, I just want to jump straight into it. You're picking Varus against the Rumble without giving away too much. We've seen it yesterday. We're seeing it today. What's the philosophy behind it?
I mean, I think it's just a very good matchup for Varus, and we've seen Mervyn do it. I also did before in the past. He did before in the past, and now with lane swaps kind of being gone, I think it's coming back.
All right, you're starting off hot. What are you going to do to keep the momentum going and make sure you can close this out?
I think we just have to stay focused on what we did good. We also did bad things last game, but I think we did a lot of good things, and we just have to keep playing the way we did, and I think we're going to close it out.
Okay, I love the confidence. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with the second game of the series.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is mad, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm look on Silas. I look on Silas.
I'm coming.
Look at Silas. Look at Silas.
Kill Silas. I'm coming. I'm pissed.
Silas. Keep hitting Silas.
Yeah. Nice mercy.
He might go on me. Nice, very good, guys. Very good.
Play with Varus. Nice.
I want chase.
Yeah.
Me too. MF is strong. I win.
Hey, Sams.
Nice. Really good. No flash rumble.
But you can use TP.
Oh, you can keep TP for next game as well. So it can be useful.
Welcome back to the LEC as SK takes the first game here against GX. Guys, what have we learned from both teams here in this series?
What have we learned? Varus is a little bit of a meta breaker here. It breaks the Rumble monotony that we've always been seeing, with Rumble always being a first pick. But I also feel like GX kind of dropped the ball a little bit by, I think, overcooking a little bit and going for a little bit more than they need to. I felt like there was just too much going on with Azir, Rumble, MF. Too much wombo for the fact that you just have Azir.
But I don't think it was enough to the fact where they couldn't have fixed some of those issues with gameplay. Like, I still think we saw good sides from GX, that they had some good responses, some good map movements. But then I think on an individual level as well, I think they faltered a little bit, I'm not going to lie.
Looking at the early game especially and how it played out, I feel like it's been a game of both teams overextending to the point one has to seize the opportunity and punish the other one.
And we see it now with SK. GX just going a little bit further than they need to. Isma just failing the flash here, but this enables Rikar to pretty much get unleashed for the rest of the game, and then we just see him.
Yeah, but they should have the information here that, hey, Rikar is moving from mid lane, Jackie's has pinged it. And they just keep going again and again. And I think it's a big miss from GX not tempering their aggression.
Exactly.
Having a dive, good idea, but this overextension, no.
And this is a matchup that Rikar really needs to get ahead. And we even saw it through the laning phase. I feel like he was starting to get ahead of Jackie's. And then with this, he's completely unleashed on the map. And then this is exactly what Silas wants to do. Azir wants to keep him in check, wants to keep him stable in lane, but now the Silas is just unleashed.
Yeah.
We had a lot of criticism for Rikar at the beginning of the year. I really feel like he played the game exactly how he should here, honestly.
I mean, there was still some map movements. Okay, so that map move we just saw, great. And then they tried to do it again when they maybe shouldn't do it, and he dropped a few waves. I still think there's improvement left. Sure, there's good mechanics, and I think we saw that a bit in this game, but to say it was just exactly as it should have been played, I think that's still a bit.
Well, regardless, given how the expectation we had of Rikar before, because we saw him before in LEC a couple of years ago and he faltered then, and now even in winter I felt like his performance wasn't really the best, but now I feel like he's slowly finding himself, even though, yeah, as you said, he's maybe been over-rotating a little bit with his map movements and stuff. I prefer this version of Rikar. He's aggressive in lane, he's enabling his teammates to do a lot, and now finally we see more and more cohesion from SK.
What has been the decisive factor from SK in the way they played? We're going to talk about the Varus later.
Well, I think it really did come down to that, was it the third Drake or something like that? I feel like it just comes down to team fighting. It felt like throughout this entire game, it could go either way, and it wouldn't really come down to their macro movements, rotation, anything. I think all we cared about was really how did they set themselves up for the team fights, and then who was going to come out ahead. And we were going to talk about this Varus later. I mean, this is at a later stage as well, but he's certainly puffing up right now. So 2 versus 4. 280 carries, and the Varus just able to clean up this damage is quite disgusting.
And they were saying it in comms, stick to the Varus, follow Varus damage and follow Varus engages here.
It was really quite ridiculous because I didn't really feel like this Varus was so unleashed this game, looking at the build and everything that he was going through. I felt like his damage output was going to be a little bit lower, but even in these fights, there's been 2v3s, 3v4s that Varus just with the amount of base damages that he's been having. And
if you liked yesterday, we got a treat for you.
That is nightmare fuel for Finn. That's the only thing I can think about.
That's nightmare fuel for any top laner. Varus top, are you kidding me?
Yeah, actually, how much do you hate or like this, especially given you're a Rumble player?
Oh, this is my nightmare. I hate this because I was always like, okay, I'm going to pick Rumble, I'm going to be having a great time, my champion is OP, and then now Freakazoid Godzilla comes here, Varus, you know, completely just wipes the matchup. And honestly, with this Photoshop, I feel like we're going to need to keep adding people because it does seem like this is a champion with lane swaps being gone. It starts taking over and destroys this sort of stable, first pick, worthy champion that is Rumble.
I do like the creativity though, right? We brought out a creativity talk yesterday in PGL, and I think we saw a lot of Rumble first picks, and then teams then recognizing the fact that, hey, Varus would be super solid after all the reason you mentioned with lane swap, and then also what we've just seen now. From lane, and then it transition into mid-game around these team fights, it is just super...
No, go ahead. I mean, you're talking, we're showing this beautiful drawing of you.
It is just super strong. It's super strong. That's what I'm trying to say.
And that's what I'm wondering, actually, thinking about Varus, the fact that right now Rumble is the 4th most banned champion and the champion who found the biggest success on the top lane. Do you think it's going to change the way Rumble can be prioritized if you can find ways to activate this Varus the way these two gentlemen showed it?
I still think that it's going to still remain the sort of Rumble priority in the sense where you're going to pick Rumble now. It's not going to be a winning lane. You're just going to treat it as a stable, good blind pick, like how everyone was picking Asante before. You wouldn't really pick Asante just to win lane, but Rumble had this extra oomph to him that he would always be winning lane. Now I think of Varus that he's the main neutralizer for Rumble, but still, if your team comp is good, if you have all the tools, Rumble does unleash a lot of potential later on in the game. It's just you're not going to be accelerated as you normally are, but you can still be going even with this Varus pick.
Yeah, and even to go back to your point around the draft, Odo, if there had been better follow-up CC, like a Nautilus, with a Vi, with a Rumble, when DR, you have these super immobile champions, and the backlines are squishy, you have backline dive, like you can shut strategies like this down, but it's one of those adaptations, right? First pick Rumble, okay, red side team adapts with Varus their first pick, then blue side, how do we then build the rest of the draft? Well, we can choose to just build around that as well and then try and shut it down.
Exactly, because the Varus as well, even though early mid-game is quite easy to play, you're going into late game, you're going to be building tanky, but it's just fake. You still don't have mobility. Every time your summoners are down, with the amount of engage that the Rumble team should be having, it should be quite easy to shut you down. But now, at least for the beginning of the cycle of this cycle of Varus being played more and more, he's taking over games just because teams are uncomfortable playing against it and they don't really know how to play against it and shut it down.
So this champion is off the table, so is Rumble. So what I'm hearing is that something was missing in GX's draft structure here. Something they should add, maybe more engaged looking at game 2, still playing blue side here.
I wouldn't really say that they need more engage. I think they just need to pick a style, because when you have MF Rumble, you already go for the wombo, then the Azir comes in and he's like, well, I kind of want people to just sit in front of me and keep everything static. I don't really think that you need to cook a lot more there.
Yeah, let's see if they can make it happen. So far, SK leads this series. Do you think GX can make it happen, casters?
I think so.
Thank you, Odo. Thank you. You're both casters in my heart.
Yeah.
Aww. All of you, I guess I should say. Lore, you too.
Stay the hell away from my job.
Stay out of here. Yeah. Hey, this is our town. Yeah, I think GX could come back. Look, I think that was an uncharacteristically disorganized performance from GX. Well, they've definitely had games where they haven't looked like they're on the same page. It's never been with a comp that has such clear paths of execution, right? It wasn't about just dominating side lane. It was just about getting that combo together. And, you know, when they did in that one fight, it didn't quite work out. And the rest of the game, they just couldn't find it. So we'll see what the adaptation is. As the desk highlighted, both the Rumble and the Varus gone. More tank junglers taken away, which means we're getting some interesting junglers this game. Or...
yeah, interesting junglers like Zyra and, you know?
Say Nidalee, come on.
I mean, potentially. He is a Nidalee player and has brought out things like the Nocturne already. So maybe it'll happen, but I do think it's going to be like falling back towards, hey, let's go Zyra. And then with Yone potentially left open here, maybe we can go for the early Yone pick with that Zyra, you know? There's a few.
First pick Ezreal? Question mark? I mean, this has been Ezreal's been banned against Kadui ever since he played that one game against Fnatic where he absolutely popped off. So it's either first pick or GX have let it slide through.
If I'm SK, I was gonna say I don't ban either Yone, Ezreal, or the Zyra, because now you basically say, hey, what are you gonna take? Because we can take, if you take Ezreal, we take Zyra, Yone, and if you don't, then we could just go back to like Lily or something. But I think you're in a fight spot here as SK. Like you'd get Reeker back onto the Yone, which he looked good on, and had a strong performance in the last game, so enable him. And then Bukada can just end up taking the AP jungler. I mean, he has Lilia if he wants to go back towards it as well. So I think you're good.
I have to feel like GX have answers ready for this Yone, knowing that it's coming. Because to first pick the Ezreal against Kadui makes a lot of sense, given his comfort on the pick. But against a lot of other teams, it would be crazy to give up this Yone for an Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing I can think of is that you take the Gwen immediately here for lot on that top side, and then you go for the Tristan in the mid lane and just kind of bully out the Yone in the early stages. But we've kind of seen it hasn't worked out to magnificent success. But that's kind of the extent that I can see the angle for. And then you can try and say, hey, look, well, either you end up taking that AP jungler. Okay, no, I was gonna say take the AP jungler for Bukada on the next, or Bukada, sorry, on the next one, or it just doesn't work out.
All right, Pantheon locked in. If the Leona gets locked in as well, we'll assume this is just going straight into jungle. Obviously a champion that can be really aggressive early on. Super Telegraph CC, though, makes it still pretty hard to gank something like the Yone, but Kai'Sa, low range early game, maybe an avenue of attack. I like this more for Isma. Vi really just did not work out last game. Pantheon, pretty powerful, pretty independent character, can be more active on the map with the semi-global pressure from the ulti.
All right, what's the game plan here? Because you don't actually need to go with the AP threat fully now that you have Kai'Sa, because she can always index into it. So, okay, gonna go with Rakan. Make sure that they're comfortable in that bottom side first. And decent matchups there where Rakan will just scale so well into the later portion of the game. And you still got that 1v1 threat from the Kai'Sa onto the Ezreal. No real answer for the Oni here, and now you get to ban away some of the things he can struggle with in that mid lane. So I think thus far, SK, honestly, in the better draft position at the moment.
Not too bad. The thing I will say I really love about this composition is all characters want to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Which I think, again, that simplicity in comp always is going to feel good when you get in a game, because anyone pushes ult, everybody pushes ult. It all can kind of come together. You've got an AD carry who can easily follow, although we know Kai'Sa can suffer earlier on in the game against Ezreal. As you get later in the game, she becomes a pretty big powerhouse. Expect to see a cleanse coming through, but it's the Lilia banned out.
Yeah, I imagine the Zyra is going to be next, right? And then you just try and go for it. But I think you're trying to eye up something that can still facilitate with the dive, is my thought. And because, oh, okay, Gragas was not what I expected, because I was about to say, like, the ones in my head are Zyra and maybe even the Brand. The Brand kind of fallen off quite a bit in those AP jungler pools, but you want Bukadon, something that can enable that. Like, Nocturne is the one that springs to mind, even though he's not AP. And then because Gwen wasn't banned, okay, there he is, yeah. And then you can still take the Gwen for Gen X in the top lane, unless Lost tries to take it away here.
What if no one did magic damage? What if we all just hand shook and only did physical damage?
Yeah, we just let the AD carries be that sole little bit of AP damage, and that's it.
Well, I mean, that applies to Kai'Sa. I don't know if I don't think Ezreal's going to hit enough with the magic
Look,
damage.
there's an AP build. You can go for it. Yeah.
It does feel good.
Hey, and I did emphasize the word small, like little amount of AP damage.
All right, Ahri now locked in as well. Not the flashiest option into the Yone, but definitely a pretty stable champion.
Oh, this is the biggest Gwen angle for Gen X I've seen. Like, you've already got great dive potential with everyone else on the team, and then Gwen can just kind of play through them with even being able to assist in that backline dive thanks to the needlework. It's a good matchup into the Gnar as well. You want that AP damage. Yeah, this just feels like such an easy pickup for Gen X in this position.
Should be cozy comfy. Look, GX.
Or there is also a world where you flex Yone top and you go the Orianna mid, and then you get the Nocturne Orianna.
Or the Vladimir, which now appears to be Gen X's favorite answer. And that's enough magic damage to balance out the composition. Also, that percent damage buff from the ulti does not care about what type of damage is being dealt. So we have crazy, insane dive comp for the 4 bottom half of the map characters, and then a Vladimir, who can also dive pretty good as we get later. Yeah, just runs out. On the opposite side, much more standard from the side of GX. Strong in terms of the Ezreal safe carry, a lot of pick potential. Pantheon Ahri, terrifying jungle mid duo.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like for Giant X's comp, you need to get the ball rolling early. Like, you have insanely strong mid jungle, great Leona presence as well that can roam towards that mid and support that, but after 2 items, you just start to fall off a cliff in comparison to the SK scaling. So if this game starts to go very long, I much favor what SK are bringing to the table, but if Giant X can really take over in these early stages, they can just snowball out of control.
Will they find the angle? Question in our minds, the coach's fist bump on stage. SK, we're going to keep this ball rolling. Power of that flex pick in game 1 doing so much work. Gen X really popping off. For context,
it's not over yet.
The sign said, if GX win, will you marry me? Just play Kindred. One without the other. Look, guys, I'm a big fan.
I traded 1 ring for a soul ring. You know what? It works.
I mean, there's still a 1 ring in Magic, but if you play it, you're probably a bad person. Such is life.
Doesn't Asterix have it in his deck?
No.
Is that in a Saruman deck?
No, there's no one.
Or maybe I'm thinking of Midgeman.
It's like a $150 card. There's no way. It's probably cheaper now, but there's just no way. Man, actually, that would be the most Jake thing I've ever heard. He just randomly has like the most powerful
and everything else in the deck is like 20-cent cards.
Yeah, 20-cent random stuff he got from a friend who told him it was good. But here we are. A lot of Conquer on the top side of the map. Early game, I think similar to last game, important, but I'm a little bit worried about Bukata, to be honest. I see in the 1v1, Nocturne can be pretty cozy, right? Has the spell shield to block that stun, looks pretty good to me. But Pantheon can just dominate an early game if he finds any early gank. And Isma, after last game where he kind of had to wait till level 6 to be unleashed and fumbled the first play, I think this is a chance for him to really turn this series around.
Yeah, he does need the support of his team though. Like, this is where you want desperately to see that mid-jungle duo pop off. You already said, look, they've got the tools to do it. I just want to see them try and get that, at least from level 4 or 5, where you can just try and look for these plays, especially if Reeker is overextended. And this is where the changes to Yone are going to make a very big difference. The fact he is still CC'd, even after he goes back with the Soul Unbound, should make things much easier for Giant X to play around that lane.
Will make things better. Can be tricky, though, depending on the range, but we'll see if Reeker can keep up the aggressive level of play that we saw in the previous game. Maybe get some early prio here. Jackie's a bit more tools to fight. Unlike the Azir, he doesn't have to quite be on the back foot the entire time. And now just a race through the jungle for the first few levels.
Nice ward to spot out Bukata, though, so I want to see what Isma tries to do to adjust here. And does he actually try and go for it? Yeah, he's pinging onto the top side invade, so it looks like he wants to try and catch Bukata in these early stages. And sure, you will have that spell shield, but oftentimes as a Nocturne, you end up taking a level 4 instead of level 3 just for the clear. But trade boss
Loopy. Not quite respecting the level 2 from the side of GX. Noah and Jun looking a lot more confident in this 2v2 matchup. And remember, in the previous game, they did get an early MF to try and counter out the Varus to have a stronger 2v2, and ultimately it wasn't the Varus they were playing against this time around. Getting a few more powerful early champions.
This is where, though, for Giant X, like, they were able to get the early lead in the last game, and it was kind of when it got to those team fights, it was the coordination and trying to set up for a lot of these plays that had it fall apart. So I am waiting to see that come to fruition, because you are much more poke orientated, pick orientated, I should say, with this style of composition, rather than going for the big team fights. But you still need to set up on objectives first, be able to play through, you know, the Pantheon ultimate, the Ari charm, and make those plays happen. Isma now trying to move into this bottom side, but I think the wave's a bit too far pushed in. No, just going for the dive.
Only level 2.
Heal was used by Loopy early as well.
Has the Gleaming Quill for a bit more sustain, as well as the Guardian, who's going to start things off with the aggro. Jun is the answer. Aftershock proc. Loopy not quite able to connect on the knockup. Jun now flashing out. Can they find the dive? Kadui still living. GX can't get the dive, but can they look for the redive? Oh. No. Noah's too low. Jun's too low. They get both sums out of Kadui, but they lose barrier. They lose flash from Isma from Jun.
This Gleaming Quill auto kills Noah. He needs to be careful.
Gleaming Quill. Supportal combat. Loopy. I think you keep going. He will keep going.
This is the most aggressive you can feel as a Rakan. Chasing Pantheon out. Every solo queue support player is cheering Loopy on in this moment.
And I think we've all learned a very important lesson today, which is don't dive the SK bottom lane, I guess. Because that was an awful deal. They're just losing 2 waves right now.
Yeah. Let alone the summoners that Noah had to burn as well. To like, he's down his barrier.
He's got
You're down Isma's flash.
But...
It's like, yeah.
And look, Kadui did lose some CS in the context of the dive as they did push the wave in, but that should have been so much more influential. They should have at least been able to force the recall, but they just took so much damage they could not stick around.
I mean, he's a full level behind now. You can see it there. Like, Noah will get to push in this wave, but Kadui going to be able to pick up the wave as it crashes underneath the tower, so it's a complete mess. And honestly, it was Giant X not really setting themselves up in the easiest of ways, right? You saw Isma go for the immediate engage, but Loopy with a good shield immediately as they went underneath the tower. Noah not in a position to really deal the damage that he need to, because Loopy, as you shield, positions himself behind Kadui. So the whole thing just started to fall apart from the get-go. So nicely done by SK to keep themselves alive, but also a bit of a misstep and an overstep from Giant X.
Definitely was. And I think big for the side of SK that they can weather the storm of Noah and Jun, who, as we heard from the Antonio earlier, have been the most consistent part of this team. Jackie's now, or Lot perhaps, need to be the difference maker. Can they find any sort of edge in the 1v1 matchups? Top lane already looking a little bit rough for Lot, and it doesn't get easier the later you go against this Vladimir. Once you get Wit's End, maybe you can run him down in mini, but again, Vladimir in a team fight, always a terrifying prospect. Emo play coming out.
Yeah, it's also the level 9 for Vladimir that everyone loves to talk about because he just gets access to his full healing capabilities, and that damage is absolutely absurd. And for Gnar, he's always been a champion that has done well into melee matchups because he's able to punish with this slight bit of range advantage that he has. But as soon as you're able to match even somewhat that range, suddenly the fact that you are actually quite short-ranged for a ranged carry makes it a little bit of a different story. So you're able to punish relatively well as Gen X, keep him off the wave as Rieker.
Oh, that was a minion!
I mean,
Rieker did ult out anyway.
But I was going to say, like, you're burning flash there as Jackie's, but Rieker had that ult the whole time, and that was always going to go through charm or not, so I don't really think you had the pressure there, hoping to maybe burn the flash for a potential play from Isma mid, but I think it was always a reach.
Yeah, I mean, game 1, there were some insane reaction moments, and there were some pretty lackluster ones, right? Like, Jackie's had that incredible flash to get away from Rieker on the bot side play, and then he had like a fight where he had flash and didn't use it. And both players clearly willing to limit Tess here to try to find those advantages, but for Jackie's, not only was it a little bit too reliant on Rieker not immediately casting the ult, but he just didn't get the character hitbox past the minion. So the charm just connecting. Oof. That's not the kind of highlight you're looking to make when you set foot on this stage.
Yeah, especially as we said, like, we wanted to see Isma and Jackie's working together. But now Isma burned his flash bot. It's about to come back up off cooldown, but Jackie's doesn't have his in mid, and Rieker will still have his up and available. So even if you try and go for an ult charm from Jackie's to set up for Isma, it feels like he's still got options to get away from it. And the clock is ticking. You're starting to move into moments where, hey, you know, a Dragon's about to go for second spawn. Same when you look towards Grub. So these are where you're getting less opportunities to try and play through that lane state, and it will come down more to these team coordinated plays.
Yeah. And while I think that scaling is always a nuanced discussion, right? We know Vladimir's a late game terror. Ahri really isn't. And while Yone, you know, can have late game moments, I think against an Ahri, it's much more comparable than against something like an Azir, etc. And for Kai'Sa, we know why people pick this matchup, right? The later you go, the harder it is for Noah, for any Ezreal, to survive this Kai'Sa in a fight. For now, pre-1 item, yeah, he's going to be fine. Should be able to get mid-prio, but it's only going to get more difficult as the game goes on.
Yeah, and you will do a lot of damage as Noah. It's more the other parts of the equation that I am nervous for. Even with the Robo build, we're starting to see it come through from Jackie's. It's a Yone. You're just not on the comparable level when it comes to the team fight capability. And it's even for Giant X, it's you don't really want to play team fights. This is a composition. Sure, you have the chance, right? Lot can be good. Oh, there we go.
Nice. Able to clip the edge of the ult. Rieker goes back, but gets taken down. Excellent engage, that's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Jungle mid coordination, catching the ulti so that it connects and stops the full range dash, and the end results in that kill.
And Rieker didn't burn that flash. It was Jackie's just being able to get that ult charm off to set up then for Isma's play. So really nicely done. I thought it would be too difficult, but Rieker just not able to get that flash off in time.
So crucial that they find that kill quickly, because again, if they fumble some of those cooldowns, Nocturne can be there in a matter of seconds. Can punish both junglers with that semi-global. See where this first ult goes for Bukata? Like, in theory, that's where you want to make the most impact as the Nocturne. But Isma finding that kill starts to set things a lot better in the direction of GX, although quick Gnar ulti there. Bukata on the way in. Hemo Plague. I don't think there's a play. Got a right not to just immediately ult.
So Giant X, I think, need to now start looking for repeat plays off of this. I know you still have the flash there for Rieker, but still trying to move into position where you can use the pressure now that Jackie's has in mid to establish vision on bot side. Start to look for dragons in a little bit of time. Void Grubs are up, but I don't know if you fully want to try and commit for that. Like, I still think the pick and playing around vision is a little bit more important. Even 6 Void Grubs. Do SK fully get to utilize that in the long run? I don't think so. Maybe Lot versus Gen X, but I don't think it's the end of the world.
Not too bad. I think giving away 6 to the Yone is always a little bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I think Jackie's can just clear out the wave, though.
Sure.
Yeah.
But if you leave him unattended for a second, it is rough. And the safety of the Soul Unbound, it's not quite the Rise rework where he could just immediately ult out of any problem forever with the Zhonya's interaction, but it's pretty close. However, we'll see how this mid game plays out. For now, only 10 minutes in, objective to objective, gold lead essentially dead even. Really the two plays that have happened, both effectively initiated by the side of GX. One a bit of a fumble, the one in mid paying off quite nicely.
Yeah, okay, so GX managing to swap basically Noah and Jun early to the mid lane means that they are in a position now to move over towards this. SK can't really contest because they're only shifting both Kadui and Loopy in towards mid lane now, so the wave has already crashed, and Jackie's having pushed on that top side. So they managed to set up the map nicely to be able to go for this. I'm looking at where Bukata wants to go because Dragon is in 20 seconds, but oh, okay, they're going to reset Lot on the bottom lane, TP immediately with Jackie's. I wasn't sure if they wanted to go for the dive, but with Jackie's having ultimate, it makes that dive potential way more difficult to enact.
Definitely does. Spots Loopy, does not spot Bukata, crucially, but he does walk in the vision before it's cleared. So GX know, not in a commanding position on the bot side. They know they have less players available. Lot already moving up top side, no rage stack, but does have a TP ready to go if they do want to try and contest this.
SK gave up mid-prio though to try and make that play on bot side. Now you can see Kadui going to be forced back. I thought Jun would actually just show to keep Kadui off the wave, but trying to keep pressure on towards Loopy here.
Doesn't ult the wave either, I guess. Wants to save it for a potential fight.
Isma's on a ward.
Caught out. Jun now going in. Bukata turning off the lights. Where's the follow-up going to go? Loopy, nice initial knock-up. Now the retreat coming in. Isma on the way, but it's a three-man ult going in from Reeker and GenX right on top. Nice combo to kick things off. A Hemo play taking down Jun. He's able to find a doctor in time. Lot now running. SK, good retreat, holding on to their health. But the Dragon's not down. The objective's not down. So far, it's just one kill in favor. Jackie's not quite able to connect on the flash charm.
They're waiting for Reeker. SK just trying to buy time. He's got the TP to come back in.
But he can't. He shouldn't go in. But he's just out of range. Isma doesn't want to jump in with the stun. Knows that he needs to save it to protect Noah. GX forced back. It takes some time, but that initial kill over to SK pays off. Bukata gonna grab this Drake. Loopy, just be careful.
SK's team fighting coming out clutch again. Bukata has started up this Dragon, but the TP from Reeker went immediately to the top side, so they're looking for the last few plates as that's about to tick over as well. So team fight, Dragon, plates, and a wave advantage there. Like, that was a pretty sizable shift in gold there for SK.
Yeah, damn good. The extended fight, while they weren't able to find those kills, still getting a ton of gold.
And we see it here in the replay. So SK moving into Dragon area, they don't really force Kadui off the mid wave, and as this engage comes through, you get the Pantheon ult, but it's on towards Loopy, who's able to dash away. The front line gets completely knocked up by Reeker here as well for Giant X, and Gen X then huge Hemo playing across 4 members of the team. Sets himself up nicely to finish off one of them, a back Cosmic Drive and a finish for him. And it was just the target selection and Isma not being able to get into the back line with that ultimate really just set up SK for success.
And in that sense, the Nocturne kind of a nice pick. Disrupting would have already been pretty disorderly moments from the side of GX. Q3 going to hit onto Jack. He's there backing off. And I'll just say that Pantheon ult from Isma a little bit awkward, right? It goes into the bush, which ends up hitting Loopy. But there was no one there until Loopy tried, and it's not. Maybe he called his shot. Maybe he's the greatest pool player of all time. But I think, you know, just going for the funnel, going where more people is, might have gotten them more out of that Pantheon ultimate.
But it was also a good call from SK. They retreated into that funnel, which meant that the Jackie's flank, way less worrying. Kadui was able to position himself behind the team, but now Jackie's has to ult away. But still, I think it's like decisions like that in team fights from SK helping in a last league where you just don't get to have full value as Noah isn't threatening onto Kadui, or even then Genax is stepping forward. He's got the Hemo or the pool as well to avoid a lot of that damage. So it's just your target selection becomes really difficult for GX in that position.
Yeah, definitely tough to navigate that fight. Genax, Dane, pool fading away. An extra 200 health shouldn't be enough. Quick kill, Wallop goes through. Nice shutdown, the side lane pick. Working out well for GX downside in the meantime. Reeker just continuing to push.
They will end up losing a wave on top side here again as Reeker should be able to get this tower, but 2 flashes invested for the kill. I like, it's nice to be able to get something back, but unless you get tower, it's not worth.
Bukata going in, it's the mini Gnar. Crucially, the stun does manage to connect, slowing down Bukata for a moment. Isma should just be able to retreat. Good that Lot's able to escape, but still costs him the flash.
Yeah, Luke's fine here, but I think that without that tower going down, it's not really worth for Giant X. You've got a Hextech Soul in 2:30. You've got 50 seconds until this Rift Tower. Like 2 big objectives that now both your jungle and support don't have flash available for. So without getting that bot lane tower, sure, the extra gold is nice, but no map pressure and no real big win for an upcoming fight.
Loopy already just walking forward to lay down deep vision. Anticipating the recalls here, that additional ward is going to feel good. Was spotted out by the side of GX, didn't quite wait long enough for it to be hidden by the wave. So likely Jackies will not walk forward, but this is the gambit, this is the trap that SK are trying to set up.
We're also got Jun moving in towards mid to try and answer for this play.
He spotted. Genex already pushing out top wave, does have TP, but no ulti. Instead, the counterplay coming in from the side of GX. Centered around the top side of the Rift, looking to grab that Herald.
Yeah, SK are just playing fully for scaling. They're like, we don't really care what objectives you guys take as Giant X. We're just going to play for sides, look to try and play around Reeker, get him into a position he's fine, play for these towers. And I mean, Giant X, if they can try and crack this mid lane tower with the Rift Herald, maybe they can get value in trying to use mid lane push to open up Isma to play for side lanes. But at the moment, they haven't really been able to put too much damage onto structures.
And you can see that Reeker just seems generally unconcerned about Jackies. Able to walk forward, push the wave, push the tower out. Jackies without perfect information. Doesn't want to stray too far forward. His ulti's now up, so he can play a bit more aggressive. And yeah, you're right, SK does mean giving up the feet. I think that's the biggest loss here, but hold that thought. Isma, Jun going in. Lockup is there. Bukata holding onto the ult, maybe just hoping for a disengage as there is a TP behind. Kadui with the flash and the cleanse available. Will ult out using the cleanse as well, but holds onto the flash. Crucially, GX again fishing for these plays, but just coming up empty-handed.
Sick escape by Kadui. So uses the cleanse just as he ends up getting with the CC down, then uses the ultimate, even though he gets hit by the charm, to then step away and doesn't even have to burn the flash to try and get out of that. So nicely orchestrated by SK, and as you say, more tools invested with Jackie's TP on Giant X's side to try and make that happen, but SK walk away.
And GX, an entire series of almost but not quite, but maybe, and again, the start, they hit the CC that they need to. Bukata, again, uses the ult, I think, to somewhat slow the play down. Hard for Noah to immediately follow up when he doesn't know where to throw the Qs, right? You kind of just have to blind guess. But for SK, Reeker is the one winning out. He's the one who's, every time these plays happen, I feel like he's the one on the side lane, getting another play, getting a bit more gold. And now it's SK with priority access to the Drake. They don't have Herald, but they don't seem too concerned. GX will use it top.
I really don't like this Herald usage. I think you could have just gone for this play regardless with the amount of people that have been committed by SK to that dragon. So you'll get the charge. I think you would have got this tower anyway. And the lack of a mid lane tower play from Giant X means it becomes so much more difficult to use this Pantheon, because Reeker can just constantly collect the wave in his own turret, and you just don't have any threat on the map now as Giant X.
Really big for any kind of composition that wants to go for picks to break open mid-tier 1, right? It just gives you so much passive vision control, makes it so much harder for anyone to walk up in that mid lane.
I think the only saving grace is that Kadui doesn't have the best of wave clear because he's a relatively short range AD carry, so maybe you can have a play where you push in top and then overload mid, but I still think with Loopy having the quickness available, and you're a lot of mid-lane champions on Giant X's side trying to go under that tower, it gets a bit difficult.
Gen X again caught here on side, stunned, but they can't quite layer the CC. He's holding onto that pool as long as possible. Big healing going in. Jack's gonna try to find the charm, but everything just whiffs.
And look
in the
at the
meantime,
tier 2.
there's a top lane tier 2 GX. Better luck next time. The story of this game so far is how many times are we gonna see the same lane? Every time it's Gen X or someone getting tricky to survive. Kadui in the mid lane, Gen X in the bot lane. And to be fair to GX, that play worked once before, but the CC just wasn't quite there. The initial stun that went on to Gen X, there wasn't a charm to follow. And at that point, they had to try to predict where he would exit the pool.
And now you're sitting at, hey, we're nearly at 2 items for Gen X. We're starting to have these second items coming in complete across the board for SK, and the gold lead just hasn't really spouted enough for Giant X to really write home about. At least Jackie's in this position might be able to get this bottom tier 1, which should then open up a bit more of the map for GX to try and play through. And yeah, doesn't want to actually take the audit. I wasn't sure if he was just willing to invest the ulti to guarantee himself the tower there, but now just gonna...
I mean, the thing is, you just don't know where Nocturne is, right? And that is always what makes it so hard, is if you're too aggressive, you're over-eager, it's so easy to find that punish, especially when it's Swifty's Cosmic Drive Vladimir. You're probably... 3 charges is a lot, but against the Nocturne and a very fast Vladimir, better safe than sorry.
I think at this stage, though, as Giant X, you have to start taking some risks, because this game is just going to continue to slip away. The scaling, again, such a crucial part of SK. At least now, you will get that.
Well, right now, they have top push, right? It is being caught. Lot has actually caught up and started to surpass Gen X in terms of gold. So he's been doing well on the side lane at the very least, even if Jackie's compared to Reeker is a little bit behind. So they have priority around bottom side, but Drake is still so far away, I don't think they could really go for an Otacon. And just the looming threat of a Kaisa and a Nocturne appearing in your face makes it so hard for GX to play on side.
Yeah, I agree. And that's, you can see now where they're trying to set Noah up on mid-wave so then they can establish vision, but that vision is immediately getting removed by SK as soon as Giant X back away. So not really in a position to threaten those sides, and as well, as a result, not able to threaten mid lane because you can't play from sides into mid, which is basically what GX want to do right now.
Yep. Reeker and Gen X on the pushback, get a bit of pressure, force some waves, so a window of opportunity now for SK to act. But both sides just squaring up for the 3v3, which again, this makes sense. Hoping to maybe catch someone out. There's a ton of pick potential on both sides, so a single member misstepping from either team could result in a quick kill. GX, though, keen to take vision control. Know that they have Ahri closer in the bottom side of the map, even though they can't see Gen X. They're not too concerned. But again, we are just trading waves right now and looking for setup and angles. I think the good news is for GX, this favors them. They have the Ezreal. Not always like the #1 poke champion to consider, but he's the one who just keeps chipping away at Loopy here. So the more that they play this back and forth game without resetting, although Loopy will reset now, the more favored GX would have been.
Yeah, I think it's just, I don't really know how you're supposed to break this as Giant X. Like, they're trying to use Jackie's as the side lane pressure, but SK happy to answer. And you don't really get the chance to overforce into this bottom side jungle to get the vision you want. Sure, you've got some, but everyone on SK is just getting to farm it up and take it easy. And if you ever try and go for this overload play with lots of TP, you lose a tier 2 because Reeker is just consistently pressuring there. So, and you've got a lot of escape tools on SK, so it's a bit of a dire straits here.
Yep. Money for nothing, tricks for free, is that what it is?
I know like one song from a racing game I played ages ago, and now I'm just going to nod my head as if
every time
I know everything about
Dire Straits, I don't know. Deficio was a big fan. He made me listen to like everything they ever made once when we were driving to work. But I didn't grow up with like a classic rock.
I love the idea of you get in the car, you just hear the door lock,
this
and
is
you're
what
like,
we're doing.
What?
That and country songs. He was obsessed with country. He thought it was funny. He thought it was a funny genre. Did not understand it. So, yeah, there you go. There's your Deficio backstory for the day.
I didn't know he was a beard truck kind of guy.
It's, yeah, I'll link you the songs someday. It's really funny. SK have been zoned away here. Setting Reeker on side. Gen X going through. Nocturne ult down. Loopy ready to kick the fight off. Eyes on Noah. They're going to try to find that pick. Loopy already finding it, and Noah's about to get the lead, but he manages to EL for a brief moment. It's Pukata who's taken down, but still, Reeker able to find a way into the fight. A nice initial start, and GX are turning it. Lot doing so much work, but again, Kadui, Gen X still standing. The carries of this SK lineup. It doesn't even matter what champions they're playing. It's the same thing that happened in game 1. Kadui locked it for a second. Jun going in. The Grand Skyfall going in for Pantheon, but he doesn't block damage from all sides. It's Loopy who gets the kill. An absolute bloodbath.
I cannot believe that SK managed to keep that fight going long enough to pick up 3 kills. It looked like Giant X had kind of found their moment to back away, keep them at arm's length, and a big ultimate from Lot to try and get those kills, but SK continues to keep that fight going, and Isma's ultimate at the end just left on his lonesome as SK get the dragon.
Desperation maneuver. Have to look back at what exactly happened in that fight, but SK sent Gen X over, spotted their angle, knew that if they found the flank, they'd be pretty favored, tried to break down this line of scrimmage that GX were able to establish.
Yeah, so as they end up going through, it's the flank opportunity, which I like here for the Vladimir. Like, he can really be a monster threat off of these 2 items that he has on towards Noah. And they just turn off the lights to make it a little bit more disorientated. They try to go to Bukata, but Loopy immediately in onto the backline. Gen X tries to set up, but here Reeker gets 1 kill, but ends up getting charmed. So now there's Lot's ultimate on towards Gen X. Doesn't quite stun him, but Kadui this whole time is just free firing in such a good position. Gen X healing over the course of this fight a huge amount, and here I thought that was it. I thought they were gone for it, but Jun ends up connecting with the Zenith Blade. He falls, then the overextension from Isma as Loopy with a good knock up on the timing. But it nets the dragon, and Lot Well, I was going to say a good bit more gold, but it's still a 1k gold lead. It's more the Dragon that's the real winner there for SK.
Well, Hextech is a terrifying prospect. But yeah, again, in the extended fight, the power of this Vladimir, the Yone, if he's able to survive, I think, well, like, good reactions from the side of GX. Jun, quick on the trigger with the Solar Flare, knowing the Nocturne was coming in for his AD carry. They deleted Bukata in almost an instant, but at that point, the damage was done. It's like 3 champions on top of Noah. There's just nothing he could do. He does hold on to his flash. Now, Charm Flash goes in for Jackie's. Clean on the play, instant shutdown. That's what you want to see when you lock this Ahri.
And that's the kind of play we're looking at for Giant X. Overload in the mid lane, find the pick that they need onto Kadui, and they will get the mid lane tower. Baron is up, but I don't know if Giant X can really commit to this. You still have so many damage threats on SK.
I think they just need to accelerate the pace of the game. I don't think that they want to just keep letting SK sit back. Gen X is a bit scary. SK will have to play through mid. Top wave is pushing in their favor. Jackie's waiting off to the side. Jun channeling over the wall. Initial pick looking good to start things off. Bukata gonna get deleted, but he's now trying to find an escape into the waiting arms of Lot, who's able to finish the jungler. Now it might be SK who need to retreat. Noah untouched for now. Good damage down on the Gen X. Does he have the pool available? Healing coming in for the Crimson Rush. Tides of blood going out as well, but it's not enough. GX finding a good angle. Reeker trying to kick things off. Blast Cone to get out to safety, but they're being routed in the river. Loopy now running as well. Grand Starfall there. Jackie's with a charm to close it. GX, big moment of confidence, and SK take the bait.
SK, they needed to try and stop it, but Giant X managing to play them in the 4 versus 5. Kadui now just trying to poke from outside the pit, but Giant X will net themselves the Baron.
And the Baron was so slow. Yeah. A little bit of vision into the pit, and they would have known they had years. They could have waited for so long. No one on GX was focusing the objective. But in the heat of the moment, steps too far forward. Jackie's again, some good charms, and teamfight just crumbling. But now, Kadui.
Wait a second! Wait,
no! Oh no! He's going in! They managed to get the Baron, but surely they're all dead. Kadui debating if he wants to go forward.
Cleanse is already up, he's waiting for the
going.
cleanse.
Kadui, highlight moment, flash Q. He wants to push it, but it might be Gen X to finish the job. E forward, that's the Aegis Assault. Noah trying to retreat. Should just be dead. Doesn't look like he has the E. It's a double kill. And even when things go right, they go wrong. GX! That's so much of the Baron lost.
It's only Lot and Jun, and it may be more. You've just lost mid-turret. Bukata is now pushing that down. SK are moving in onto the top side as well. Like, sure, you got the Baron, but look at that Red Bull Baron power play. It's a fairly big negative at the moment.
And I mean, credit to both lineups, because it clearly the pressure is on. Both these teams are fumbling. They are screwing up. But it just keeps being individual players who stand up in the moments. It was Jackie's in the mid lane. Dash forward, charm flash, instantly kills Kadui. Kadui striking back to punish that Baron. And in the picture-perfect game of League of Legends, that's not supposed to happen. It's supposed to be, okay, we lost, you get the Baron, go on. But the players are finding these angles, and it is making the difference. That said, again, it is GX. The coin just keeps coming up tails. They cannot catch a break, as now SK, sight set on the Otacon, will have the false life, very likely, as we get into Soul, because it might just be Jun who's been caught out. Ulti to try to separate the fight. Bukata now finishing the objective. Heads up use of the ult to try to stop them from getting in. Reeker, so damn tanky. Jun already down. Luby! And now Kadui into the back line. Flash, the W flash as well. The cleanse, he wants to finish the kill. He's getting a little bit over Reeker, and he's going to withdraw. Okay, that was not it. But he had a lot of confidence.
But there might be more. I don't know if it's over yet.
Dragon's still in 27 seconds. Reeker chasing Noah. Noah again, nowhere to go. Gen X will be able to walk away. This is such a weird game of League of Legends, and I am absolutely here for it.
I was going to say, this is fantastic. Reeker wanting to move on towards Lost. Jackie's trying to come out for the base, so you've still got 7 seconds until you have that Dragon up and available. Loopy won't be there, but you've got the majority of SK in position.
It's got to be enough.
Yeah,
Your jungler's there, you
away.
have a smite. Every champion in this pit can heal through any damage the Hextech might do.
Well, perfect fight opportunity for Giant X there. Like, you're in a choke point as SK, trying to get into position, and the Anakan take plus the immediate fight sets them up perfectly. Loopy just now trying to move in to get some vision down, but that may have just sealed the deal for SK.
I gotta say, overall, pretty well played by SK. I don't think that they've gotten much out of this Nocturne at all, but the utility of turning off the lights is super nice.
And that's the big one, especially here. Like, Reeker is able to get that huge ultimate, and you get the charm from Loopy as he goes through here, and gets the full knockup. Jackie's the only one that doesn't end up having it because of that, the ult over the wall. But still, like, SK gets so much off the back of it, and it's as GX are funneled through that choke that Reeker gets value, Loopy gets value. It's the perfect slot for SK to fight.
And it's only getting harder for GX. They're down in gold, and Hextech has to be the worst possible role to face off against, especially for Noah, who's already being focused and targeted at every single opportunity. Reeker on a side lane, though. Awkward position to recall to, but he might have enough damage just to finish Lot. Quick stun going out. Q3 ready to go for Reeker. Not quite able to find Lot. Lot just sidesteps, waits, knocks him back to the wall, and sends him packing. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, the lights have been turned off, and Kadui's diving straight into that back line. Noah taken down. Jund running as well. SK moving away as, in the meantime, GenX just taking a bot lane tower. SK continuing to win out on these short trades.
And then you got the wave that's about to show up as well. The TP immediately back from Reeker. It's round 2 for SK, and I don't know if GiantX even have their gum shields in yet.
No, they don't. We'll see if the hook comes out, though. Isma trying to find an angle. GX still stepping forward. Might be SK who've overstayed. Jackie's finding the resets. Finding 2. Has one more dash to go out. Snapback comes in from Reeker, but it might be Kadui's in trouble. Eyes on that charm. Where's it going to go? Jackie's hopping straight to melee, and the Zenith blade might not hit, but he walks away. Quick quadra for the R. He makes it look casual.
A second time now that Jackie's has stepped up for GiantX in this game when they desperately needed it to, and that's 40-second death timers. GiantX may have just turned this.
What? No, there's no way.
There's so many structures still in front of them.
There's a
I don't
TP.
know.
They clear this pretty quick. There's no way.
It's 20 seconds until GenX one of the ultimate up and available, but...
Are they going to go for it?
They're just going to go for it.
Every coin flip they've taken this game has not worked out for them. It has been Jackie's in 2 instances that have found them a way back in this game. Do they just want to end it here? Loopy, multi-man charm, knocked back to the wall. Rakan deleted, enough of a wave. They're taking down the base. How much time did he actually buy? Bukata jumping into the backline, but he's not that strong. He's so far behind the curve. The fear is going down. GenX going in. He wants to make the difference. Eyes on the Vladimir, but a well-timed charm. It's easy to follow. He can't even get back into the pool. He's desperate to do it. There's nothing left. Reeker, you're going with it all. Reeker wanting to turn in the time for the unity goal. He's looking for double kill. Maybe by Q3 through. Jackie's running. Game not over yet. Isma, a valiant effort to stop Kadui, but there's wards in the base, and luckily for them, no TPs and no GenX. So we go again.
It's an 11, 1 and 4, Ari. That is the only thing that escapes. SK just threw body after body in the way, and eventually they're able to smother the flame that was GX hope to end the game right there.
And that damage graph tells a pretty clear freaking story about this game. Because Ari is not a champ who does damage. Just fun fact, like Sari, Nymera, and Ari players, like this champ, you have to hit everything in every single fight to put up bigger numbers than your Ezreal.
And he has been. Like, you look at this fight, right? Moves in here, waits until the pool comes out, then goes forward, gets the charm onto the Vladimir, kills him. Moves forward, immediately gets 1 kill, then the a triple kill there for himself. And even again, he's just waiting on cooldowns here to immediately get into range, so Kadui can't interact with the charm, gets the kill, and here, like, Loopy gets a little bit of the charm to buy some time. The terror shot's doing a little bit of work, but then you've got Bukado who follows up there, manages to draw the GX members in that little bit too deep. GenX then opens up with the terror shot onto the Leona to kill him. Noah taking a ton of damage, and Reeker, the immediate kill setup as the Hemo Plague finishes off there is just huge as Kadui's able to finish off one more.
I mean, well held by the side of SK. Isma died? Oh no, that was the replay still. Oh,
Well, what my eyes were looking at is GX basically trying to find angles into the base, because Isma has that ultimate, can immediately go through, and Lost could TP in it to follow.
SK got Baron in that replay. So, they have Baron now.
Yeah, okay. But it's a minute until Outer Dragon, and again, like...
Okay.
So, the GX can't make this play where they just ult into the base at Isma and you double TP unless Isma resets for a control ward. Because he needs something to basically enable him. I don't think he can finish off the base quick enough himself. But there is always an opportunity to just send it immediately. But obviously Nexus turrets now respond, so you do have a little bit of a timing window.
Lot is there. Lot, decent amount of AD. Sheen procs off the Triforce. I see the backdoor angle, but I think SK might see it as well, given that GenX is just hanging out.
Yeah.
Just in case.
cannot believe the game has got to this position.
No, this is the thing. And to be honest with you, that push, the threat of the backdoor, one of the only reasons that GX are able to get control here. SK grouped as 5. GX trying to poke as best they can with Noah, but the skill shot's not quite connecting. Blue buff taken down, a nice boon to have, but Hextech and the AP damage coming through from Kaisa a little bit much. Lot trying to find the combo. Reeker forced to snap back here. Walking into a funnel is so difficult. SK just know they're stronger. They have mid push there. Lot on the side, perfectly stacked Narbonne. Waiting in the darkness. Jackie's gets the pool, but that's his flash down. The fight now breaking up. Reeker looking to start things. Instantly everyone diving in. Off to the side. Bukata finally finding and isolating the Ahri. Jackie's got nowhere to go. The fear still procced, and it's all falling apart for GX. One moment of hope. One victory in the fight. A beautiful play from Jackie's, but it's just too little too late in this fight. It's SK first on the trigger. Their aim sure and steady. They're going to look to end this one quick.
And just like that, Giant X are snuffed out. It looked like they might have been able to look for the fight, but Genax cornering off Jackie's so Bukata can finish him off. And then the rest of SK, the immediate jump onto Giant X as they're trying to get towards their mid laner. SK barreling down mid.
All right, Lot. This is impossible. Is this your Michael Jordan moment? No, no, you are being bullied. Okay, GSK, 2-0 win. Game 1, a counter pick, a beautiful performance across the board. Game 2, it was scrappy, it was messy, but SK remained composed and closed the series out.
It was a very calm early game from SK, knowing they could rely on the scaling. But consistently throughout this series, it was the team fighting from SK that brought them out on top.
Yeah. Of course, as players get ready to walk across, you can vote for your Kia Play of the Series at LEC on X. Gen X could do Loopy. All solid options. Damn. Good showing, honestly, from the side of SK. Lots of hype individual moments across the entire series. Absolute pleasure to cast, even if it was scrappier than expected.
Yeah, but again, we're kind of seeing these like individual plays from SK step up, right? Loopy, some great engagement on the Rakan. Kadui, some great performances on the Kaisa. You look back at game 1, I think Reeker's setup on the Silas was crucial to their success. Like, SK as a whole really stepped up and performed individually well today.
Big applause, well earned here in Berlin. Excellent series for SK. Of course, if you want to watch the LEC live in the Riot Games Arena, make sure to grab your tickets. Sale starts on the following days. Playoffs days 1 through 3, that's April 15th. Playoffs day 4 through 6, 22nd of April. Lower and split final on the 29th. All of this up at 6 p.m. If that sounds like a lot of information, just read the bottom of your screen. You can also pause or screenshot. That will make all of that much more digestible. But TLDR, tickets, soon. They're there. Some of them Tuesday. That's day 1 through 3 if you want playoff tickets. You got to get on it, because I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a lot of cool teams and a lot of people excited about them. The fan bases are only getting bigger, so if you want to stand out here and shout stuff, whether it's Spanish, French, German, or any other language, you got to be on the ball.
But also, the fact it's top 6, it's so hype. Like, that is, they are going to be banger series regardless, and I think that's what I'm really looking for.
Also, who makes it is so up in the air. Like, I have never felt less confident in who our top 6 is.
Yeah.
Top 3? Starting to be established. Top 4? Maybe. 5, 6? No clue. Could be anybody.
But I am very excited to see who actually ends up making there. And I mean, SK, it has been a couple of times they haven't. All right, well, look.
Well, it's
look,
not
we're
from
going to
us.
leave it.
Ginny, Bukata, take it away.
I have absolutely no idea what you guys said because we have KC fans cheering for Bukata. That's really nice of you guys. How sweet. Hi, guys. I'm Ginny, standing by with Bukata from SK in the Merit Bonvoy post-game check-in. That was a great series. Clean 2-0. How are you feeling coming out of that?
Well, I'm really happy, obviously, because we're in a 2 best-of-3 lose streak, right? So the mood was not the best. And it's also a really important win, right, for the playoffs. So really happy right now.
Let's talk about the jungle dynamic, because you used to be on KC Blue, and then Isma went to KC Blue, but now Isma's on GX, and you're on SK, and you're going up against Lot. You guys were together on Team Go for the LFL. How was that for you emotionally, like having so many different ties to the roster that you're going up against?
Well, it just had a lot of fun, right, to the game. I'm really happy to play against them. It's 2 person I really like, so just even more enjoyable game, I would say.
Yeah, it makes it more enjoyable to actually beat your friends.
Yeah,
okay, well, good to know. In general, when we're looking at SK, you guys had a really good start to the split. You know, you went up against Fnatic, you surprised a lot of people. It hasn't necessarily been as strong as convincing since then. So for this game to be a win, how do you think that's going to impact the team dynamic?
Well, Not sure yet, but as you said, we had a really good start. We won. I think we had terrible results back then in Scrim, so it gave us hope. Then we had those 2 losses that kind of break it. But I think this win, it will give us a lot of hope for the following matches, knowing that we can do it. We can actually make it to playoff if we keep playing good, right? So yeah, expect it to be a good dynamic from now on.
I'm looking forward to it. So what do you then think was the difference between the SK we saw today and the SK we saw the last couple of weeks that didn't necessarily close out games?
I think it was mostly about being on the same page. Like when I look at the Fnatic games, we are really all connected. We knew how to play together. We are exactly on the same page. While those 2 last best of 3s, everyone was a bit making their own calls, doing his own thing. And obviously in a team game like League, if you do this, it doesn't work, right? So I think it's mostly on that. And today we're aligning a bit better. I wouldn't say as good as the first game against Fnatic, but we're getting there slowly.
And how has it been for you, being able to have a little bit more time with the roster and get on the same page with everyone?
Yeah, I mean, definitely it helps about communication, how you view the game. So I guess it's getting better every week, yeah.
When you're looking at your teammates and the performance that we've seen from everyone, if there was one individual that you think has done a really good job throughout the series, who would that be?
I think I would give it to KGE today. I mean, the Nash ring, when he showcased the Ari into a kill, all of them was crazy. I think it's solo comebacks the game. So yeah, I would say today KGE. I think he played really
Just for
good.
that one play or for like the whole series?
No, he played
The whole
quite
series?
good for the whole series, right? But this play was quite good.
It was pretty
I'd say.
good. I would say like that kind of like allowed you guys to close out this game,
Yeah.
which almost wasn't the case because they did actually almost get to that nexus.
Yeah.
How are you feeling in that moment when you're sitting there and you're like, oh my God, this game should have actually been won, but they're like knocking on our door?
Yeah, we're like, oh damn, did we just throw this game? No, we are looking at each other in a weird way. But thankfully, we managed to defend the game and end up winning. So that's all we remember, right?
Yeah,
We won this game.
that's a good way to remember not to make the same mistake.
Yeah.
But you know what's actually funny? You gave the player of the game to Kerui, and actually our Kia player of the series is going to be Kerui as well. So, you know, great one from you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
your time. We're going to be heading over to a break, and then we're going to be back with the second series of today. We have Team Heretics going up against KC, so make sure you don't go anywhere because you definitely don't want to miss this one.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out. I don't think this counts. Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
That's Gwen.
That's not Gwen.
And we're back for the LEC. What a great way to relax after the series we've watched. I think we're getting a new lock skin, by the way, guys. Are you excited?
Another lock skin!
Another lock
skin, baby! Get me another!
Did you see your favorite champion?
Yeah, I saw Xin Zhao. He's definitely my favorite. But he looked really cool.
You have Shen on your arm. There was Shen here as well.
I did get Shen because I have him on my arm, so he's my favorite champion. I'm so happy for a new skin from him.
GB, how much did you like it? It's spring. It's Spirit Blossom. It's fresh, it's pretty, there's flowers.
It was pretty, yeah.
Yeah.
I like the art style. It's nice. It was kind of melancholic. It's always nice, and then you're just running around wondering what character you're looking at.
I
We were just
know,
screaming,
I know.
Who's that? Is that who? And you know, yeah, that's kind of funny.
I hope the fans at home liked it as well. So let's get back to League of Legends and the second series we have on our hands as Team Heretics is going to take on KC. And guys, that is not going to be easy for them. So we went to Carlson and asked him what are the keys to victory for his team against KC today. So let's check it out in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in.
Welcome everyone to the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in. I'm Ginny, joined with Carlson from Heretics ahead of your match against KC. Really quick and easy, 3 things that you think you have to be doing today to make sure that you get the win here.
I would say passion, vision, and aggression. We need to be, with the aggression, we gotta be sharp, we gotta be quick to pull the trigger. If we wanna fight, we gotta go for it. KC is of course a strong team. The vision, we gotta have the foresight in the game, not just like putting wards, but like foresight in the game, know what's gonna happen next. And then the passion, we never give up, even if it gets rough, because KC, they are strong. We gotta keep pushing through and try to win the game always.
I like that. Never back down, never what. Appreciate it. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Passion, vision, aggression. I like the pitch.
They need all of those.
Great motivational speaker. You
Yeah.
can tell how they've won so many games from behind.
Okay, so how are they going to do this? Because for me, if there is one thing that I can give Team Heretics is the mental resilience from this team. They do not drop it. They do not let it go.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, KC, massively favored to win this. So
For
we tried to
sure.
come up with some keys to victory for them here. And we had 3 things, right? So, first of all, I think you really need to shut down Kana. I don't want to see him get Jace. You need to put Carlson in a favorable matchup. Second of all, I think you need to attack the KC bot lane because they have been the part that shows the most weaknesses. And then third of all, which might be the most important one, you obviously need Carlson as a motivational speaker because of all the reasons he just outlined in his keys to victory.
And you can see this in Team Heretics even wins. Every time they fall behind, it's not looking pretty. They're not getting winning lanes. They're not getting snowballs. But every single time they go to 15, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, they come with a deficit. But just because they're so damn resilient, this is what's giving them most of their wins.
You're right. They have some of the worst early game stats in the entire league.
Yeah.
Yet they are a 2-2 team. Make that make sense? Well, it really doesn't. It's the fact that they do come back, and that's what they need as well against a team like KC.
It is about believing. And honestly, Team Heretics has defied expectations on and on again since the beginning of the year. Can they do it again? Casters, over to you.
Yes, they can.
Yes, they can. Woo!
They can? Well, I am doubtful,
So am I.
respectfully, but we are looking forward to it.
That we are. I'm Medic. I'm joined by Finn for your second ever cast here in the LEC. Great to have you back on stage. Great to have these players.
Great to be back. Enjoy casting so much, and I think we have a great series in front of us. I mean, it is coming in as a kind of lopsided matchup in theory, but I know that we have seen good fundamentals by Heretics, and I do see areas where if they attack KC in the right areas, there could be an upset. Kind of brewing.
What are the areas?
Okay, so I have 2 big takes. I think first of all, I want them to enable Shio to dictate the early game.
Okay.
And stack dragons. And for that to actually work, I need to see them draft a strong bot lane because you can't get dragons without a strong bot lane. So those are my 2 key points that I want you to keep an eye on.
So we have passion, motivation, team, vision. not improvement team. No. We're not origin. Okay. No, what was it? It was motivation, vision, and
it was vision, passion, aggression.
Yes, vision, passion, aggression. Those are that. And then we have a strong bot lane and dragon stacking.
Yes.
Those are our 5 key pillars of victory for Heretics.
Yes, as we get into draft.
Yeah, I think Carmine Corp might have other plans. I'm going to be honest. They have been a relatively good team so far this split, only dropping 1 series against Fnatic. We'll see if Heretics can upset the apple cart today, but I doubt it is going to be the case. Kalista banned away, Maokai as well, removed by Carmine Corp. There's the Jace taken away from Kana. No real surprises here. Best Jace in the LEC for sure.
Yeah, that ban should be set in stone when you play KC. I think if you take Kana away from the carries, if you somehow miraculously can put Kana on like a tank matchup, that is your dream right now. Because I think the biggest mismatch in this series are in the solo laners. I think especially looking at that mid Camilo versus Vladi, I have really high expectations of Vladi to just come in and like demolish this matchup. I think that should be the norm, that should be what we expect from him, and I think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I agree with you there. We'll see if Heretics can find something to stop that from happening. Talia, a good pick, does give you wave control in the mid lane against a lot of those usual matchups, and good roaming potential as well for mid. Vladi still has a bunch of tools at his disposal, though. He's played the Yone, obviously his Azir is really solid as well if you want to match that push. Things like Hui, Corki, Ari still can go anywhere he really wants.
Yeah, I mean, usually when you pick this Talia, you want to combine it with a skirmish-heavy jungler that likes to create volatile fights in the jungle and in the river, because Talia will walk first there, and the classic pairing is Vi, which Casey cleverly took away.
Yep, that they did. I wonder if it's going to be a Vi Ari, great pick potential. Carmine Corp at the moment hovering over the Anivia, but I doubt that is going to be the pick. Most likely you want to go mid. You can also go AD carry here, save mid for 3, which looks like what they are going to do. It's the misfortune coming out for Kalist, third time he's played that. Currently undefeated on the champion in Spring.
Yeah, and the misfortune is one of the strongest laning AD carries we have right now. Crucially doesn't have a lot of escape, as we saw from Fnatic in that series from Winter, but Kalist takes it into his hands, and he has some setup with his Vi. As we see the response of the Nafiri, and crucially Nafiri into the Vi with the new W changes can now cancel out that Vi ult. So it becomes very hard for Vi to actually engage on the Nafiri, which bodes well for Sheo, but maybe not as good for his teammates, because that means they will be the targets.
Yeah, I really don't think you want to go onto that Neferi as the Vi, and as you say, likely to see that targeting someone else. We did see Sheo win on the Neferi earlier in the week against the BDS. It was only the second win for Neferi here in the LEC after Yikes win actually last week, I want to say, a couple of weeks ago. The Azir locked in the end for Carmine Corp, so it's a mid lane, jungle, and the AD carries locked on either side. Now we see some of those supports being banned away. You talked about the low mobility of MF, getting rid of Leona, who has that solar flow, has that long range engage potential, does make a lot of sense. You can also look at getting rid of the Braum or the Nautilus if you want to make sure that Kalist has an easier laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, the MF, obviously, she will not have an appeal from her jungler, so either you want a CC support like Braum to defend her, or you want to remove all those divers, so crucially, but there's not that much you can do because there are so many supports open in game 1, so I think you'll probably have to make the most out of that situation. Where I am looking is at that top lane, because Carlsen is blinding against Kana. Kana, I think, is our best performing top in the league right now, and you're coming in blinding without many bans. We see the Rumble being banned and the Jace being out. That is not that many top lane bans, so he's gonna have to get really creative to make sure he doesn't actually get hurt in lane.
I'm going to see Carmine Corp getting rid of the Gwen themselves. Likely going to pick their support on 4, and then obviously didn't want that Gwen going into Carlsen's hands. Last ban from Heretics. We'll see where they go. So far, 2 supports taken out of the pool. They could try and get rid of something like the Braum themselves if they wanted to, but we will see how Heretics decide to round it out. Poppy is their ban, does work well into Neferi. The Hound's pursued as you dive in. You're not untargetable right now. So
it just screams Rel to me. That screams, we want Rel, we want to put stand on and engage, and that's what Casey follows out with Poppy ban, and then take it away from them. So really good pick up from Targamas on that Rel, looked really good internationally at first stand, and the response will be the Rakan, which is not the strongest in lane, but obviously once it gets some levels, that quickness becomes very powerful.
Yeah, you're not playing this for lane. Ezreal, Rakan in lane, I mean, you can get some damage down, but you're never going to beat MF and Rel in that 2v2. Nav is the blind pick here for Carlsen on the top side. We'll see where Kana decides to go. And Bessa has been his most played so far this split, has had 6 different champions, and has won 2 of his 3 Ambessa games so far. So nothing too spicy in the top lane, but the Neferi in the jungle for Heretics, they're putting a lot of eggs in that Neferi basket. Sheo on a carry jungler again. We've talked a lot for Heretics about how maybe they want more utility out of the jungle and then try and get their lanes into a better position, but here, Sheo is the one with the weight on his shoulders.
Yeah, and crucially, Sheo can't help his laners early. When you play Neferi, you have to play selfish, you have to play on tempo, get your camps in time, get your resets good. So that means if Carson, Camilo, or Flacker would mess up their lane state, they can't really bank on Shield to help them. So this is a lot of discipline. That's not what Carson said, but they do need discipline in those early matchups to deal with those lanes.
And it hasn't been a point at which the Heretics have really thrived recently. 1,150 gold behind at 50 minutes, average CS differential of about 16 per lane as well. Carmine Corp are one of the best teams in the league, maybe the best team in the league. We don't really know, obviously, until we see them face up against G2, who are both topping the tables right now. For Heretics, it is an uphill climb towards Mount Everest. Like, it's an uphill climb into an uphill climb.
They are Sisyphus right now. They're pushing that boulder up, up, and I really hope they can get something going here, because when I look at the draft, this is not an easy draft to execute. They haven't picked the easy teamfighting comps that we see often from the struggling teams. They have picked a carry jungle-oriented draft, and I'm excited to see how they make it work. What I am worried about is that Gnar, because they have that martial law combo, the Vi and Ambessa, cease and desist into the public execution. That's a kind of a tough combo to deal with for the Gnar. It's very easy to get shut down early, so we'll have to see how he can survive through the early game.
I wonder if we'll see a lot of action towards that top side from Yike. Looks like he is just, he poked his nose towards Show, didn't see him, but was spotted out himself. Maybe a deep ward from Heretics. Looks like both junglers actually going to start on the top side of the map. Carlson hovering around here implies that Heretics are going to make a little foray in. Darking Dagger's one hit, so does two. Yike takes a chunk. No vision left behind by Heretics.
Yeah, what we might see is a late ward here to kind of track where that Vi is starting, because the Nafiri clears so fast. If they know where the Vi is, maybe he can look for an invade, assuming his lanes goes in his favor. Knowing Talia into here will probably have the push, this could be an avenue to capitalize on that Nafiri pick.
It would make a lot of sense, but they haven't gone for that late ward. Instead, Sheo just starting on the bottom side. Yike's going to start up towards the top on his Razor Beaks, trying to avoid any of that steal potential. We have seen a couple of junglers go Razor Beaks into Wolves Blue and then back up towards the top side, or just making sure that one side of your jungle is a little more secure than the other because of, as you say, the ability for Nafiri to jump over those walls and to find so many different avenues to fight.
Oh yes. And crucial here we see the fight in the top lane. That Gnar will be fine early game, considering the long cooldown of that Ambessa. But you gotta look out for that early Caulfield's Hammer and at level 7, because that's when those cooldowns really get low. And this Ambessa can permanently dash around and look for these volatile trades with the Gnar. But hopefully Carson will be fine. And seeing how these jungle paths play out, then Nafiri will end her path up on top side and Vi will be bot side, which is pretty tough if you are the TH bot lane, because any trade you take is gonna be a net negative because the fact that Yike will end up on your side of the map.
You do have the push for the moment, but as you say, like, all it takes is one double up, and Ezreal loses a 10th of his health, a 5th of his health rate. It becomes so tricky to consistently trade in that lane. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Honor's basically even between these two players, as our junglers do just go through those first full clears. Carson has the push in the top lane early on, as you said, can be a little tricky for Kana playing that ranged into a melee into ranged matchup.
Yeah. So pretty quiet early game. I think both junglers are happy to full clear, get their early base off, and then look for those plays. Bai is known for that ultimate ability, and you don't really want to fight before you have that. And I think Nafiri really wants to get her early longsword and get that AD scaling going, just because how strong her scalings are. She really makes work of that AD.
You want to get up towards that Eclipse as quickly as you can. For Carlson, though, he is just going to be able to catch that wave and back away. Heretics have not been the early game team. Shadowing Strike there. I think Sten was actually on the wrong side of the spear. Targums wasn't able to get the CC chain fully down. Sten healed up with Gleaming Quill and is going to pop a potion as well. Blackard running the press the attack on this Ezreal, trying to get those 3 autos down. Sometimes you do see Conqueror in lanes where you think you're going to trade a little bit longer, but into an MF, the longer you trade, the less favorable that is for you.
Yeah, look at Yike making his way through. They might be looking for a dive here because they know Nafiri is not here to defend it, but it is not easy against a Guardian Rakan with a barrier Ezreal.
Okay, no Arcane Shift for Flackard now. Flashes away. There's the Bulk Breaker. Flackard though with the Guardian Shield. Ignite's ticking on him. Yike has to flash away. Kalist takes another tower shot, and Carmine Corp will be able to limp away in the end. While this is happening, Sheo has taken the respawn of the Razorbeaks.
The play doesn't really work out for KC. Crucially, I think the only way they can make that work is to get that Shattering Strike onto the barrier shield to kind of deny that defensive summoner spell from Flakked, but holding his barrier until all damage is done, and then crucially using it on that MF auto Q made him have that just extra defensive capabilities to survive that dive. Really well played by the Heretics bot lane, and this has really opened up Sheo to be free on the map. He got his base off first, and is now going to clear back up to those grubs, so we might see a split map where Vi ends up bot side for Dragon, and then Fury ends up top side for those grubs.
Yeah, he does really like doing those grubs as well. Any jungler with extra pets is actually very good at doing grubs. Ivan maybe a little bit slower than Neferi and Yorick, but both of them pretty happy to take them. And as you say, Sheo will be about a camp ahead for the next while or so. Targamas is opening up through mid here as he held the wave. His tempo a little bit off from Kalisz, but it looks like he is just going to team up with his jungler and path down towards this bottom side. Might be an early-ish Drake, trying to basically cheat this a little bit by not doing the full clear into the Dragon, get it done before Sheo's actually finished his full clear towards the top side.
Yeah, look where Ezreal is and look where Rakan is. They're so late, so even if Neferi wanted to contest this, she just can't, because they have full control of the bot side right now because of that early laning prowess from that Misfortune. But crucially, we will probably see a Grubs take from Heretics to trade it back. Maybe KC can look to contest it, but might be tough.
I'm wondering if they do try. Yike probably going to go Gromp into Wolves and then maybe come across. You can actually see Kalisz opening up towards the top side, allowing that man advantage because he got the push in bot. Flacked's now had to answer that. We also saw Kalisz getting a wave, so he's pickaxe and longsword right now. He can open up through top. Kana can TP to bot as the wave crashes. And with the TP out from Carlson already, actually, you might have a tempo advantage even if you don't fight the grubs.
Definitely. I think TPing top here was very bold from Carlson, because now he might end up in a lane where he might suffer a little bit. As we see, Targamas walking up alone to contest his grubs. He's in big danger here.
He's in a world of hurt, getting chased down by Carlson. Okay, Targamas, that was a little bit greedy. The rest of your team were not in the right place at the right time. And Carlson very happy that he did TP up to the top lane, picks up first blood for Heretics.
Yeah, Fortune favors the bold, but Misfortune is his AD carry. He's not there to help him. So despite him trying to look for something, doesn't really end up working. Yak was just on his camps farming. Very confusing to see.
It was just a timing mismatch entirely, right? Maybe he thinks I can contest and then crash down over the back wall, but as soon as Rakan's there, it's like, well, you can't really do that because he's just going to knock you up. And then Carlson comes in from the side. Easy enough for Heretics to pick up that first kill. Yike does smite away the Scuttle Crab. But objectives on either side. Neutrals, 3 grubs to a Drake so far. Small gold lead for Heretics. Most of that sitting on the shoulders of Stend and Sheo.
Yeah, and that is kind of what happens when you get the Dragon early. Even though your support is there to contest the grubs, your jungler has all those camps that he needs to farm before he ends up in topside. Because skipping those camps are usually not worth it, so the mismatch was just great.
Targamas doesn't have flash here, and Sheo is waiting. Eviscerated over the wall to sneak around here. Yike around the corner, does have that bolt breaker, will interrupt the Hound's pursuit. Well done by Yike, stops Sheo's ultimate from chasing Targamas down.
Yeah, and that's not his W anymore, that's his ult that he lost. As you remember, in the past that was the Neferi W, now the ult is on cooldown, so great trade coming out for KC.
Yike has the cease and desist as well as he looks up towards that top side. Kana in that level 7 power spike you were talking about. Lower cooldowns, has that public execution as well. And Carlson on the back foot. Went plated steel caps first though, so he can mitigate at least a bit of the damage. Ooh.
It was
just on the edge. It's a good flash from Carlson.
Yeah, but great ult from Kana. Yeah. It's tricky to land that. You really want to look for the ult when they are stuck in the alt attack animation, because it becomes very hard to dive while your character is last hitting a minion. So he gets the flash out from the Gnar, and I reckon we will see some visitation from the Vi when that public execution is back up and available.
It makes the most sense, right? Carlson obviously can get towards that Mega Gnar, heal himself up a little bit, so he's under less threat in the 1v1, but if a cease and desist is there and that Gnar is locked up, very easy for the Ambassador to close that gap. It looks like, though, Kana's going to be going back up towards the top side, something that Karma and Corp have done well. Karma and Corp have done well generally, but also at the start of this game. Get the wave pushing in, make the enemy lose a lane, a wave to tower, and then reset so you can be catching the wave that Heretics are pushing in on the other side.
Yeah, and my eyes are on this next dragon, because I wonder, will Heretics just give this dragon for the 6 scrubs, or will they try to stop this dragon stacking from K-Corp? Because that dragon is spawning in 1 minute and 40 seconds, so you're already seeing some wards being put down here in the bot side, because I think both teams are very aware of this happening, because you obviously, if Heretics loses this dragon, then that third dragon becomes so crucial, it becomes so hard, because you really have to contest it almost.
I mean, Heretics will have a TP advantage for it if they want it. You can see Carlton's about to come off cooldown. Karna's still got a little way to go. So if Carmine Corp started up and Heretics decide to play around it, they can use that Nars teleport in. There's always the risk, though, then you lose a 4v5 and things really begin to collapse for you with Karna having so much time on the top side. But we talked a lot about Heretics before this game and how their early games were weak, how they struggled in the early game, how their laners needed to perform here. And I will say, like, they're in the lead. 400 gold ahead at 10 minutes. Yes, there hasn't been anything really explosive so far, but in terms of individual laning, in terms of keeping the early game relatively even, Heretics is doing a really good job.
Yeah, and that is exactly what we said this Naafiri wants. I think right now Shio is in a great spot. I reckon he's gonna base and get actually his Eclipse spike right now, and then maybe with this massive spike on the Naafiri, they can look to contest his next objective. If they actually manage to get a good fight off here, this is a great venue where TH can capitalize on an individual lead that's secured by the team-wide play of Heretics.
Looks like Karna's teleport might just be up in times for the Chemtech Drake. If we could have a look at that timer at some point, that would be amazing, because it looks like it's about 1/10 of the way off, so it might be a little bit after the dragon spawns. Teleport used by Vladdy towards the mid lane here. Camilo still has a teleport of his own. Vladdy's got the Nash's Tooth now, though, so wonder if Camilo just wants to get this wave shoved in and go back and start towards his first item. Spike has bought the tier, so things are going to be a little bit delayed. Carmine Corp have control of the river right now, but Heretics are coming across, and Karna still does not have that TP. Carlton's just gone Mega, looking to get out of vision as Stend is locked up. Is locking up Vladdy. Camilo putting some damage down into him as well. Sheo across the wall doesn't land the smite as Yike secures it. Hound's pursuit forward by Sheo. Yike flashes the wall and gets the Bolt Breaker out. And Carmine Corp will pull off the heist.
A heist, as you say.
Yeah.
They purloined that Drake masterfully and really got away with a crime there. I think TH was very indecisive. You saw Shio was hovering topside, and then he realized, wait, I want to fight this dragon. Come in then there a little bit too late. Also trading the quickness for the Azir Flash, not really worthwhile in this kind of wide team fight angle where you really want that ultimate for the fight.
Yeah, you really do. You want to be able to lock down that Vi as well if you can, especially now that she's burnt that Flash. Khalees yet to have to use his Flash, and we talked about how low mobility that MF is, especially into Heretics comp, who can lock him down pretty effectively. Sheo is going to start up these grubs, gets the 4th for Heretics right now. Vladdy able to dodge away from that seismic shove. Sheo now doesn't really have the support of his teams because Vladdy has the first move to mid, so Carmine Corp will stop at least the objective from the feats of strength. As there's the bullet time onto Black. It still has the barrier, still has the flash. Doesn't invest either.
Ice cold, just walks out of it. He does not phased by this MF ult, but still great play by Khalees. He's gonna get probably 1 plate as a result of Flacket having to base there. So really well played by Khalees seizing that opportunity.
Yeah, you force him out. Stend is working his way down there though, so I think Khalees has to back away before he can get the plate. Flacket does also have the True Shot Barrage, but kind of needs the minions to be set up for him if that True Shot Barrage is actually going to kill any of them. Instead, he uses it to snipe out Khalees and stop his tempo. He's going to have to start that reset all over again.
Yeah. So, slow game. A lot of trading of objectives here. The lanes have been pretty quiet. Carson manages to get his flash back up and available, so he doesn't get punished for having to burn it early. And the lanes are solid, but obviously losing that second dragon is not optimal for Team Heretics, as you really would like to capitalize on that Eclipse spike of the Naafiri.
Yeah, you want to be able to use that damage as much as possible. Sheo jumping across the wall with the Eviscerate, chasing down Yike, but Targamas is on his way out of base and can defend this side of the jungle if needs must. No camps up here anyway, so what are you really defending? It's just some trees. But, they want to make sure they have a little bit of vision around here. Keep Khalees safer as well, because now, as you can see with Heretics clearing out the vision themselves, public execution from Karna. But yeah, because Heretics have cleared out that vision on the blue side, they can then take an easier road towards that bot lane tower. Khalees already backing away, realizing I can't really defend this on my lonesome. No real wave for him as Targamas is the one who's jumped on. Hound's pursuit forward, Shadowing Strike into the quickness. Sheo looking for his first kill of the game. And he will manage to secure alongside the help of Sten.
It's a hot dog. He's getting strong, actually. He's looking for that Shojin as a second item. He's actually amping up, and you saw Yike was hovering that top set where Cam took a really good trade into the Gnar, looking for the dive, but Carson just recalled maturely and deep it back, and enough harm was done to him. So Targamas was left on his lonesome and got picked up. Great play by Heretics, and I think the pressure is kind of on them to make things happen now, because that Dragon timer is ticking down. It will be a Cloud Soul, but a Cloud Soul nonetheless is very powerful in the mid to late game against champions with skill shots like Estral and Italia, so you would really like that as well.
I mean, also against champions that want to engage on you. Like, if you can just run away from the Rakan a little bit quicker, it becomes a lot easier to avoid him actually getting that quickness down on you, right? Still, 1,200 gold lead for Heretics at the 14.5-minute mark is something we have rarely said this split, so give them all the kudos we can. For Carmine Corp, they won't be too worried about this situation. They have great scaling on their side, Azir, Ambessa, the lockdown potential of Avai as well. Things aren't too worrying, especially since they have both of those dragons in their back pocket. Sten forced away, and once again, it looks like everything is just going to even out for the moment. Kamilu, though, with another good seismic shove. It's the stun onto Vladdy. Kamilu, I mean, he's 30 gold ahead. It's nothing too monumental. Vladdy's been farming up Storm on this, is it?
Yeah. I mean, I will say this is the luxury you get when you draft a simple to execute team comp and just look for those other dragons. Like, the ball really is in Team Heretics court, and they are kind of like pressured to make things happen. Because the way I see it is that when those team fights come in and when those dragons really become the play of the game, I think Casey's comps is just so simple to execute on. You have that easy Vi and best old combo, you had that Rel MF, you have so many threats, and I don't think TH has the tools to actually deal with all of them. So it really comes down to this next dragon, because I think if Casey can secure the soul point for next one, that would be crucial.
Nice little Vault Breaker away there by Yike. Not much vision for Carmine Corp, though, around this Drake. In fact, none really in the river at all. Kana's going to be left on his lonesome in the top lane. Does have that teleport, almost level 12 on this Ambessa right now. The Drake begun by Heretics. Vladdy looking for that flank position. The first tower will fall, and it will go to Carmine Corp as Kana takes it. Yike spotted by that Farsight alteration. Here's the teleport behind the pit. Sten going in with the quickness, stunned up with a shadowing strike. He dives in, and immediately Yike goes back with the season assist, but falls. Heretics get their third of the game, and now Carmine Corp don't have a jungler. They're still going to fight. Sten, the target for Kana. He jumps away. Weaver's Wall from Heretics as Camilo looks for a little bit more. Kana able to dodge away from the seismic shove and from the Mega Gnar using his flash. Heretics won't chase any further. They do get the Drake, and they get the flash out of Kana.
Shield's got that dog in him! Damn! He's so strong in these fights. I actually can't believe we haven't seen more Zamfir, because this is really the strength of the champion. In these skirmishes, in the mid to early game, they're just so powerful. Because look, they tried to go on this Nafiri. Or he just jumps on, they buy here, and there's just like no fall of the damage is so big with that Eclipse, and Yike just doesn't really have any tools to survive. So it really is about who goes first. And I think it was really good by Sten to kind of go in on the other side to really give space for Nafiri to play this fight.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Carmine Corp a little bit split with the teleport behind. It was a little late after they took the tower. The dragon was just about to fall, and you could see Kalist, Yike, and Targamas. We all knew Stend was coming. They knew Stend was coming, but they couldn't stop the Rakan from advancing towards Yike. Stend did burn his flash and the quickness for it. He'll be very happy with that trade overall. Stops the dragon stacking as well from Carmine Corp. And the gold lead's still sitting at about 1.3k. Almost 1,000 gold lead now for Sheo on that Nefiri.
And TH is doing great.
Yeah.
I think they have a great control of the game right now. They're really, really good early game by them, I think. The fact that they got this third dragon gives them so much time and comfort to actually just get their 2-item spike. Because I think Nefiri, when she gets 2 items, Gnar 2 items, Talia 2 items, that's when you pop off. That's when you're at your strongest compared to the comp of Casey. Because I think Casey, when you get to the later game, they will be just more powerful.
Yeah.
But I think now, time for TH to really make use of their champions with their strong side laning and the pick potential of the Nefiri.
Also about accelerating those spikes, right? You're trying to do it in relative terms to your lane opponent earlier. If you can get to 2 items and they're at 1 3/4, your spike at 2 items is even greater. And obviously Carmine Corp are then delayed towards getting to that 3-item point. For Carmine Corp though, again, as we've said, it's concerning, but it's not worrisome yet. It's not like, oh, the game's doomed, it's all over. They can just get to 3 items. They can just scale up. They can get to a strong spot. And Dracos is here offering us popcorn. Get it, I'll have some, mate. Come on. Thank you. Very kind of you.
Deep in the jungle here by Heretics.
Now, man.
As my co-caster is munching on popcorn, we see a fight breaking out on the top side. Red buff stolen. I'll have some as well. Red buff stolen away. Not. Yike did manage to get that smite. He is the god of smiting after all. And yeah, not the best invade by Heretics. Not very fruitful, was it?
No, but they do get pressure. And that means Camillu can push up top. Vladdy has to go slide his way across. Locked out by the Weaver's Wall, but with Yike and Targamas around the corner, even with the seismic shove connecting, Vladdy should be okay for now. Catches the wave underneath tower. Sniped out by the True Shot barrage, but overall, he can always teleport back. Yike and Targamas can hold around here. The jump in, grand entrance, Sten can dash in again. Teleport will take a while to come in, but Heretics decide to call off the play.
Yeah.
You didn't want the second piece of popcorn?
No, I'll leave it for later. Okay. For the second game. The map is kind of stabilized there. I will say this, Ambessa is getting really strong, already having 2 items to Nars 1.5. And I am very concerned that whoever is getting this Violent in their face will have a public execution of the most brutal kind coming their way. Because this Ambessa will get onto you and will stop you from being alive.
Okay, Finn. I agree with you. Secondly, if you're Heretics, you've got your keys to victory, right? Your 5 pillars. They didn't really do the dragon stacking, but they played the early game really well.
You want to know the keys to defeat?
I want to know what your next steps are. Like, if you are Carlson in this game, as Sten gets a little bit caught, has to pop the quickness to get away, but will escape. If you're Carlson in this game, what are you saying to your teammates? Like, okay, guys, next objective is this. This is how we're going to play around it.
Ooh, this was not great. Carlson's base got stopped by Kana, and now
cease and desist. Kana going in with the public execution. Sten is just around the corner. Now Kana's been ignited. Sten doesn't quite land the knockup. Carlson chasing forward, trying to get towards that Mega Gnar. Gets the Gnar back into 2. That's the key. Just let them overextend into you. They find 2. Targamas has to flash away from Sten, who went back in with that grand entrance. And Heretics 5-0 versus Carmine Corp.
Oh, those wax wings burn off too easily, flying a bit too close to the sun. That Azir was pushing top lane. He was having a great time hitting the tower. They didn't need to force down here. When they stopped Carson's recall, it was so easy to just wait, because he still needs the base, and Vladdy was just pushing that tier 2 for free as we get a pause.
Do you have a pause? It looks like it was Heretics who initiated the pause. We'll find out exactly what was going on for it. Carmine Corp, as you say, did manage to get the top tier 2. So they did get a big gold infusion out of that. I see ready checks already going out in chat, so hopefully we're going to be able to get back in just a moment. Not quite sure exactly what happened, but yeah, again, Heretics managed to pick up a couple. I think after the cease and desist went in, you could see Kana on the edge like, oh, this is the combo we're meant to do, but then Sten comes around the corner through Tribush. You have everyone there to follow up. Became a very precarious situation for the Carmine Corp top jungle.
Yeah, Camillo very happy is playing a Serf's Embrace champion and a lot of Luden's champions right now. I think that shield really came in clutch and gave him that second wind. Manages to survive that attempt from Casey. I think if that's a more squishy champion, he probably will go down there.
So. Okay, as we do have a moment, what would be your next steps, apart from Carmine Corp overextending into you?
Well, crucially, I think Shio has that Herald in his inventory, and that is kind of where you're trying to make the next play to extend the game. I would really like them to play more around the side lanes, because I think this Gnar can be strong, he can fight if he has backup. Sure. So I would love to see Shio and Sten try to work and kind of play the mind game, you know, like you have a Talia playing far up and you have a Gnar playing far up, and you don't know who's getting shadowed by the Neferi and the Rakan. That's what we see really good Asian teams do, is that when they have a strong 1-3-1 comp, both sides play really aggressively like they have backup. And the enemy team kind of has to call their bluff, like, I don't think you have backup. And that's still going to be a 50-50.
Yeah.
And even if they do that, the other side is already getting an advantage.
Already pushing through, right? Yeah. Because you have 3 people on that side of the map. That makes a lot of sense. So you would put Talia top and Carlson bots and then just see how things go?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, probably try to get the Gnar into the Ambessa. I don't think Talia wants to be against Ambessa, knowing that if that ult connects, he probably will be a dead Talia. And I think Gnar having the plated steel caps are more prone to deal with her.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier for him to deal with her. It was just a small keyboard issue. I've been told it is pretty much being rectified already, so hopefully we get back on into the game. Lickety splits, or however you want to say that.
Is it lickety splits?
Lickety split, yes.
Can you explain
that? Just very quickly. I don't know what the etymology of it. I'm going to look it up now, man. We've got time. we have time to look up the etymology of lickety split.
Yeah.
It's as fast as possible. What's the origin of the term? The adverb lickety split at great speed rapidly was originally and remains mostly a colloquialism. The origin of lickety is fanciful, an extension of lick to move quickly. Oh, to move at full lick, for example, is to move very quickly. So it's like if you're moving at full lick, it's lickety split, you know?
Education, man. What a concept.
Yeah. 19th century, first entered English.
Lickety split.
Yeah,
Go home and try to use that word in a sentence today. See if you can make that happen, because I probably would mess that up.
You have a word for the day.
I have a word of the day. I read a new word every single day to try to broaden my vocabulary. And as we have a pause, I can introduce that word to you. The word of the day is to drudder.
Drudder?
Drudder.
What's it mean?
Drudder is to want something, kind of.
Okay. Yeah, to have like aspirations towards having it.
So
right?
if I would drudder this game to start, I think that's the correct way to use it.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an American expression. We looked it up, right? And it comes from I would rather originally.
A drudder.
I wouldn't say it's commonly used.
No, it's a rare word, but...
time to time. I like it. It's a good one. Ooh,
oh, look at Kalist.
Gonna find Kalist here. Yes, danger. With the grand entrance. This is the seismic shove. Kalist. Oh, he's got flash and barrier. Is he going to extend either of them? Uses the barrier.
Ooh, gets the rock in the face.
Flashes over the wall. A rock to the face. A deadly demise there for Kalist. Stend on absolute form so far. Has been involved in every single one of Heretics' kills, and that happened just before the Drake came up as well, so Heretics will take their second Cloud Dragon of this match.
I'm just gonna say, Heretics is playing great. They're playing really good League of Legends. Great pick onto Kalist. Maybe got a little bit disoriented there on the map, didn't know where everyone was, and walks into the Rakan and Talia and gets punished promptly. Flackly will arc and shift out of there. He is in no danger. He is fine.
Heretics
was that a flash?
Started up
Yeah, there was a flash.
Artican.
Look on the Mega here.
Yeah.
As long as the Mega is there and he's standing and looking menacingly at KC, it's hard for them to walk in.
I mean,
so
they're
preferably
looking for the fight
TH
here.
would like to finish his Atacant fast while they have that Mega, because if that Mega runs out, suddenly your bodyguard is in a different country.
I mean, it's going to run out soon. There's only 3,000 left on the Artican. Sten going in with the quickness, but can't get close enough. Carlson jumps over the wall, and immediately Yike is there to jump in. He flashes forward, but a time coming out from Kalist as well. Yike unable to secure the Artican, and now the false life sits on top of Heretics. Sheo is sent packing back to the fountain. Kamilu, Stend, and Flackard trying to get away. It looks like they'll survive for now. Flackard. I mean, Carmine Corp are going to collapse on him. It's 200 gold if they can find him. They do. And Kalist tanks up the tower a couple of times, generously for his top laner, who will dash out.
I'm not ecstatic about that play from TH. I don't think you had to do the Atacant. You got the pick, you got the Dragon. I think going for one more major objective, I think that's just getting a little bit too greedy, you know. And I think they really had to try to finish this Atacant while they had that Mega. Because look now, the Mega runs out and suddenly that Gnar is not very threatful anymore. He's not a bodyguard, he is merely a little prodder. And he prodded too far.
You see Yike jumping away, the Hound's Pursuit just chases him like a mile across the map. Like in the end, Flackard does fall. You lose 3 of your false lives, so 600 gold going back over to Carmine Corp. But you do secure the objective and you make sure that Carmine Corp can't get it if you're Heretics. So yeah, not the best play, but not the worst either for Heretics, who do still have a 1.6 thousand gold lead. They managed to take the tower in the top lane, I believe, in the little time that we were watching. They're going to push out that wave as well.
Yeah, and I think crucially because of that play, now the goal lead has kind of stagnated. I think TH had like a 1.5k goal lead for now, almost approaching 10 minutes.
Yeah,
and we haven't really seen it extend, which is kind of worrying because you really want to try to make that at least like a 3k goal lead as we see a dive on the top.
Quickness, follow-up, Hound's Pursuit going on to Kana. Public execution, though, keeps him alive under the tower. Kamilu takes up a couple of towers, shots TP in from Vladdy. And Team Heretics will call off the dogs. But with this investment towards the top side, Carmine Corp will be able to take the fourth tower of the game, in fact. So they already took 2 in the top lane and 1 in the bot lane. And again, that gold lead shrinks ever closer between these two teams.
We start to see the cracks in the surface of Heretics. I think this is like 2 plays now in a row that hasn't really gone their way. Maybe they're getting a little bit too startled. Maybe they're feeling too pressured to extend this goal lead. But really good job by KC to defend this play while meanwhile being proactive on the map. Just really masterful macro by KC to get leads where they probably shouldn't be able to get them.
Yeah, understanding of like how many people do we need to send to react, how long can Kana survive if they do try to dive him. Black Cleaver Eclipse. Double Ruby Crystal now for that Mbessa, and Obviously with the grasp stacking up throughout the game as well, does have quite a lot of health for you to work through. Now he's going to be sent towards the bot side, doesn't have the teleport though. Heretics have both of theirs available. And instead of TPing, it looks like Carlson is just going to walk towards this mid lane. The tower still stands here for Carmine Corp. Quickness about to come off cooldown in about 6 seconds for Sten. But a time into the Weaver's Wall. Sten jumps forward, but doesn't tank the tower. Magnus Storm on all of Heretics, but where's the follow-up, Targamas? You just dived into your
There's no bullet time! Why
you just used it?
Yeah, you can't follow up on the engage side. The bullet time was used to clear the wave. He saw a massive engage, but they only have 3 members. And Vi, she is not a miracle worker. She can't do that. She can't walk on water. She will just stand there and look as his teammates perish.
I mean, you see the angle, but there was just no one there to follow up at all. At least the damage wasn't there to follow up from Kalist, who'd used the bullet time to clear out the wave. It looked great. Yeah, it was a great Magnet Storm, you know, but sadly, opposites did not attract in this moment. 7-0 now for Heretics. Carmine Corp, unlike Brazil, are not able to put one on the board against Team Heretics.
Wow.
That's an old cut, that one.
Yeah. You're choosing violence today.
I mean, but Carmine Corp is still in an okay position. Yes, they're 2,500 gold behind, but it really does still feel like, you know, they're getting towards these third items. They're still scaling. Heretics have made some good proactive plays, and I want to give them their due.
Yeah.
But no one should expect Carmine Corp to be out and done in this game yet.
Yeah, I will say this is the least impactful 7-0 scoreline that I've seen. It's like it really looks like Heretics is really stomping this game, but I think Casey still has many angles to come back and hold this game. As we see it, Baron started from Casey trying to sneak this as the no Shio is on that dragon, but Heretics calls her bluff, and they will walk away with a beautiful Cloud Dragon.
Heretics doing a good job of just sending that Neferi down to do the dragon by herself, not over-investing. Kana is going to go and try to see if he can be a little bit of a nuisance, but with Camilo around the corner, Shale will get the smite. Third Cloud Drake of the game for Heretics. Carmine Corp still trying to scale up. Carlson chasing Yike out towards this top side. There's the quickness. Sten goes in, gets the double knockup, but again, where's the follow-up? Weaver's Wall across onto Targamas, lands the Magnet Storm, and there's the follow-up. Kamilu and Blackhead here in time to kill off Targamas for the 4th time this game.
And with 3 Cloud Drakes and Meganar, he's both fast and furious. He's able to kill Targamas there. It wasn't really, he didn't do that much, but I thought it was a fun line.
It was a good line.
Yeah, as Baron is being started, and as quickly as it was started, it was stopped. Because I don't think you could do it against Vladi. Vladi has been coming.
Oh, good sidestep. Sidling shove coming out as well as Flack is going to put the True Shot barrage down. Yike goes in with the cease and desist. The bullet time opens up, and Camilo survives through the smite, but dies to Leandres. Vladi will take down Camilo. It's answered in response as Yike falls too. But in the end, Carmine Corp do get the mid tier 2, their 5th tower of the game. The gold lead shrinks back under 2k. Vladi, very strong for a 1-0-0 scoreline, is in an incredible position. Like, he's going to go back. Doubt he'll finish the Seekers into Zhonya's. Likely just going to get a needlessly large rod and then go for Rabadons next. But we'll see if that's what he decides or whether he thinks actually having the full Zhonya's would be better right now.
Yeah, Vlad is playing the Sidon very well this game. Crucially, when that fight happened bot lane earlier, he was up there taking that tier 2 tower, just getting so much money in his pockets. He's being rich. It's the green, it's the green, it's the green he needs, and the green he has found. Being very powerful with 3 items almost to boot.
Yeah, I mean, Kalist in a similar spot. 300 CS at 29 minutes, right? Chovying already has a 1.2k gold lead over Flackett, has 3 items complete as well, building up towards his 4th. Both the AD carries similar in terms of item spikes, but if a full bullet time goes off from Kalist through this Heretics team, they're not that tanky. Yeah. Like, that is a squishy, squishy lineup apart from Carlson.
Yeah, I would say this is a great time for Casey to fight, because when you look at Gnar items, he looks very powerful, but crucially, no magic resist across the board. I imagine his next item will be the magic resist, but right now, if they would fight, Vladi would absolutely shred this Minotaur. He is not tanky if Vlad is hitting him, and I think this is maybe a time for Casey to try to claw their way back into the game, because we have said all game long that they have the better scaling, and now it's really time for them to show us that that's actually the case.
I mean, that's the thing. We put a lot of faith in the fact that Carmine Corp, when they got to 3 items, would be really strong. They're at 3 items now, or at least Kalist is. Vladi is almost there. He's probably 800 gold away from finishing his Rabadons. If at this point, Heretics are winning fights, then you're very concerned for Carmine Corp through the rest of the game. They would have to truly turtle up and delay. Carlsen's going to answer the bot wave as Kana's pushing that in. We'll see this sort of back and forth bounce between the top lanes for a while. Whenever you pushed out that lane, you go into the fog of war. Usually that means your team can step a little bit further up because you're off the map and the enemy team doesn't know if you've moved up or whether you're just waiting around the corner in that bot lane.
Yeah, usually this game is getting a bit quiet, so now I can tell you what a half and a full rotation is as a top laner.
Hit us.
Because when you push out this wave...
Wait, let's do the minimap zoom for you.
The little minimap zoom, thank you.
Nice.
When you push out this wave bot lane...
Oh, okay, here we go.
I messed it up, that's okay.
Oh, you have a dashed arrow now,
Yeah,
here we
wow.
go.
As you push out this wave, now you have two options. Either you go into the fog of war and sit there, being ready to catch the wave when it comes back to you. Or you use all your time, walk all the way to mid, and kind of put your pressure on your team to make something happen. If they make something happen with your move, great use of your time. If they don't, then suddenly you've moved so far, and now the enemy top laner is going to push out that bot lane again and get a turn for himself.
Makes sense.
So when you are winning top lane, you can kind of keep the tension on the map by only half rotating and then always being the one to move first.
Yeah.
And then you really cash out your tempo when you full rotate.
He might want someone rotating up to him right now. Uses the Seekers, has put down the Sundisk. TP coming out as well as Sheo feels the power of those soldiers. Now Carmine Corp, though, are in a 2v5. Can Heretics collapse quickly enough? Because the rest of KC are on their way across. Carlsen almost has that Mega Gnar. Yike goes in, cease and desist. There's the bullet time combo. Both the junglers fall. One coming out from Carlsen as we see Targum is getting pulled back. It's 2 for Blackhead. But Carmine Corp do extricate Vladdy and Kana from a tricky situation on the top side.
And Heretics come out on top of that. The two people fall for KC, and they actually managed to trade back despite losing their jungler and maybe the strongest member. Maybe that's not the case anymore, but the carry in their team dies early, but still the fact that they have that Mega Gnar into the shuffle, they're just so powerful as we see this Cloud Dragon spawning. Soul point for
Public execution in. Camilo has that unraveled earth, will get the stun. Carlsen chasing forward as well. Kana just wants to get out of here now and does so well enough. Gonna force Camilo to base. He does have the Weaver's Wall coming up in about 20 seconds time, so can get back here quickly. Might just take the red.
Put your eyes on Vladdy now. Vladdy needs to hold this line with his soldiers to make sure Team Heretics can't walk in to this fight.
Oh, Stan jumps in though, gets the quickness onto Kana, who flashes away from the seismic shove. Yike's on his way across, as is Sheo. At the moment, it would be soul for Heretics. Yike's here first and should be able to get the smite. Good time bought. Alongside other herbs and spices, perhaps. Stend still looking for that engage. Weaver's Wall will split the team. Hound's pursuit all the way in from Sheo. Has to go untargetable, and the wall falls in front of him to allow him an escape route.
Wow. 3 dragons for each team. The game is really tensing up, and the goal lead is shrinking. Only at 1k right now. I think both teams are kind of all getting their core items, their core components, finally culminating in a masterclass of a build. Here we see Kalist already having 4 items, being so powerful, and they're gonna start the Baron.
Crucial Rush comes out, but look at the damage already onto that Baron. It's down to 9,000. Sheo
keep your eyes on
his way across, does have the flash. Make it rain onto Sheo. Targamas looking for that Shattering Strike. The Baron secured. Targamas will pay for it with his life, but Carmine Corp should be very happy with that exchange. Vladdy dashes away with the Shifting Sands. Kana has that public execution, but I really think Carmine Corp just want to back away. Sundisk down again. Vladdy puts the soldiers in. Camilo gets the seismic shove, and Vladdy falls. Yike dashes through the unraveled earth. Carlsen on the front line now as Kalist and Kana back away to the safety of their tier 2. Yike trying to recall. Sheo going in. Yike's down. The Baron secured, but at the cost of 3 lives for Carmine Corp.
Bold, bold, bold. Usually you just leave your supporter to die and then try to all run away. But they saw some angle that they could maybe fight. But great seismic shove by Camilo catches out Vladdy and secures 2 towers and 2 more kills for his team.
Huge for Heretics, and they are fighting strong after the 30-minute mark, which is where we thought Carmine Corp's composition would really come online. Yes, Carmine Corp were able to sneak away the Baron, but if you look just up here, you can see it's lost them 1,000 gold already, and you get 1.5k just for taking the damn thing. So overall, they've lost about 2.5k in the first minute of that Baron buff. Heretics are looking to push through that bottom side, get mid-prio first, then play for this tier 2 in bot. It is low, and it's easy enough for them to take down if they have a bit of time with it.
Yeah, put your eyes on this. There's 3 dragons on both teams, and this is spawning in 2.5 minutes. Oh,
Steph goes in with a knock-up. There's a seismic shove to follow up. Public execution going out from Kana. He gets the shield, and he'll survive, but the tier 2 is forfeit for it. Kana able to dash his way away. Vladdy catching at the mid lane wave, and Heretics proactively finding these picks, finding these objectives, burning summoners, burning ultimates out of Carmine Corp. This is not the Heretics I expected to see show up today.
I will say that is your flash on Rakan before the soul fight. It is not optimal to not have your flash on your Rakan, so I really wonder if KC can actually capitalize on that tiny little disposition that is created here from Team Heretics going for that play.
I mean, one of the benefits of Rakan is you can kind of taxi off someone else's flash as well. If Carlson gets a good mega, you just eat to him and you're in the back of it, but I agree with you. Not having that flash could be costly. Sheo finishes his 3rd item. Spear of Sojourn is his priority. Rabadon's on its way for Kamilu, who at the moment sits about 200 gold ahead of Vladdy. Nothing too consequential. Look at that lead in the top lane for Carlson, though. He talked about having the vision, having the passion, and Kalist is overextended with no flash. He's down. Kalist is caught unawares. The bot lane from Carmine Corp having an absolute nightmare today.
Yeah, that's not the place to be without flash. I was just going to highlight that Kalist is the only player, except for Sten, that does not have his flash. He will be up for this Cloud Drake, but this will mean that Heretics is going to have full control over that bot side jungle of KC. So there really will be a Herculean task to walk in and regain control for KC. Because I imagine now we're going to see Heretics push out this bot lane very deep and then just hoard inside this jungle and try to hold that with everything they have.
Let's see how they decide to go about it. Mid lane prio often the first point on a long checklist when you want to gain control of an area of the map. Kamilu now has that. Rabadon's complete. Zhonya's finished for Vladdy. Kalist up in 10. Yike has a flank position here. Will be spotted. Oh, no longer. Only the control ward in the mid lane will spot him out if he comes through there now. Carmine Corp do want to fight for this mid lane wave, though.
They're really clever by Yike. I think their only opening is finding some kind of fight on the mid wave, because who is going to walk into this area where the Talia will be looking for those seismic shots? No one can actually phase check into this area of Team Heretics, and they really need to find a quick, snappy engage, or I think they're just going to get poked down and the dragon will go over to Heretics.
Rocket looking to land that poke, can't quite. Carlson keeping that mega gnar bar. Targamas seismically shoved back and taken out by Kamilu. And now, for the 7th time, Targamas dies. Weaver's Wall coming out as Carlson's looking for the chase. Carmine Corp corralled into this small choke point, but Heretics were unable to find the engage they were looking for. Wanted to play off that mega gnar timing. Another seismic shove onto Kana. Kamilu has been absolutely on point this game. Yike dashes across the wall. Kalist clipped by the True Shot barrage. He's going to be Cloud Soul. 2 Heretics. Carmine Corp can only stand and watch.
And it is all the result of Kalist getting picked out in that bot side river. It all culminates from that, and the Cloud Soul goes over to Heretics. There's four Cloud Dragons and a Cloud Soul. They're gonna be so fast, they probably won't even be able to see their screens when they just run past it.
Heretics? Where have you been hiding? Where has this come from?
Was it in the Fury?
I mean, it could have been the Neferi. I will say the Neferi game they played earlier this week was nowhere near as clean as this one.
It's true. That's true.
Like, they've played well around their spikes. They've played well around the map. They've kept Carmine Corp guessing. And when there have been times that they've needed to find a pick, their vision control. Like, Carlson talked about vision, not only in the game, but also out of it. Their vision control in this game has been sublime.
Yeah, and I will say we came into this expecting a big difference in the solo laners. We expected Kana and Vladdy to really outshine their opposition, and I don't think that is true at all.
Seismic shot doesn't connect. Sheo still chasing forward. Vladdy flashes away. He's still charmed up. Does have the Zhonya's, doesn't have time to use it. Vladdy falls again. 17-2 now for Team Heretics. Baron up in 8 seconds time. Let's see if they can make more use of this buff than Carmine Corp managed.
Heretics is everywhere. They're doing everything right. Look at bot lane now. Kana will try to make something happen here on the Carlson, but I think it's all in vain. He's mega, he has Sterox. He can probably clear this wave. Maybe they can get this tower, but it doesn't matter. That's a Baron went over to the team of Heretics. Carlson holds the line, and now it's just gonna be a try to push down all 3 lanes now from Heretics and try to get these inner inhibitor towers.
Yeah, you can go for that 1-3-1 that we talked about 20 minutes ago here for Heretics. They have one death between their 3 main carries in this game. I mean, Sheo is also a carry, but in terms of laners, Flackett and Carlson yet to die. And it's not for want of trying from Carmine Corp.
Well, I like this. Look, they're actually letting Sheo be the one that's playing alone because he is the hardest to actually go on. Really clever adaptation here by Heretics, because usually you leave your top laner here. But I think actually if Carson would be here, that Vi ult into the Dembessa ult would still make him perish. But now Sheo is able to push this by himself, knowing that they can't go on him. So it's a cute little adaptation that we don't see a lot of teams do.
Wave's not quite synced up as much as they would like it to be. Carlson is going to be on that inhibitor in just a moment, and with the Sun Disc down, it becomes harder for Heretics to actually push 2 waves at once. Stend looking for Kalist, who does have the flash and has the barrier, and will use at least the flash to escape across the wall. Sheo pushing through mid, Kana on the wrong side of this Weaver's wall. Yike looking for the chase as well, as Stend is falling lower. Redemption coming outside, he's shot back onto Kana. He has to flash away as well, as the TP back from Carlson towards that top side. The inhibitor tower in the bot lane has already fallen. Carlson can look to open up on the inhibitor. 2 flashes burnt for Carmine Corp, and Heretics still on the advance.
Slipping out of their hands slowly but surely. Good plays, continued by even better plays from Heretics constantly this game.
Targmus with the Magnus Storm, and he's just dead. Camillo's on a killing spree. He's an assist in by Light. Yike, look how far away the rest of the team are. Heretics find 2 more. Vladdy forced back with the Mystic shots. Kana having to body block for his mid laner. Heretics can just push through bot here. Sheo might catch the wave. Could you just look for the win?
They're gonna do it. They're gonna come here and try to take the Nexus here. The Nexus tower will not stand for long. Vladdy really needs to make a big effort to hold the line here. Make sure those soldiers hit and they hurt. Because if you don't, those towers will fall.
Blackhead just dashing forward, it kills him! He just takes him out!
There's no one to defend now.
It's all on Kana and Kalist, but Kalist doesn't have the bullet time and doesn't have the time to live either. Another quickness from Stend finds 2. 22 to 3 for Team Heretics.
It took 42 minutes, but in the end, they managed to take the Nexus of KC with a massive upset in our game 1 in this series. I don't think anyone came in here expecting actually Heretics to compete this much with KC.
I mean, backstage we were talking about how Heretics are definitely bottom 4, Carmine Corp are definitely top 2. And then this happens. It is only game of 1 of a best of 3, but
passion, vision, aggression.
Apparently it works. Apparently it works. Incredible stuff from Heretics. Even in the mid game, we were saying, okay, Carmine Corp, you get to 3 items. Maybe you can do it. Camillo is standing by with Ginny. Please, what have you guys been eating? What have you been drinking? What is the secret sauce?
You know what? That's a really good question. Let's ask the man himself, Camillo. That was a great win going up against KC. Even though you guys were 7-0 at the start, it looked like it could maybe swing their way, but you crawled it back. What's the secret sauce for this game?
I mean, I don't think there is much of a secret sauce. We just play picks that we are comfort on, and we are playing good, because sometimes we show 2 sides. We show the bad sides where we run it down, and games are quick, and I do 1-8. And sometimes we show the good sides, and I think that was one of those games. And we need to make it happen a second time. We have 2 chances, and I don't think we will miss out on it.
So how are you going to make sure that you keep that consistency? You keep saying as the Heretics that we've just seen here in game 1.
I think it's good energy, good comms, and overall, good focus, I would
All
say.
right. Well, best of luck. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with the second game of the series, so stick around.
Into the map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this. Say it.
What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Look at me, I can go.
I'm moving.
Look on stand.
MF zone, MF really far. Yeah, I get him. Nice. Kill his ass.
I have the green too. If this guy, can we go? Look at him. I'm moving.
He's dead. Sure. I want to get top push out now.
I pin. Nice, George.
Nice, well played.
Nice, well focus, it's good, guys. Nice, well played, guys. Well played. Nice.
Chaos never stops here in the LEC as Team Heretics takes the first game against Gamin Cup. And guys, I came here today thinking that it was going to be one of the most one-sided series that we can have. It was the hidden banger that we were all waiting for.
That's the best game I've seen from Team Heretics, like all year, hands down. And we're used to talking about this team as punching up, that they're continuously an underdog coming into their games. This did not look like an underdog at all. This looked like the superior team in game one.
They were just so incredibly clutch. I can't remember a single game where I look at Team Heretics and I see them, okay, getting a lead in the early game, walking into jungle, laying down control, camping for the enemy to come into them. It just felt like all of a sudden they just leveled up.
I mean, they announced it. They wanted passion, they wanted vision, they wanted aggression, and I feel like we got all of it here.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't even know where to start, especially because, like, if you're looking at the games we usually have from Team Heretics, right? They're not solid. They're often comeback wins. They are. You are falling behind early, and they're getting the aggression, they're getting the passion. But what it usually is fall behind, fall behind, fall behind, fall behind, fall behind, and then suddenly the passion comes through and they win a game, right? But that wasn't this game. And that was what was so crazy about it, is the fact that it was controlled. They were just better. They're keeping themselves going. Look at this goal graph.
Clean.
That's beautiful. That is
clean.
not, I mean, yeah, don't worry about the dip, right? They bought in there, and then they continued again. And that is what we like to see.
For me, what is even more surprising is that you usually see underdog teams getting a lead sometimes in the early game, and usually mid-game comes, and this is when things unravel, and this is when things collapse. But Odo, they kept the ball running, and for me, that is even more surprising that they managed to do this against one of the best teams in the league.
Exactly, and it came, to be honest, off of the back of stand, I would say, because what happened this game is that they don't really have a lot of tools going on for them. They just found the only main engage with stand, and it just was so well and so coordinated with everyone else on the team.
It's funny because we've been talking about Carlsen, we've been talking about Shio, what he can do, the best moments that Camilo can have sometimes. I feel like we've been sleeping on stand a bit, and I think about the development of this player from the LFL, where sometimes he was a bit too aggressive, but here, GB, I feel like it was the perfect timings to engage over and over again.
Honestly, I completely agree with you. I think his movement in the fight as well, on the Rakan, the way he was dodging around these skill shots and then waiting for the perfect moment to jump in on the Rakan to find that knockup, I think it was so impressive, especially when you take into the context how linear the KC draft was. All they had to do was go in on him once, and he probably would have been blown up.
Exactly, and what we saw from KC was this sort of lack of coordination, because they don't really need to find a great target. They just need to pick one target, and we just saw them fumble over and over again, and this just gives more props to Stan, because he had an impossible task this game, and he pulled it off.
I have a small question for you, because Wadid, LCK caster, former LEC star from G2, was tweeting the fact that he expects to see Stand in one of the top 3 teams soon, given the fundamentals that he showcases so far in the LEC. What strikes you when you think about Stan and his development so far?
Yeah, right now I just think it's that curve that, or that role rather, that he's kind of grown into for the team now. I think for a long time he was really on Shale almost as a solo man to find these leads for his team. But the fact that he's now the one being the driver lead in this scenario where he's the one engaging first, Shale comes through with the follow-up, I think it does a lot for the team dynamic, and I think it really helps them elevate themselves as a team.
Exactly, and when you think about rookies coming in from ERL, they always have a tough task ahead of them, and most of them, they just fumble in-game, but not him. He's always, even from the beginning, maybe he didn't have the most stellar performances, but he was always consistent, he was always there where he needed, and he just needed more and more time to develop and step up in this main engaged role. And even now, this bounce off of Targamas is just beautiful.
And again, goes to show the vision setups that they had, and I know that they had us with the pitch they came with today, but again, for me, the method, the discipline from Team Heretics on the back of Stand that I expect had a strong voice in this game. I'm just wondering, are they going to be able to reciprocate this for another win against KC?
I mean, if KC continues playing like they did in this game 1, I can honestly see it. I feel like this was, I already mentioned it, a team composition that was so linear. Like, it was super easy. You press R, you go in. But so often you saw it. Takamas goes in alone. Takamas dies. It felt like no one on KC was really on the same page when it came to playing the team composition. And I think if they're not waking up in this game too, Team Heretics will actually just run them over in this series.
Because that's the thing. I don't feel like I feel like they got surprised, but for me, getting surprised is one thing, but getting the strong fundamentals and way to develop a game like this, for me, that's not so much of a surprise. It could be a bad day for KC and a great day for Team Heretics.
Exactly, and that's what I'm banging on for, because I would have never expected coming to this day saying that Heretics going to Game 2, no matter what happens Game 1, they will be favorites, because I look at K-Corp, it's not that they got outdrafted in any way. They got a lot of the champions that they're extremely happy with. They got Azir, they got the Rel, they got the Vi. Maybe Vi is not so happy for them right now. But at the same time, Heretics just outplayed them. And now, regardless of the team comps, I'm looking at this game moving forward, and I'm thinking, I'm on the Team Heretics hype train.
No, absolutely. I am on the hype train, but I also have high expectations of this KC roster. They've had a horrible week before. We've had them fall down in playoffs as well. We've seen so many times where they faltered, but managed to build themselves back up. But that was over a longer period of time at playoffs and at first stand. Now they need to do it after Game 1 and then build it back into the series.
I'm just wondering if it's the effect of fatigue, maybe, for KC, and like how long is it going to take them to go back to the form that we expect from them? But they have to showcase this, especially in this series. They're going to be on the blue side for this one. Do you think KC is going to come back the way we expect them to, or is it going to be one of the most surprising series we had in the LEC so far? We have a surprise for the casters. Come here. Come here. Watch this.
This is for you guys.
My lovely colleagues have been drawing you. So this is Medic.
Long hair edition.
And this is this is Finn. And this is Medic.
Malicious?
What do you guys think?
You look a bit like a sleep paralysis demon. If that was
this is my proudest work, Finn.
Salad fingers. Yes. Oh, salad fingers. Oh.
Like
you got spoons? You got rusty spoons? Oh, great drawings. No, wonderful stuff, guys.
Beautiful, beautiful.
drawing skills as good as Carmine Corp's performance in game 1.
Oh, well,
Fair?
that's a bit rude. Come on,
What,
they weren't that bad drawings.
Okay, Finn, okay.
I want to see from Carmine Corp, I want to see some vision, passion, aggression from their side this time, because I feel like game 1, especially the vision part, I think they kind of fell behind in.
It really did, and like credit to Stend, credit to Heretics as a unit. Like Camillu, Carlson, they all popped off. Right? Everyone played incredibly well, but there were things lacking from Carmine Corp that you just do not expect to be lacking from Carmine Corp. They have shown us they are a better team than this. As Law said, perhaps fatigue is playing a factor. Perhaps like having first stand, only having a couple of weeks, and then having to go straight into the regular season here in the LEC is wearing on them a little bit. Let's see if they can bounce back in game 2. Obviously, haven't lost the series yet. It's all doom and gloom, but they can still win this series, and then one game is just a blip on their radar.
My eyes are on Vladi. I want to see more from Vladi, because I think this is the matchup he comes in as a grave favorite in. And I think this is the time for him to step up and show that his team, okay, you guys are having a rough one, I will carry. So I want them to support Vladi in draft. I want them to pick a heavy, mid-heavy comp where they can actually roam and try to interact with his lane instead of the Yike and Targamas duo that I think was falling a bit behind in game 1.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there. We are into picks and bans for game 2. Carmine Corp have the blue side. They've got rid of Varus, Maokai, Jace, and Callista removed by Team Heretics.
Yeah, eyes are on Rumble right now. I don't know if this Varus ban is for the Varus top. It's like all these games that we've seen this weekend has put those demons in my mind, because usually you go for Rumble here and then you respond with Varus. We've seen it twice now, and I think Kana is one of the best Rumbles we have in the league, so it kind of looks like they're trying to draft for that, but I'm not sure if the Varus is for the Carlson. I don't know if he plays it.
Maybe, you know, I don't know how creative he is. Can't remember exactly where he was on the creativity tier.
In the creative tier list, we put him in the B tier, so in the middle of the pack. Kana was in the C tier, so he has some creative gap tier.
I think the important thing with that tier list, as well as we do see the Rumble locked in, is it was about creativity in picks. Yeah. It wasn't about skill level. It was about how much you expect this guy to bring out something random. There was a lot of comments on it afterwards. So
yeah, like, exactly. That's as they should be. As we see the Rumble getting picked, I imagine we're going to see another kind of team fight heavy draft for KC. And I wonder what angle Team Heretics would look for as they go for the Aurora, maybe together with a jungle or a strong AD carry here.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. There's the Aurora locked in immediately. We'll see if Sheo decides to go for something a little bit less carry-orientated here in Game 2. Did have a good performance on the Neferi, 100% win rate on it.
Yeah, my mind goes to Xin here. I'm not sure why. I really like a AD heavy skirmish jungle for Sheo, working together with that Aurora. Obviously, Aurora can go into either position, either top or mid, but it is just gonna be the standard Corki who, with Callista being out, Varus being out, MF being out, Essel being out, is one of the strongest early game bot laners we have left in that pool.
Yeah, I wonder if Callista will look towards something like his Ashe again. Could go Kai'Sa as well, obviously, or Xayah. There's the Xin Zhao alongside the Victor. It's very much comfort for Carmine Corp, and no surprises there, right? You lose a game where you really didn't perform the way you wanted to, put everyone on things that they've been winning on. Put everyone on things that they were comfortable with. As long as the team composition is relatively cohesive, should be pretty happy with that, and it's pretty cohesive already. Like, Xin Zhao would love to gank that top lane. Rumble has a ton of damage in the early game, and Victor obviously can lock people up for you as well. Camillu is going to go across it towards his Cho'Gath. Could still be flexed. I think Camillu is he the only? No, he's not the only guy that's played Cho'Gath so far.
I think in the mid lane he's the only one that's played Cho'Gath. Knowing how these matchups go, you don't want to play Cho'Gath against Rumble because he will get torched. So I imagine this Aurora will be put into the top side, and this Cho'Gath, as we've seen Camillo play before, will go into the mid lane. It's really hard to poke him out early, so he'll just try to farm up, and then really once he gets level 10, 11, then try to work with his jungle, connect with some Ruptures, and then eat them.
Jhin and Panthea, the next two bans, as Carmine Corp trying to limit some of the jungle pool that can really lock someone down for the Rupture knockup and for the Aurora follow-up. They already have their jungle, obviously, in that Xin Zhao. I expect Heretics will look for another AD carry ban here. Jin's out, Callista's out, Varus is out, Ezreal and MF are out. So, I mean, you could ban out something like the Kai'Sa. Caitlyn as well does make sense. You want something that has to trade with the Corki in the lane and can't just stand back and farm from range.
Yeah, my eyes are on Sheo because you really don't have the space to pick a tank, and you don't have the space to pick an AP jungler, you can only really pick an AD skirmish heavy jungler here. So I wonder, he's smiling on the camera, I wonder what he has planned for us, because I think this is his time to open his mind palace and get really creative and dig deep into his pool of champions that can do so many things, or we're just gonna get something boring.
So who are you looking at? Like AD junglers, Jarvan, Nocturne are the first two that kind of come to my mind. Jarvan is a little bit more tanky than ADE, really. Nocturne has a bit more physical damage in his kit.
I do enjoy a good Jarvan, because Jarvan is really good into these immobile mages like Victor. It's one of the most problematic things for Victor to deal with when Jarvan ults on him.
Yeah.
So as we see, we get a response here, because now it's really hard for Kalist to pick a immobile AD carry, knowing that Jarvan is there. You have two options: either you pick a fresh to help him out, or you just try to make it really hard for Jarvan to lock you down.
He's playing with you guys. Stop worrying every time it's Kai'Sa. It's Kai'Sa. Oh, is it Ziggs?
No, it's Kai'Sa. I mean, you have a Rumble and a Victor. Really heavy magic damage compare coming out from KC. I mean, they will be fine because the Kai'Sa will go for that AD build and they have the Xin Zhao. I don't think it's going to be anything to worry about. But as a tank player at heart, I do enjoy when enemy drafts really heavy into one spectrum of the damage charge, because now this Cho'Gath can just itemize heavily into MR and be very happy with the efficiency of his stats.
Yeah, I'd be really happy overall. Gragas is the final pick. Going
That's
to
a Gragas support.
Yeah, into the Alistar, it's a long-term counter. Like whenever he goes in for the headbutt pulverize, you just body slam him and he doesn't actually get the combo off. Can work into the Kai'Sa a little bit as well, because her dodge mechanic is the supercharge, so she's kind of going invisible, dodging around, but usually if you place the explosive cast properly, you can still catch her with it, even if she's just getting knocked out towards the side instead of right back towards you. Sten had a great game in game 1, 0-0-17. And we'll see if he can continue that form here in game 2. A little bit more inventiveness in this draft than in game 1, I would say. You know, game 1 was pretty stock standard. Game 2, we've got the Gragas, we've got the Cho mid. People seem to be pretty happy. Heretics feeling themselves a little bit, maybe.
Very Mickey X coded to look at Gragas here.
I mean, you have to remember, a lot of the supports that are like joining our league now will have grown up watching Mickey X, watching Hylissang, watching Yellowstar. It's like, I started playing Thresh because Yellowstar played it. And then I watched Mad Life and I kept playing
because of the bot side play where he flashed and missed everything?
Yeah. He's too tanky.
Yeah, he's just too tanky.
You can't hit him.
He's too tanky.
I always ascribe the too tanky line to that, but it was actually, wasn't it expected?
Yeah, it was expected.
Top lane,
yeah,
he just missed everything.
I think he played Sarah. He rolled out the old Sarah, where he only had skill shots in your kids. And then he was just juking him in the bushes, and he was way too tanky to deal with.
For Carmine Corp, a bounce back is required, necessary, mandatory, you might say, for Heretics. Can they continue their winning ways? So far, only been able to pick up a couple of wins here in the LEC. Carmine Corp obviously sitting at 3-1 near the top of the table, tied with Fnatic, and I mean, they play one more series, then G2 will be 2 more series after this game. Anything interesting across the board? Conquerors on both the junglers, Comet on the Rumble for a little bit more poke, Airy on the Victor. Nothing too shocking.
No, pretty standard stuff across the board. I will say that this game, KC has a lot more tools in the early game to make things happen. When you draft a Vi, you're kind of like forced to play this boring play style of just farming till your ult and then fighting on that. But now having the Xin Zhao, having these lanes like the Rumble and the Alistar, you have that avenue of possibilities that you didn't have prior in the previous game. So I would like to see some proactivity in the early game from KC, because I really think that this is where they on paper are way better than Heretics in those lane matches.
I mean, they definitely are. On paper, Heretics are 1,100 gold behind at 15 minutes, and Carmine Corp usually have a slight lead. That was not the case in game 1, as Yike is going to start on his bottom side, Cher is going to start on his top side. Jungler's pathing and 2 opposite sides of the map. Kana didn't build up the overheat bar early, which is something we have seen a few Rumbles do. You stay in base, still hits.
What a harpoon.
Still hits the harpoon.
Amazing harpoon. Big kudos. Maybe Team Heretics will not play with the paper for the second game as well. Coming in, they really have interesting lane matchups there. Sten going for that E start, just trying to get a little bit of damage. Probably won't stick that much in the early game, but it really is when the Alistar has that combo that he kind of gets nullified, because suddenly you can't combo into the Gragas.
Yeah. And Targum is showing that Sten can't really combo back into him either. Can't get that body slam down if the pulverize is in the way.
As the race for level 2 is on. Who's gonna get it first?
I mean, Flackhead.
Ooh, exact same time almost.
Well, no, Flackhead and Sten got it by 0.5 millisecond. Come on.
half a millisecond.
Gotta give him credit. This is all that bot lane's about, man.
Yeah.
As a support, I'm like, oh, can I get it like one auto attack earlier?
Huge play by Heretics bot lane, getting level 2 first. Wow, what a play! As you see the Smolder emote by Kalista trying to counteract that, but they really did a great job getting that 2 microseconds advantage over KC.
Yeah, massive. And Kalista gets to 12 first. I think he actually got all the minions on the first 2 waves, whereas Flacker did miss 1.
Wow.
These are the big things that you look at in the
I'm
game.
thrilled. It's thrilling gameplay down here.
Do you just put the accent on to mock me, or is it?
No, what?
Thrilling
gameplay down in the bot lane. As we see the little gameplay going on here by the Kana getting that electrical harpoon on that minion.
I do like the fact you're mocking bot laners for these small games that we play when top lane is literally, oh, I've frozen the lane on him. He will lose 3 CS and I'll hit level 6 half a second earlier than him in totality.
He would lose 3 waves and $100 to pay for therapy.
True. Top lane relatively even between the 2 junglers finishing their first clears, and Sheo could look for a gank. He's coming round towards the Tribush here, maybe just going to place a ward in the Razor Beaks and then go back towards the Scuttle Crab. Instead, all the way around, avoids the Tribush vision and just puts a ward on the Crocs. So much ado about nothing, Sheo, as he will go back and make sure he gets his camp. Yike's going to do the same on the top side. Probably put the ward down, then on the way out, use that Scryer's Bloom.
Yeah, so completely mirrored paths. They focus on different sides and then put deep wards in the enemy jungle as they get their crab. So both teams are kind of really aware of exactly what the other team is doing right now. Pretty soon, we're going to see our second full clear from both our junglers. Yike is going to go for his, and Sheo is going to go for his, and they're going to see exactly where they are. So the lanes play with full information where the junglers are, and crucially this means that now Rumble can play a little bit more aggressive as the jungler is pathing away from him, and it also allows the Team Heretics bot lane to play a little bit more aggressive as the jungler is pathing away from their lane.
Sheo spotted on vision, and he goes over towards those Krugs, and as you say, would like to just path down towards the bottom side. We saw both the mid laners teleporting back in. Vladdy going for the Rod of Ages Victor build here.
Yeah, not sure if I like it. What I do like is highlighting these little things that I really enjoy about the game.
Oh, hit me.
And I really enjoy that KC used their base timer on their jungler's second full clear towards top. Because usually when you're at your most vulnerable is when your jungler is pathing towards top. True. And then they based, made sure there's no danger, and now they end up exactly where their jungler is going to end up, playing in perfect tandem with Yike. And I think that's just beautiful to see.
There is a TP coming out from Kana, so he's going to have the push on the bot side. Carlson will back towards top so he can match that push on the bottom side. You actually see Flacket and Send opening up through mid predominantly here, maybe looking to see if someone overextended. They wanted Kamilu to get the push in for that lane anyway, and Targamas could have ganked, so making sure they know where Targamas is to keep Kamilu safe also makes a lot of sense. Flacket coming across it, doesn't quite get that first minion, but we'll be able to mop up the rest of these underneath the tower.
Yeah. So both bot lanes are now on top, swaps are back in the game, and top laners are in agony.
Yep.
What's new?
What's new indeed? So, the risk for Kana is that the enemy jungler is on this side of the map.
Yes.
And it's a very gankable lane, is the Rumble. But it looks like Sheo instead has decided that Dragon looks quite tasty. He's going to start that one up, puts the control ward down. And so, although he was initially spotted out doing this, he won't be spotted any further. Does see that exchange of grubs for Drake once again. Last game it was Carmine Corp who were getting the Drake and Heretics who were getting the grubs, whereas this time the honors are reversed.
Yeah, and the trademark of a grub versus dragon trade game is when the junglers path to different sides. Yeah. Because they will always kind of be mismatched with their full clears, so when one guy wants to do an objective, the other guy is on the other side of the map. Now he's gonna give the food to his Cho'Gath, he's gonna nom 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 all over that scaly little is it a reptile? Is a dragon a reptile?
A dragon? Yeah. It's gotta be, it's cold-blooded, right? Yeah, we'll call it a reptile, man. They're mythological. Yeah. Anyone that disputes this will just say, oh, I ascribe to a different version of the mythology than you do.
That's true. Like dragons in every mythology.
I mean, they do seem quite ubiquitous, don't they? They seem to be all over the place as Yike secures himself a Scuttle Crab. Importantly for Kamilu, that feast stack does not count towards the 6 that he gets from minions in this game. Instead, just gives him the ability to continue stacking. Oh. Targamas goes back in with a headbutt pulverized. Yike is on his way across as well as Stend has fallen quite low. Flack is going to Valkyrie out with the junglers here, but neither one able to find a way into the battle.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you E in as the Gragas. Suddenly you can't actually stop the combo.
Targamas flash combo. Sheo's here though, and Targamas no longer has the flash. He'll fall first. Yike looking for the win, becomes lightning. Cataclysm will burn the flash out of Kalisz. Flakked with the barrier. Valkyrie's away, and now Yike's in the middle of 3. Sten doesn't have the health or the mana to really help out here, but with the win becomes lightning, Yike's gonna have to flash away from the standard, the Dragon Black combo there from Sheo.
Vision! Passion! Aggression coming in from Heretics. Beautiful punish on that little overzealousness that Targamas has showed here. And once again, we see the tandem of Sten and Sheo being superior to Yike and Targamas, just like in game 1. I'm not sure if it's nerves or if they're a little bit antsy in their pansies, or like I don't know what's happening with Targamas here, but he's really impatient going for this play onto Gragas when Yike wasn't there to follow up.
Yeah, it was the same in game 1 as well. Like Targamas, remember the Grops? He was there so early when the rest of the team weren't there to follow up. He's having a bit of a mare today, and Heretics are very happily punishing him. They burn all of the flashes from Targamas, Kalisz, and Yike. Only have to use Flackheads, but he does use the barrier as well. Now Flackhead's going down towards that bottom side. Carlson's going to catch top as that's shoved in. Stend once again. This vision control is
the passion
important.
It's flowing through the screen. I can feel it here in my little booth as Sheo goes in for the chicken nuggets but doesn't get them. Yike is still the god of smites in Europe, and if you take a shot at his chicken nuggets, you best not miss.
It's true. Hey, if someone comes for my nuggies, I am swatting that hand away. My cat does try to steal them from time to time.
Really?
Yeah, she loves chicken nuggets.
Who doesn't, honestly?
That's, yeah, very true. Maybe chickens. Ooh, a dive? Possible. Kana doesn't have the equalizer. Sten coming in, looking for that body slam. Still has the flash. Rupture doesn't land, and Heretics will call off the play.
Yeah, gets it demolished there, and then get out. It's a full rotation here from Camilo, so he actually has to burn that TP just to get back to mid-wave. As we were talking in game 1, when you commit a full rotation, minimap zoom into this, when you commit a full rotation, you really need to make that work. And if you move all the way, like Camilo just did, suddenly getting only a plate is not the best, so he has to TP back mid just to keep the tempo in the game. So then maybe it would be a time to do a half rotation.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and a half rotation would be easier because look at how much vision control they had. This ward here has only
the passion as well.
The ward has only just been placed by Targamas. That wasn't there before, so Camilo was actually on darkness the entire way down towards that bottom lane. You can just use that fog of war to surprise your opponents.
I remember when Magic Felix was at his apex in solo queue, what he would do every single game is he would just push mid and then sit on a pink ward in the line bush.
Yeah.
He would just push the wave and just sit on it.
Yep.
So he'd be so fast, he'd always be back to clear his mid wave, but both side laners would always be in fear of the Magic Felix roam. And then when he did it, it just always hits so hard. That's just, I think, a great way of playing mid. When you have that mid push, just hover to a side, apply stealth pressure, and that is gonna build up, because they can't respect every wave. Eventually they'll get impatient, and that's when you prowl. That's when you seize the opportunity and you gank them.
And then you type SS mid question mark question mark. WTF. Camilo with the Symbiotic Souls on this Cho'Gath build. If you haven't seen it, you've been living under a rock. Halo Blades into Shurelias with Symbiotic Souls. The idea is push the wave and leave. He's going to miss that cannon though. Ouch. I'm sure he'll be very sad about. Does have 3 feast sacks already. Sheo's going to start up these grubs, and Camilo with the push in mid is the first to move towards that line bush. Yike and Targamas waiting though. Rupture out, goes wide of Vladdy. Sheo goes in with the Cataclysm into the gravity well. Will flash away. TP coming out as well as Carlson's going to join the play. Yike already dead, and Targamas still does not have flash. He has an unbreakable will, but it's pretty damn broken. Heretics are 3-0 up in game 2.
Heretics are voracious, and Camilo's hunger is sated. Knowing that Yike had no flash, really good timing by Sheo, knowing that the flash was down on the Shinshao, the eat or the feast comes out very cleanly, and it's just a nice and easy pickup on the jungler of Casey here. Stepping up a bit too far, look at Flakked, and then look where wait, what is his name? Callistus. He's so far away from this fight, Flakked is already here, and it's just really easy commit for Heretics. Carlson TP's in, probably didn't need that, but hey, he's here, and it looks good while doing it.
Yeah, again, I will say, if we're going to pick small holes, a couple of TPs used by Heretics that they didn't want to use. They lose a plate in the bottom lane to Kana, who is even-ish with Carlson, even though Carlson has more CS and that extra assist. But the big gold lead we have to talk about is Sheo. 3-0-0 on this Jarvan. Sundered Sky, so he does have some physical damage on the Jarvan. Was able to pick up 2 of the 3 grubs, so just stopping Carmine Corp from getting that set of objectives. KC, though, will be able to secure themselves a dragon in response. In terms of summoners, Carmine Corp now have all those flashes. It makes the Cataclysm a much less deadly proposition for them. But for the moment, Heretics with that 1.6k gold lead that we saw them have in game 1.
What is going on with Heretics today, by the way? Can we talk about it?
Really well.
I'm going to talk about it. They are just so proactive and they're just working so well. And I want to give big kudos to Stand and Sheo, because I think they are the 2 stars that shine the brightest in this year so far. I think they've always been playing together, using their timers very efficient, and just really, really good tracking of summoner spells. I think that kill on Jack only came because they tracked his flash. They knew the flash was down, he couldn't escape from the Jarvan. And when you play against a Jarvan that is strong, when you have no dash in your kit, it's just a menace. This Rumble, this Victor, this Xinxiao, this Alistar, none of them have dashes to get out of this Jarvan ult, and I think it's gonna have such a huge impact later on, because every ult will be a flash at least.
Yikes on his way across here. Targamas does have the flash. Now he's underneath the tower by himself. Has the Unbreakable will as well. TP behind. Carmine Corp looking for the play. Pulverize from Targamas just to try and clear out the wave. TP behind here from Kana. Targamas used the combo and Kana's half HP. Sten looks for him. Can't quite find it.
Yeah, Vlad is back mid. He decided not to roam. He's now going to try to hit mid tower, but Kana TP is down there, and now Carlsen is having a field day up in the top set. He's just going to get so much yummy, yummy, yummy gold for himself here and grow stronger and stronger and stronger.
The thing is, Vladdy can come across, so yeah, Carlsen will probably get a plate, but he's not going to get much more than that. Still huge for Carlsen, and again, a TP expended with no real benefit, especially like Targamas using the Pulverize on the wave. Maybe was trying to get the Headbutt Pulverize combination and wasn't quite in range to get it. Vladdy didn't come across, so Carlsen did manage to pick up a plate and a little bit more gold. As Shale goes on to Vladdy, looks to burn his flash here. Rupture goes wide though, and a good gravity well.
Wow,
Vladdy sidestepping inside
wow.
of the baby king.
Wow. That's why we're excited about this guy. He just sidestepped a Rupture inside a Jarvan ult, making tiny use, really threading the needle perfectly. Great play by him. Amazing.
Stand looking for this across the wall. Yike goes forward, explosive cast knocks Yike back, and in the middle of the Crescent Guard, he is deleted. Heretics now with 4 on the board. This is exceptional.
Oh my god, yummy in Camilo's tummy. Wow, he is just getting so many stacks this game. Every feast is just connected to something. Either it's a dragon or a kill on this Xinxiao. And it really feels like KC is losing traction of this game because they're falling further and further behind. We talked about it in that game 1, the gold lead kind of stagnated, but now Heretics is snowballing so fast and it's really getting out of their hands. They need to slow down and try to get the items. Ooh, good movement by Vladdy.
Really good movement from Vladdy. Camilo will pop the Shuralias, but he's only going to be able to clear out the control ward. There is a Rift Herald available to either team, and it's Heretics who are going to start. Oh, sorry, it's the second set of the last grub. I was so sure it was the Rift Herald, but they left 1 grub off the second spawn, so they're just going to take away the last grub here as Sheo realizes doesn't want that one sticking on the map. Would give mites to Carmine Corp if they were able to secure it, so he will take it down. 100% kill participation still for Sheo and Stend, who have been absolutely everywhere. A purple patch indeed for them. And I like big words from Wadid as well on X. We saw it during the analyst desk saying he thinks Stend is good enough to join one of the top 3 teams pretty soon. Came up through Vitality B last year.
Initially it was on Koi Academy in 2023, and then Vitality B last year. Obviously going into that final versus BDSA, losing there, but still really like this guy is on the rise, and I think this series is just a great presentation why he is really good and someone to be excited about in the future, because usually we have seen our support talent pool in Europe have been pretty, I'm not gonna say dry, but it hasn't been the most exciting one, if you can say so. I mean,
it's been a little recyclable.
Yeah. So really seeing a new support come up to this league and actually have an impact like this is very exciting for the future.
I think as well, like, sometimes a player needs a series like this where they really stand out. Like, Stend has been good, but serviceable so far.
There's a really low-hanging fruit joke here, that he stands out.
He stands out. That's a great one. I love that.
Okay, thanks.
But yeah, sometimes you need a series like this. Like he's been an okay support so far. He hasn't really truly shone. Partly you can say it's the team he's on, but partly also hasn't shown us all of these fundamentals that he's showing us in this game. When you have a series like this, it gives you so much passion, so much motivation for the future, especially against a caliber of opposition like Carmine Corp.
Yeah, and I think this is also a great point why this ARL system we have is so great, as we see Shio on the flank. I was going to talk over his magnificent dash on Targamas.
Locked up, knocked up, ruptured, and gobbled. Carmine Corp are 0-5 down. Camilo is 2-0-2. Sheo's going to get the second Drake of the game for Heretics. Carlson's going to match Vladdy in the top lane, and it's all gone pear-shaped for the boys in blue.
Guys, that stake was so rare, it was still moving when Camilo ate him. That was tragedy.
Hey, it's beef tartare. Some people love that, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's good if it's Korean, but maybe not the European tartare right now.
Like European tartare?
I mean, not looking great right now.
Oh, okay. I mean, actually, you could say it's very tasty with how many times he's been gobbled up this game.
That's true, yeah. Another great play by Heretics, catching up the support before the Dragon, securing himself a second Drake of this game. And Camilo has opened up on the side there, looking for Vladdy, but Yike is recovering. But the Rupture connects for the first time.
Camilo's on the chase. He's got another piece. Vladdy's going to flash away. Between worlds goes Carlson. Stend on his way across, and it's a good battle from Stend. With Kana TPing in, when becomes lightning again. Stend flashes across the wall. Kalist now chasing in. Carmine Corp finally on the board. Heretics overextending top, and KC punish.
Wow, he really comes up and tries to save the day there, but in the end, he's just Stend, and he can't really do much about it. The pick was really good, attempt by Camilo to open up top side there, but really good read by Yike to be there, and in the end, it just doesn't amount to anything.
Yike just about to finish his recall, stays around. Did enjoy that he's just Stend as well.
Yeah, exactly.
You're on fire today, Finn. Still a 2,500 gold lead for Team Heretics. And in game one, we were talking a lot about how Carmine Corp will be happy enough with this sort of position, how they could come back into the game at 3 items. Well, in this game...
Oh, gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble.
It's not quite the same as Targamas has to flash away from the Rupture. Burns that summoner. For the next 5 minutes, it will be down. There's an Artican spawning in that time alongside a Chemtech Drake. Not the best solve for Heretics, but they'll use the time they have acquired from burning that flash to invade this bottom side, steal away as many camps as possible.
Sad gobble gobble noises, and making up.
It's turkeys on Thanksgiving, right?
Not having an impact there. Gets the flash out of Targamas, and that's the issue when you play Alistar against Cho'Gath, because usually when you play Alistar, all the damage comes in, you get CC'd, and then you ult. And then you're around 60-50% health, but that's already in gobble range.
Yeah, because it's true damage.
Yeah, it's true damage. You just go through all the damage reduction, and Camilo will be really annoying for Targamas. It becomes so hard for him to actually be proactive. And we see it on every single lane right now. It's so difficult for KC to make a play, because they just don't have any avenues.
Yep. The only lane with the gold lead is Kalist, who has those Yuntals stacked up. 2 items complete on Flacker, though, Triforce and Manamune. He's in a very strong spot, almost has the Mura mana fully stacked up himself. Carmine Corp looking to see if they could catch anyone, also trying to get in towards that red. Kalist stepping forward, the wave in mid lane, not anywhere near the tower, so he doesn't have to be here to defend as of yet. Oh, Vladdy has no flash.
From Vladdy.
Look at the spikes damage.
Oh, but he doesn't have the damage. That's why the Roa is so good. Yeah. If he built any other item as the first item there, that is a dead victor. But in the end, Camilo doesn't lose anything for doing that. That was just a great pick.
TP coming in as well. Kana underneath the tower, puts the equalizer down, but there's no tower here to defend him anymore. Camilo joins the fray. Kana falls first. Carlson will take it. Heretics find one.
Let your Cho'Gath eat! He was so hungry, he'll eat.
It's an Artican. He can eat the Artican.
Oh, that's true.
Eat the demon of the soldier from the past.
Doesn't look that delicious, though, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think a Rumble looks that delicious as well. Like, there's a little Yordle and a mech suit. I don't want to eat steel. I think Cho'Gath doesn't really discriminate in terms of food stuff. He's an omnivore.
He has really good gut health.
Does. Probiotics. Targamas hex flashing across the wall. Artican down at 4,000. Kalist going in. Carlson trying to dash forward as well. Yike dives in. Camilo falling lower. The Cataclysm on the back line as Kalist dives in with a killer instinct. Perfectly played by him to dodge away from the fight. Yike able to land the smite on the Artican. They get the pulse life as well with elbow die. Sent packing. Heretics win the battle. but the Atakan secured by Carmine Corp.
Oh, it's a really valiant effort by KC. I really think they did the best they could there. I think they really did good. Kalist having a good individual moment, and Targamas actually finding an engage now that really connects into something. Shio takes so much damage from his Atakan. Look, he has no Sterak's, and he starts this fight at so low health. They go on the Cho'Gath, he can't gobble anyone, and in the end, doesn't really matter. He will take away the Atakan from Heretics, but it only gives him a second life.
But it does give false life to everyone who was dead when it started.
It's true.
So there are 3 false lives available. It's one of those weird buffs where it remains through. If it's taken while you're dead, you get it.
It's the only one, actually.
It's the only one, which when they were talking about nerfing it and buffing it, I thought that was a really easy way to nerf it, right? Yeah. It's just like, why do you get it if you're dead?
Yeah, I have a great suggestion. I think they should just remove it entirely.
Oh, really?
Like, I don't like this. It's so annoying. I hate when they all roll up with their GAs and look so confident suddenly just because they're going to get back to life.
Okay, see,
well, that's just my take.
We did have a short pause. We're back into the game straight away. So there no need to leave wherever you are, unless you have a wireless headset, in which case you can go and get some tea, have a coffee. It is 8:34 at night, so maybe not a coffee? I don't know. You do you. I'm not here to dictate. But it does mean Targamas has that GA, as will Vladdy when he comes up. Although, yeah. And Kana. No flashes apart from Kana's. Kalist getting chunked a little bit by Flackhead. Heretics are playing for this Drake. It's up in 20 seconds time.
Yeah, they're just waiting now for the flash of Vladdy and Yike, because when those summoner spells are up and available, they can finally try to create some space, take some more space in this river, but it looks like they're just gonna give this dragon up. They realize it's too hard to contest against the Cho'Gath and all this poke, all the rockets, all the Aurora chunks that's gonna come in when you walk through her. So they just go to try to get this mid tower to trade for it.
Well, Yike and Vladdy do have those flashes back up. Camilo looking for the rupture. Yike jumps in, gets the Q3. Targamas there for the follow-up, knocked back. Targamas almost sent back in with that boss like Shale dives in. A 3-man Cataclysm, and Carlson's here to follow up. Goes between worlds. Blackett diving forward with the Valkyrie, but look at the equalizer damage. Blackett trading onto Yike. Vladdy falling very low, dodges away from the rupture. The false life onto Kana. Vladdy still somehow surviving and finds himself a double. Yike now the target of Blackett, who lands the rocket and gets the Gatling gun to rip through Yike. Kana, Vladdy, and Targamas will come back to life, but Heretics win out on the fight.
Yeah, but it's great for KC, because now because of the false life, they can actually come and contest this dragon. In the end, I think you're really happy at KC, and really, really huge kudos to Vladdy. He played that fight so aggressively with having no health at all, constantly playing on the edge of death and victory.
We'll have another look at it, because Yike goes in, Targamas follows suit, and at this point I'm like, okay, Targamas is just doomed.
Yeah, but the Rupture connects onto Kalist, he ults out, and here it looks really good, but Shio ults in when the Rupture is on cooldown, and there's no great follow-up for that Jarvan ult. And here Camilo tries to eat Vladdy, but he just survives, and look at Vladdy! Look at Vladdy! Look what he's doing! He's just playing at the complete range of Camilo's abilities, just walking up, does end up taking a rocket in his face in the end, but still, he will withdraw, and he still try to make something work.
Yeah, I mean, if Camilo gets out there, it's a very different state of affairs afterwards. As Heretics once again garnering control of this bot side river. There is a ward just around the corner in that banana bush that's not spotted by the control ward. Targamas now has flash, could look for that knockup, has the unbreakable will as well. Yeah. Vladdy and Yike though without flashes alongside Kalist.
Yeah. Look at Jarvan. When they cross this line, he will go. They have no flashes, so they have 2 options. They can play in this little corner and try to poke, or they just have to walk through this entire choke point where all the AoE damage is going to come through. And it seems like they actually get a little bit of space here, but really keep your eyes on that Jarvan. He is
onto Targamas, knocked back and feasted, but Camilo is already quite low. The equalizer well placed by Kana as well to force Blackett and Shao and Stend away. Carlson's down towards the bottom side. Good look to get in here. Stend, no explosive cast for him, no flash either. Carlson goes between worlds with that ultimate and chunks out Kalist. Kana looking for that flank. He's spotted on vision. Stend will send him miles away, but sends himself into the maws of Carmine Corp. We'll get their second dragon of the game. Kana deleted. Shao slowed up. He's looking for the re-engage. Goes in onto Kalist, who has no flash, and he will die. It's 2 for Carlson. Yike with a knockup. Vladdy's got to do it all here. Siphon some power. manages to pick up one. Flacket and Carlson back away in the end. Carmine Corp get the Drake, and it's an even fight.
Oh, you can smell the tension in this game. It's so close, so many micro moments having such a huge impact. In the end, they didn't really find the engage they wanted, and Casey got full access to the river. And what happened is that despite Targamas dying early, so did Camilo. And suddenly that's a trade you will take if you're Casey. Doesn't matter that your support dies if you also get your trade back on the Cho'Gath here. Sure, he looks big, but he's not that tanky. Great equalizer by Kana, splits the entire team, makes it so hard for him to defend him. And when this fight kind of goes back, Carlson looks for the ult, but doesn't really find much. Yeah, and now look at Kana, finds a really crucial flank. I think here was great what it did, but now maybe got a little bit too overzealous here, tries to face check into the Aurora.
Yeah, the second face check I think is not the wisest of things to do. Vladdy again playing on the edge. You can see Sheo thinking, well, Kalist has no flash. They do take him out, but then Sheo a little bit overextended. And Vladdy's so tanky with his Rod of Ages and Leandri's complete. They can't work their way through. And Sten realizing, okay, I mean, the Blast Cone got the Rumble out of here, but not in the right direction, and kind of took me to my death. 3,000 gold the lead for Heretics, but that has not extended in the last while, and Carmine Corp are starting to win out on some of these fights. They have a 3-item Vladdy who, let's be honest, more like Atlas this game, carrying his team on his shoulders.
I like that reference.
Thank you.
I will say I am a bit critical towards Camilo's itemization. I don't really understand a dead man's plate when they have so much magic damage. I would have loved to see a Force of Nature.
Agree.
Because as you saw in that previous fight, he just went down so fast. This Cho'Gath looks really big, but having all that armor doesn't really do him any good in these fights. So when he's gonna get that MR, he's going for it now. Maybe we'll see a stronger front-to-back comp from Heretics.
Yeah, those are the usual two options. Second item, you get Shurelia's first, and then Deadman's if you want a bit of armor, or Force of Nature if you want the extra magic resistance. You're still getting movement speed because they both, well, Deadman stacks up in a slightly different way, but they both stack up to give you movement speed. Stend here on the front line. Vladdy trying to clear out this vision alongside Targamas. Baron, the next target for these teams.
Yeah, and I will say, if you're a KC fan, you can take a side on Belief.
Targa has flash, but the Cataclysm going down. Carlson trying to put the damage in from the side. Explosive cast going wide. There goes Kalist into the middle of them all. Blackett falling low. It's all about Kalist. The Equalizer goes down as well as Sten has the flash across the wall. Kalist will fall. Kana's going to chase Sten down towards the bottom side. Carlson and Camilo now trying to run out. Carlson TPs to safety. Stend is going to get out as well. Oh, never mind.
Run, Sten!
I mean,
you're
in
danger. Oh, the
flash. Okay, he's dead. Slowed up by Kana, gets the Electro Harpooning. Camilo looking for Targamas, can't use the Feast though.
If you use the Feast, then you lose that.
Yeah, exactly. Vladdy's still looking for the chase here. Grounding well going down.
Look at Carlson.
The weirding onto Vladdy. Almost kills him with two-fold Hex, but doesn't quite have the damage even through the Leandries. Camilo will fall first. Wind becomes lightning onto Carlson as Targamas chases forward. Flashes in, and Yike thinks he's got him. And I think he damn well might. Yike gets the shutdown. Carlson falls, and Carmine Corp have evened out the game.
And Yike holds the fort beautifully for Casey. When everything looks grim, they find the miracle fight they need off the back of an amazing aggressive play by Kalist, showing that passion, showing that vision for the game, and showing that aggression by jumping in 1 versus 2 and assassinating the backline of Heretics as the Baron is being started by Casey.
Yike, the Smite King of Europe. Sheo looking for the steal more than anything here. Carmine Corp, you need someone towards the backside. Don't really have the vision yet either as Sten clears out that Scryer's Boom. Now you see Sheo, TP coming out as well as Camilo's going to join the fray. Targamas there to try and headbutt or pulverize someone away.
Look for the Feast.
Yike is low. There's the Equalizer on Flacket and Sten. The Feast onto the enemy jungle. And now Sten's going to turn over onto Targamas. This explosive cast will knock Kana back as well. The Rupture doesn't quite hit, but he will get silenced. Kana pops the stopwatch. Vladdy and Kalist need to close in as Flacket is falling low. Kana taken out though, and Flacket survives towards the top side. Heretics fine too. They have their jungle and they've got Feast up in about 2/3 of its cooldown. Carlson will clear out mid. Do you just turn towards the Baron?
Oh, a great discipline by Heretics, not to try to go for the dash, not to try to push out topside. They just all instantly base, because they know the dragon is the objective. And I gotta think this is Sheo calling this, because I know how much he loves his dragon and is so disciplined. But let's take a look at this fight. Look at this angle that Camilo fights onto Yike. Lands the Rupture and lands the gobble, the gobble, the gobble. And now the fight just falls apart, because without your jungler, you are not that strong.
Yeah, I mean, Kano as well. Great cask from Sten to knock him in. Flacket almost falls. Incredible for Heretics that he survives. Kano dies again. There's the Drake secured by Heretics in that picture-in-picture. Carmine Corp are going to set up towards that top side. Kana up in 2 seconds' time, but doesn't have the teleport. And Heretics are making a beeline for the mid lane for now. Going to try and crack that mid-tier 1 if they can. Yike there to defend. Kalist as well at 3 items. Targamas going in onto Sheo, who misses the flag and drag. Great cask back again into the Cataclysm. Arcane Storm out, and immediately they dive onto Vladdy, but Black is now isolated. So far, it's only Sheo who's gone down. Carlson, though, will find one. He's looking to 2, can't quite make it. Blackett now opening up with the Gatling gun. Kana falling low. Targamas with a knockup. Blackett has the barrier. Kana's going to go down to Kamilu. Sten goes back in for the slow on Yike. The rupture doesn't hit. Yike gets 2. A spear through the hearts of Heretics. As 2 of them fall, the rupture goes short, and Yike will walk away.
What is happening in this game? Just back-to-back amazing plays by both teams. Look at Carson in this fight, and look at Yike. These 2 standout players find crucial plays, keeping their teams in the game. As we slow down a little bit, the fight starts by a great cast by Sten, but Yike finds the flash and then the knockup onto Sheo.
With the Arcane Storm following up as well, you can see Sheo diving in, Placket thinking, I can follow.
Look at Carson.
But Carson gets this 2-fold X. It's sublime, he almost survives, and then it's a fight of Heretics trying to play around the edge of Carmine Corp's positioning. Yike here.
2 Heretics, 1 spear.
Oh!
Gorgeous, gorgeous!
I mean, that wins them the fight, or at least keeps the fight close, because otherwise Yike's going to get chased down. And you can see Sten realizes just how much it means.
Again, we have to... And this game is so tense, Medic! This game is so tense! Back-to-back to fight. We're witnessing peak European League of Legends right now. This game is so exciting, and it's just so back and forth. So many mechanical plays happening all the time.
Carlson just short of a Rabadons. We have almost 4 items for Kalist as well. Black is in a similar spot, 1,000 gold between the 2 teams. Soul available for Heretics in 3 minutes time. Baron though, this is where we fight. This is where the battle lines are drawn. Heretics looking for what would be a monumental win, a historic win for the team, at least so far here in Spring. Carmine Corp looking to show, even when you count them down and out, even when they are demolished in game 1, they still come back to fight and take this bit.
I have to give kudos to KC. Yep. I think they've stabilized a really, really difficult game. I think they've shown great tenacity and great creativity to kind of find openings into this game that should not exist.
They're going to start it up. Baron at 12,000. Targamas looking for the flank position, control ward in. Carlson TP's in with the Rabadons complete. Keep your eyes on the bunny, as Carlson will look to make Carmine Corp hopping mad. It's a hairy situation for him.
I would love to see Casey now just reset and then now put all their attention into the bot side for this dragon coming up, because that is actually the big objective.
Oh, Yike locked up. But where's the follow-up? Carmine Corp are going to collapse. Yike pops the Crescent Guard. Sheo down. There's the explosive cast. Sheo falling lower, but he's got the stopwatch. The silence comes out onto Yike. Sheo is the first to fall, and Yike still has a lot of health. Kamilu's on the wrong side of the wall, and he'll go down too. Carmine Corp will turn their eyes towards the Baron. I don't think Heretics can contest.
This is how the cookie crumbles as the top laner KC rumbles. Oh my god, what a crazy pick onto Sheo. Despite having the stopwatch, he doesn't end up surviving. And crucially, Camilo doesn't get the feast off. And there's no follow-up to defend. The between 2 words doesn't hit, and KC get the Baron.
Okay, KC in the gold lead for what feels like the first time in this game. 35 minutes in, we are truly in the late game. You can see what Heretics are thinking, but they don't have the follow-up for Yike yet.
Oh, and if that cast connects onto Yike, it's a different fight, totally. But Yike is just so tanky, he's just buying so much time, and he doesn't die.
Yeah, crazy gravity well as well from Vladdy. Positions it so if Kamilu steps forward at all, he's stunned up. It's actually what means that Targamas can lock him down in the end. You could see Kamilu thinking, can I just get in range to feast? Can I get close enough? Vladdy on a tear this game, 6-2-10 on this victor. And now everyone on Carmine Corp beginning to step up. Carlson with a lot of damage.
Big chunks by Carlson. Kana now being so low in this fight.
Camilo
And keep your eyes on Camilo on the flank here. He's standing on that blast cone. That blast cone will take him very, very far away from his current position, but he decides to regroup with his team. I really want Carson to find a flank. I think playing front to back is not your best bet right now. I would love to see you go around and look for a pick between two worlds as the Rupture connects.
Kana comes back in with a TP, has that equalized. Targamas down to half HP. He's knocked back, but immediately he flashes onto Sheo. Yike dives in as well, but Sheo jumps across the wall. Kamilu, the burst target for Kana, the Chemtech, secured by Kalist. And now Heretics are on the run because Kamilu's already dead. Carlson almost taken out by the Chaos Ray, but doesn't quite connect. Yike flash for the win becomes lightning, can't quite get in range. Carlson's going to have to get out of here because Flacker's dead, and Carlson's next up. Carmine Corp find 3, almost 4. Sheo. Vladdy again playing on the edge. Will find another. It's 4 and a Drake for Carmine Corp.
And there's no stopping the murder machine that is Carmine Corp in this game. They have scaled and their time is now, and they are just out-handing TH in this game. They're just playing these fights better.
This is where they've been so good throughout spring. Their team fighting has been exceptional. In game 1, it's where we gave them the possibility of a comeback. We're like, they can be behind. If they get to 3 items, they can carry. Heretics surprised us then, and here Carmine Corp are not going to let them surprise us again. Heretics are respawning, 10 seconds still on Carlson, but it'll be another tier 2 for the boys in blue as they manage to take their 5th tower of the game.
Yeah, and it really is. Oh, as we look for a play, Targamas goes for the next
flash. Pulverized. Camilo's now in the middle of 3 members. He flashes for Kana. He gets in with a ball pool. Spikes, but has to burn the summoner to do so. Targamas and Kalist are going to back. Kalist's back is stopped. Stend not going to chase any further. Vladdy has been pushing through top, and someone has to answer that.
Yeah. Shiu will try to do his best here to stop Vladdy from pushing, but in the end, Shiu doesn't have a lot of ammo right now. Itemizing that Sonya's, Crucial doesn't give him any HP, it doesn't give him any AD, it just gives him AP, which it doesn't use, a little bit of armor, and that active. And he will try to make great use of that active. Everything that he does in a team fight will rely on that Sonya's. How much time can he buy in the middle? How much space can he create for his team? And how much can he set up his teammates for success? That's what we're looking for. No flash on Vladdy, no flash on Yike. Those are your targets if you're Jarvan, and you need to make this 3 minutes work.
Yeah, you have to do something in these next couple of minutes before those flashes are back up, as you say. The risk, of course, is Targamas is going to be there. He can maybe push you out, stop you from getting onto Vladdy or Yike. Kana, if he puts the equalizer down on top of the Cataclysm, you are in for a massive amount of pain. The last couple of fights where we've seen Heretics get a good Cataclysm off, it has been without the follow-up of the rest of the team. Vladdy coming over here with the Blast Cone. We'll spot out the fact that Heretics are waiting around the corner. Carmine Corp beginning to collapse. Camilo has the TP. Carlson also spotted this deep ward. Kalist jumps in and has the Guardian Angel, and he doesn't even need it. No Seraphim on his shoulder to carry him through this one. Sheo falling low as well. There's the equalizer onto him. Meanwhile, Flackett is caught all unawares. Kalist dives in, and Heretics die. Sheo burnt alive by Kana towards the bottom side. The Zonyas will do nothing for him. Carmine Corp are about to strike back.
And the desecration of TH is complete, and it's all on the back of Kalist, finding that crucial Void Seeker, catching out Carlson, and finds that pick that leads into the eventual victory for the blue.
Yeah, Camilo's going to try and catch the next wave, but I don't think it really matters because they have enough minions here to push through. Heretics' early game was solid, but Carmine Corp came out swinging in the mid-game. The Nexus Tower's their target. The minion wave not called off by Heretics. Carmine Corp will even out the series 1-1.
The blue wall remains tall and a big task to climb. Heretics came out swinging game 1, took down a brick. Came out swinging game 2, almost tore it down, but they still remain intact and keep fighting back in game 2. And this was just an amazing game. I just had a blast watching it.
It was so much fun. I really enjoyed it. It was back and forth. Great to see Carmine Corp taking us to a game 3, of course, for Heretics. The start was amazing. And then just a couple of team fights in that mid-game. Vladdy's positioning as well. Absolutely sublime. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk. It's enough from us for now. We'll be right back after the other people talk. Go, talk. Do stuff.
There's a lot of talking to be done after this banger of the series that we have to wrap up
That's
the week.
the best series we've had all year. Winter, spring combined. This series has had me standing up while I'm watching it, and I'm loving every second of it.
But for me, the most exciting thing was literally primitive fighting, one-on-one, everyone just bashing heads. Because past 25 minutes, that's just all it became about. Just fight, 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 fight. Drake is up, fight. Natural is up, fight.
Yeah.
Just keep bashing heads.
It's just a fact, this is not a fluke for Team Heretics. Game 1 was not a fluke. And obviously, I admire how KC came back in this game. But I'm so excited to see Team Heretics go from this roster where you're almost not expecting them to make playoffs.
Yeah, no.
To play against KC like this.
You give one of the most resilient teams, if not the most resilient team we have in the league, and then you give them a way to play together. Bam. That's what you are. Yeah, I know. I hurt my hands.
Yeah,
this,
that was
like,
loud.
That was worth it. That was completely
But
worth it.
this is also showcasing the challenges that Heretics really has to take forward now, because what's happening, you get a lead, and now maybe this inexperience and this, eagerness to perform against these top teams comes in, because there was a switch in this game past minute 30, 35, where they needed to change the game plan a little bit from the fights, the way they approach the fights, and they just faltered.
Yeah, and it showed in the itemization that they had, I feel, especially on some of those champions. But
I just
the
love
execution
the way
from
they're
both
going.
sides.
Yes, I love it, Law. I really love the set plays. You were talking about it, Oramna, to me before we went live. The team of Heretics has started implementing in their game. They are so often resetting together and just going aggressive into the enemy jungle or into finding a pig. And these fights are having you at the edge of your seat as you're witnessing them.
But this setup also shows you that just having a good setup is not enough. You need to start being able to adapt in the game, because the setup is only going to put you in an advantageous position, but after that, it's just all about mechanics.
Absolutely, and I think that Arakan that KC actually got bought them so much, because they already had members that had died in the fight. When they came back, the Force life still remained, and honestly, Vladdy had a lot of the highlights in the early game and the mid game, but I also think Kalist, he really came into place at this
From the late game,
later this series.
he just grabbed the game and he slam dunked it, because most of the plays that came in the late game were from Kalist individual solo plays. Vladdy kept them in the game, but Kalist really truly elevated K-Corp to take over this game.
Yeah, but don't get me started on Sten's Cask as well on this Gragas. Often you see a guy picking Gragas just to be a neutralizer against the Alistar knockup with the combo, but this guy, he plays this shit.
And
you know what I
spear,
mean? He's actually
spear,
out there making it work. And yeah, this highlights from both teams
I
here.
know.
And this game is something I'm going to go back and watch multiple times just for the joy I felt of watching it at this very moment.
I like the fact that both teams stay creative. They both had the mental, the resilience to stay that long in that game. And honestly, guys, I'm looking at the fact that we have a third game like this coming. And we had expectations coming in the day. For me, everything is thrown out the window right
Absolutely.
now. I have no clue who's going to take this one. And you know why? Because usually when it comes to game 3, you're like, the weaker team is not going to have options. Given the options that Team Heretics had here in this game too, they could pull anything.
It's hard, because now it's also the matter of pressure, because as these games go on, I've been part of some of them, when everything goes 30, 35 minutes, everything is instinct. And now having this downtime between the game either helps you reset or it helps you crash down, because when you feel like you've been in control for so long and you're so passionate about getting this big of a win, because it would mean so much for them and their playoffs hope to get it against K-Corp, to all fall apart in the last moments of the game, that can wreck you in a series. So now these next 6-7 minutes that they have between the games are crucial.
One thing that you want to see from each team going into this third game, guys, and we'll leave it there.
Yeah, I still think you need to build around Vladdy on KC. I think he's still a better laner and a better mid laner than Camilo, and I think in game 2, he was definitely the thing that spearheaded KC back into that game. It was him they could rely on, and I think Takamas really for KC, I want to see a bit more from him. He's had a really good glow up throughout 2025, but in this series specifically, it's been him getting caught quite a bit actually.
And for me, what I'm really, really excited about is Stand and Shio, just lock in. You guys are doing great. The solo laners have leveled up consistently, but now don't falter. Keep it together, because I'm on the Team Heretics hype train all the way to the end.
We're talking about experience, the fact that you've been in these situations, this stressful situation, when you have the momentum, you let it go, you come back, you keep on staying in that game. Where do you locate the momentum here? Is it still on the Heretics side, or do you feel like KC is just going to come back on this game 3?
I don't really think there's a sort of pattern over here because it's just how teams are taking this moment. But I would say that it's a little bit more difficult for Heretics because you come off of this incredible high and now you need to go back to the methodical approach that you've been having.
They have vision. They have passion, Oruamne. They have aggression. If there's one team in our league who's used to getting beaten down again and again and again and coming back from it, it's your boys that you're so hyped about right now.
But this vision, aggression, and passion can also turn into over-eagerness where you just go for a little bit just too much in every play that you're going for. But the reason that these three things worked for them was because they were calm and methodical. Everything was calculated aggression, and going to game 3, you need to start from scratch, and that's the most difficult part.
I think they have what it takes to get them a run of their money, GB.
Yeah, for sure. I'm also just like, if you're Casey, if you are this favored coming into a series and it's been this difficult for you to close out the games, like I understand that you've still got good experience on the roster now, but it's still also a hard recuperation from them going back outside and coming back into this game 3 because early games has not been that great.
Also, but this game can also be a recoup for Karmine Corp because they might have been shocked walking into this series because these are the type of games or the type of series where you're facing a team and you're like, okay, this should be an easy dub, you know, we just walk in, we do our thing, and then we win. And then you get shocked like that in game 1. Game 2, they give you a run for the money, but now that might be one of those memes when, you know,
you think it's a little pattern.
No, you just download the enemy's playstyle and now you're being able to lock in a lot easier because now maybe they're just shocked from the set plays that we were talking about, where Team Heretics just walks into the jungle and they take over. But now, that element of surprise is gone. So, can Team Heretics cook something new? Did K-Corp figure them out? We will have to see.
I really think they can. Everything is in shambles here in the LEC, and we have the most insane banger to wrap up this week 3. KC versus Team Heretics is going to third game. I did not think I would say this coming in today. We'll come back right after this. I need to take some air, actually.
Absolutely.
It's too much.
suddenly you can't actually stop the combo.
Combo, Sheo's here though, and Targamas no longer has the flash.
Vision, passion, aggression coming in from Heretics.
Fight him. Khan is going to go down to Camillus, then goes back in for the slow on Yike. The rupture doesn't hit, Yike gets to a spear through the heart of Heretics. Oh, I mean, that game was just on a knife edge the entire time, Finn. What an absolute barnstormer. I don't think anyone predicted Heretics versus Carmine Corp to be the series of the week, but it definitely has been so far.
I didn't think it would deliver so hard. That Spear of Sweden just clutching it there in the end by Yike. Wow. I mean, I really am happy with how Heretics is playing, how hard they're coming into the series, and how much they're challenging KC in their areas.
And what usually happens after we have an underdog win game 1, game 2 is a really close neck-and-neck affair, game 3 is a stomp, usually for the overdog, the favorites. The
overdog?
Yeah.
I mean, it really does scream internationals. That's kind of how it usually goes.
That's usually what happens, right? So we'll see if Heretics can buck that trend. Because so far, they've bucked every expectation of them today. They select the blue side. We are in game 3 of a fearless draft, something we don't often get into here in the LEC. I feel like we've had a lot of 2-0s so far in spring split. So we'll see exactly where the teams decide to go. At the top of your screen, you can see all of the champions that have been played already. And we have 20 champions removed. I still think, by the way, that every game played on the day, those champions should be banned, not just in the series.
Oh.
So by the end of a best-of-3 day, you've lost like 80 champions.
That's awful.
I think it would be really. We'd get
awful,
down to like it would be Vigar versus.
What are you proposing
Twisted
here?
Fate
Okay,
Mid,
I can meet you in the middle. I think the bans should, like, if you ban something in game 1, it should be banned game 2 automatically.
That's spicy.
You know,
I like
that then it becomes really crazy because in a 5-game series, you load into the last series with 90 bans.
Yes.
So that's really fun.
I mean, I'm saying the same thing.
No, I think that's a bit more fair than what you're proposing.
Oh, okay, because it's different series.
Yeah.
One of your bits of logic was if you're playing a best of 5, game 1, you should just pick out a whole player's champion pool.
Yeah.
We're going to play Cassante, we're going to play Sion, we're going to play Jax, we're going to play Gragas, and we're going to play Volibear.
Yeah.
And who are we banning out? I wonder. Heretics on the blue side, Carmine Corp on the red as we get into game 3 of the series. Once again, Callista banned away, no surprises there, and there's the Maokai from Carmine.
I will say we're probably going to end up seeing very similar bans in the game 3 as we've seen in the series. It's going to be the Maokai, Jace, Callista, and now you're going to get to that little bit of creativity because those bans have been a bit volatile in the series. Now you can kind of target. You can really set up your first pick here as the blue side. So they ban the Yone, taking away that Yone with AP jungle or Yone with Sejuani pairings that are so easy to pick on red side, just 1-2 together. And they take away Sejuani for them even.
Yep, take away the Yone in the ban phase. Varus removed as well. Sejuani immediately picked up by Team Heretics. Carmine Corp likely to look towards the Ashe for Callista, otherwise he's going very far into his pool. I guess Xayah and Caitlyn still possibilities if he is looking for other AD carries that are up and available. Flakked might even go towards the Seraphine or the Draven. A couple of things that we've seen from him over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah. Ashe is like the strongest laning AD carry left in the pool, especially with Varus and Callista already being out. As I'm not going to discuss that hover yet, I do wonder what TH has to deal with this Ashe. Because the only real champion you can pick to match her laning phase is either a Caitlyn or a Jhin.
Yeah.
Those are the two AD carries that can kind of contest in the laning phase, as we see a Lilia from Yike, which is one of his most famous picks. I do remember that pentakill in the finals on G2. I do remember him taking out many games, taking over many games on this pick across his career.
Yeah, 17 games across his career, 71% win rate on it. Very, very comfortable on the Lilia. Aatrox locked in, likely for Carlson in the top lane.
Senna is very obscure.
But it is a Flakked pick.
It is a Flakked pick, but it's very obscure to pick it this early in the draft. Usually when you pick Senna, you also secure your pairing for the Senna. But now you come into this 4-5 and you really have to dig deep into the champion pool of Stand. Because I imagine Senna will be going over to Flakked and Stand will be the one to pick that kind of... Either you pick like a tank next to her or you pick like a Seraphine. There are options, but also KC can ban those away. As they pick up the Tristana, which is the only real good AD mid laner left, I think, with Yone and Jace being banned.
Yeah, the only other one we really see is Lucian, but Lucian isn't the best.
Yeah, it's like a new classic. We haven't really seen it work yet.
Yeah.
it's in the makings. But Tristana has been a classic. Also, I think Vlada is great at playing the side lane, pressuring those tier 2 towers in the mid to late game. And I think Tristana, she's a champion that does that so well. If she is left alone with a little tempo advantage on the side lane, she will melt that tower.
Yeah, especially if you take Demolish on her, you can absolutely work your way through those towers. Interestingly, obviously the Senna, something that Flackett last played when he was on G2 Esports in that AD carry role, and he played it with Targamas back in 2022. Won every game. I think he played on it in G2, 4 out of 4. So very good stuff from him all round there. We'll see if Targamas obviously understands the matchup, has played against it and with it a lot of times in the past. Tway and Pyke removed so far. There's the Yasuo ban, which is something that Flack could play if Sten was playing the Senna instead. And final ban from Heretics. We'll see if they decide to get rid of one of those aggressive supports. Leona's still a possibility, and there it goes.
This will almost certainly be a Seraphine for the side of Heretics. When you ban this Pyke and you ban this Leona, you really angle for a ranged support matchup. And the only really one that you play in modern day League of Legends with Senna is that Seraphine. So this is very telegraphed, and Casey can kind of choose how they want to approach this.
Well, we'll see where they decide to go. For the moment, still thinking about their pick. It is going to be Renekton into that Aatrox top. Heretics here, I mean, you know your matchup, but you know you're playing into the Tristana mid, so we'll see where Camillu decides to go in that mid lane. Kind of really lacking some AP damage overall on the team so far. As you say, the Seraphine likely to come through. Gives you a bit of that magic damage overall. So I wonder where Camillu is.
That's unconventional.
Swain Senna.
Hover, but it does work pretty well with the Senna landing that root on the Senna, followed up by the Swain pullback. I think Sten will be playing the Senna. Okay, let's not talk too much about that because we still have a mid laner to pick if the Swain doesn't go into the mid lane, which is very well could. It's a decent matchup into the Tristana. It becomes pretty hard to sort of jump onto the Swain once he has that demonic ascent that is his ultimate ability. But it will just be the Sylas pickup that I imagine, probably, most likely, most definitely will go into the mid lane.
Yeah, I think Sylas mid, Swain, Senna bot makes the most sense. Aatrox going towards top side. Looks like it's going to be a Lulu for Targamas. Not too much like direct CC kill threat from a Swain and Senna. As they get a couple of items, or even one item under their belt, they can do enough damage to burst out that Lulu, but it's more sustained DPS, drain tanking rather than pure burst damage.
I will say, looking at the comp of KC, when I think about how it will play out in the mid to late game, I see it becomes very hard for them to face check vision that TH has set up.
Yeah.
Can you tell me anyone in that KC team comp is going to walk in and eat the Sejuani ult coming their way?
No, but you, yes, I 100% agree with you. You do have a few tools as Carmine called. You have Swirl Siege, you've got Hawk Shots, you have Renekton. Those are your 3 tools, right, to check. Glitter Lance as well can check, but you're very close when you're trying to do that on the Lulu. I 100% agree with you. It's going to be hard for them to face check, whereas on the other side, Heretics have the Bruiser of Bruiser comps. Like, this is 5 bruises if I've ever seen it.
It's really giving like that old 2019 kind of style where you pick like Sylas and Aatrox and you flex it until the last pick.
Yep.
Kind of top side where you just want to fight. And I imagine the Swain, which is actually being played by the Flackett, and Sten is playing the Senna. So that's not really what we expected, but it's a great adaptation because now Flackett is going to be very self-sufficient in that bot lane, and Sten is going to be unlocked on the map to work together with his Sejuani. And I really think that's where TH has been best in the series, when Sten and Shio works in perfect tandem and are proactive on the map.
First Swain we've seen from Flackett in his career, as far as I can see. Sten has 7 games on the Senna, 5 and 2. So he's comfortable enough on it. I think the supports, a lot of supports will have practiced that sort of AD carry support whenever they can. Let's see as we get into game 3 of this series, something I didn't expect to say. Targamas running Ignite on the Lulu here, being a little bit more aggressive in that lane. I think I saw Vladdy with Demolish secondary, so he's going to be trying to push Camillu out, and you expect him to in a ranged into melee matchup. Vladdy having an absolute stormer of a series, a stormer of game 2 as well.
On that Victor, just dodging every rupture at the edge of it. So well played with that fancy feat. But I will say that this Ashe Lulu lane will be very oppressive in the early game. Because I don't really see how Swain and Senna can ever take an extended trade against this Ashe and Lulu. So they can kind of just throw their faces at them and try to make any fight work. So what Heretics wants to do, they want to take short trades and then sustain up with that Senna Q. That's what you're trying to do, but I think that will be difficult.
Gold picked up for the Carmine Corp bot lane as they both get 10 from clearing out that ward. A little bit of gold as well over to Yike. Assume he pinged the ward before it was taken by Kalist and Targamas. Kamilu having to go the long way around here, but he's going to struggle a little bit in this lane. So early doors, I think the prio lanes do go over to Carmine Corp. Vladdy should be able to get the push in mid. As you say, Kalist and Targamas should be able to get the push in bot. Top lane, probably a little bit more even between the Renekton and the Aatrox. You can see the damage already from Targamas and Kalist. Heal up with the Piercing Darkness, but Targamas now gains control of that bush, and there's no wards left for Flakked and Stend. Flakked will be stacking up that passive throughout the course of the game. Gives you a lot of bonus health. For each stack you get 15 bonus health. And you also get a little bit of healing from them as well. So whenever anyone's CC'd or whenever he's hitting abilities on people, loves to be able to get all of those stacks as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about Swain is it's very easy to track when he works and when it doesn't. If that E connects, he has a good trade. If it misses, he's very, very weak without it. So that is the only thing you have to pay attention to as the KC bot lane. And if you manage to dodge that ability, you have a big, big, big window where you can then punish him.
Interesting path here from Sheo. He went blue into Wolves into Razorbeak's red. So they did know there was a ward on his Razorbeaks. I wonder if they were concerned about Yike starting bottom side and then going for an immediate invade, because obviously Lydia's clear very quick. Sejuani's first clear is okay because of the permafrost, but Lydia, as she gets through the game, will just absolutely melt through those camps. Seems like Sheo decides to abandon his Gromp for the time being. Vladdy with a little pogo. Just getting as much damage onto Kamilu as possible.
A little rocket hop.
Yeah. Haven't talked much about the top lane. How do you see this matchup going early doors?
So Kana's taking the grasp to kind of nullify this lane matchup, because early game this is a pretty tough matchup for the Aatrox. Aatrox really wants high CDR items early and levels in his Q, because then suddenly, whenever there's an all-in, he can get 2 Q rotations off. Meanwhile, early game, Renekton will just be able to stat check the Aatrox. So this is a difficult matchup for Aatrox to play early, and it is expected for the Renekton to become a little bit ahead. Now, once Aatrox gets level 7...
Oh, Permafrost's gonna catch him! Scott Duck catches! Vladdy in mid-air. And Vladdy caught out for first blood. Heretics on the board.
And I was talking about top lane, but mid lane is where the action is. Top lane does not matter at all.
I mean, I was surprised because I just bumpers out the jump, but the Abscond dive duck from Silas catching him out of thin air means that it's a slightly easier match. Could double root as well with the never move there from Flakked. Yike stepping in towards Sheo here. TP coming out from Kamilu. Sheo will get the permafrost proc off.
Big damage.
Able to walk away. Yeah, big damage. Has the aftershock as well. Permafrost early game does give you quite a lot of damage just flat on it, which is why Sejuani can get through that first clear pretty quickly. Kana here needs to be careful because there is a boar in the area.
There is a boar. Crucially in this mid lane matchup, the way that the Silas E works is that it first stuns you and then has a little displacement effect. Because usually what you see with Tristana is that they try to use the rocket jump to buffer out of CC, but it doesn't work against Silas because of that tiny little displacement effect.
Yeah.
So this is why this matchup is picked probably, and probably like one of the few avenues where Camille can find advantages against Vladdy.
It's that little pullback on it as well, as you say. Kana does have the push in the top lane. He's going to get the first plate of the game, I believe, for himself. He has been able to get that push earlier, as you were saying, a little bit hard for the Aatrox. Vision of Empire there from Flakked. I don't think he got the cannon, but there is a stack for Stend that he'll try and pick up. Only at 12 so far. Hard for him to get a lot in this lane, just because you're playing into double range. What you really like as a senator is a melee target, like a Braum or a Leona. It's like, okay, like Leona can jump on you, but if you can get the advantage in the lane, you're just constantly stacking up on that melee who really can't respond.
Yeah, I mean, you really want to be able to play aggressive in laning phase as Senna, because that's how her kit is balanced, how it's structured. Sure, you get stacks from minions dying, sure you get it from jungle camps if you're close, but it really is that auto-Q combo that you see with the grasp that just siphons the life out of them and gives you that beautiful, beautiful, beautiful passive stack.
Another good Vision of Empire there onto Targamas, but as you can see, laning-wise, advantages across the board for Carmine Corp. 10 CS lead in the top lane, about the same in mid, although the gold lead is over to Camilo, and about a 14 CS lead for Kalis and Targamas down towards bot. So, as we expected, Carmine Corp with the early pushing lanes can use that to take this dragon. It looks like Sheo is pathing towards the grub, should be able to get at least one. I wonder if he's going to be able to get more with Kana already TPing up to top.
Yeah, and we'll say this is a great Renekton game for Kana, because when I look at the composition of TH, I don't really see anyone that can burst him down with consistent damage in teamfights.
Yeah.
What Renekton hates is when he rolls up to a teamfight, there's an AD carry just hitting him down, and suddenly your big Dominus ability doesn't really do much because they're not in melee range. But here there's the Sylas, which is a melee burst mage, or burst assassin, whatever you want to call him, and the Aatrox and the Swain. And crucially, none of these champions can really beat him with consistent damage. So you get multiple Call the Mix off with your Dominus active, multiple big heals, and he becomes very hard to kill.
Camilo jumped on by Vladdy, trading in, jumps forward again. Camilo has to flash away from the swirl. See, Vladdy almost gets him with the Buster Shot, but dies to the tower shot. Camilo with his second of the game. Vladdy trying to carry, just a little over-eager.
And really cute rocket jump to buffer out his own Buster Shot CC. He manages to almost get the kill on Camilo, but goes a little bit too deep, a little bit too overzealous, and he ends up falling. 0-2, not the start you want, but if you're Camilo, you're having a great time smiling at the opposition.
Have another look at how Camilo played this. He puts the control ward in, immediately realizes, oh, there are reinforcements here. Vladdy jumps forward, and at this point, oh, just not enough. He almost had him. Thought the Buster Shot would be enough. The piercing dart came out well afterwards, so Camilo just made run the numbers.
You're the GOAT.
Insane, you're the GOAT. I mean, he's 2-0. That early laning phase we talked about, where Vladdy, did have the advantage, is kind of mitigated by the fact that Camilo's picked up 2 kills.
You really want your Tristana to get a lead in this matchup. Yeah. This is a Sylas. This is against an AD carry champion in the mid lane, so you will get pushed in the early game. And seeing how Camilo is starting game 2-0, this is really an avenue where Casey should have been stronger. Same in the top side. This Renekton is stronger than Aatrox, but the lead is not really there. Sure, he got a few plates or two, and it's a 300 gold lead, but I don't think that's enough to really snowball this matchup. Because Renekton, as we know, will struggle in teamfights. Sure, this game is a good Renekton game, but if Camilo is this strong and Flacket keeps scaling very well, he will struggle.
But now going to look for Carlson.
Yeah, Carlson.
Arrow wide. Camilo instead just walk away from it. World Ender popped by Carlson as he tries to walk away from Kana, who slices through him, has already used. There's the dice. Infernal chains down. Kana dodges to the side, but Carlson healing up enough through those Darking Blades to keep himself alive. Popping the potions as well. Refillable. Has a couple of biscuits in his inventory, so not too worried now.
Yeah, the biscuit healing was so large there. I think usually this would be a pretty sketchy situation for the Aatrox, but he manages to sustain through it with that empowered regen as he doesn't connect onto Vladdy, but it still holds his ground.
Caught in the Curse of the Black Mist, then uses the rocket jump away. Vladdy's struggling to get back towards that lane. You can see how much Targamas is having to shepherd him. Flacket going into that Demonic Ascension. Demon Flare #1. Can use more than one these days if you get the damage down, but in the end, he won't have anyone in that Ring of Death, and so the ultimate expires.
As the game slows down.
It hasn't been that rapid, you know?
Yeah.
It's been a... But again...
Well-paced.
It has. Again, Heretics out to a something to 0 lead.
Yeah, it's been the consistent factor of the series that Heretics is actually getting great early game leads against KC. I will say, I think most of these leads are on the back of KC being a bit too over-aggressive in the early game. I don't think really TH has pushed KC hard, but I think they punished their mistakes really well, and that's all that matters in the end.
That's often what you need to do. Stand here, will heal, not going to heal up Camilo. I thought there was a piercing dart coming out, but Camilo's backing, so Sten realizes his time is better utilized in other places. 30 seconds on the grub spawn. Kana should get pulled back here. Yeah, he's got the Demolish block, and there we go. Gets the extra plate. Carlson can't clear out the wave before Kana just walks in and takes a plate away. Vladdy. Scond abduct again. Vladdy will jump away. But yeah, it's a great trade, especially with the grubs up in 8 seconds time.
And I wonder if Casey can actually get this dragon, because now the spawn timers are a bit desynced, which means that Heretics will be able to do this to the grubs, and if they want to, they can actually still walk down to that dragon and contest Casey should they want to do that.
Totally agree. 30 seconds, as you say, before that Chemtech Drake. It's going to be 6 grubs over to Heretics. Stand working his way down towards that bottom side of the map. Yike spotted on control ward vision, and something Heretics have done really well is have so much vision on the map.
Look at where all his teammates are. He can't hold his area. All his teammates are in his base, so he has to just retreat. The arrow misses, and now Heretics is just gonna walk in here and take control and maybe look for this dragon. Now, Carlson is rotating up, and Casey are just nowhere to be found.
And you're, like, one of your key engage tools is gone. Like, now you're looking at how do you engage this fight. Kalist slowly runs at them. Vladdy could look for an insect buster shot rocket jump combination. His flash is about to come on cooldown. Maybe Yike flashes blooming bursts and gets the looting lullaby down. But Yike doesn't have the Seeker's arm guard. Here's the TP coming in as Heretics are on their first dragon of the game. Kana's going to join the fray. Has that Dominus. Glacial Prison hitting onto him. Abscondab, Duck Dominus popped. Looting Lullaby's going to put 3 people to sleep, but Blackhead is in the way. And Carmine Corp just can't get on the backline. Kana dead. It's Camilla who takes him. Exhaust on Kalist. It's a double for the Silas. Carmine Corp are forced out of a fight they started, and Heretics are 4-0 up.
Heretics, Heretics, Heretics. What did you eat this morning? What is in your oatmeal? What did you put down there? Because you are playing so damn well. They're holding the lines. Great turn by Sheo, and as this fight rolls out, kind of tries to TP in, but I want you to keep your eyes on Blackhead. Look at the demonic ascension coming through here, and look how big he is. No one can deal with him. Carson flashes in, but that demon flare is just too powerful. And now the double root as well. Doesn't even matter. Wow, they're all just getting shredded.
Yeah, it just gives everyone that moment to reset and then go back into the play, right? We talked about the bruiseriness of this composition. When you have bruisers like that, the ability to let someone come out, then get their cooldowns back up, go back into the fight is so powerful. Sheo here still leaving 1 grub up, electing instead to go and clear out his camps. I'm a little surprised by that, I will say. If he takes that grub, they get the feats of war, right? Because feats of strength, because they've already got the 3 kills, and then if they take the grub, they have 3 objectives in total.
It's true. Do you actually know what the win rate in LCK is for 6 grubs?
I'm gonna say it's really low.
20%. Yeah. Do you know what the win rate for 5 grubs is?
60%.
80%.
Why?
That's because that's why Sheo does this. He knows the stats.
We're stats-based gamers, guys.
I mean, the way I see it is that if you actually get 6 grubs, that means you probably traded it for other objectives on the map.
Exactly, but they haven't.
Yeah, but if you get 5 grubs, it probably means you get both of them.
Oh, Vladdy burst out. Doesn't have the rocket jump. Camillo's just gonna bust a shot his back.
And coming into this day, I did say I think the biggest mismatch was in the mid lane. And I think game 1 and game 2, Vladdy had a great showing. But in this game 3, I saw Camillo, baby. He's just having a great showing on the Silas, showing great comfort and great mechanical execution.
And importantly for the Trist, it is hard when you start to fall behind against something like a Silas, because he has good gap closers, he has sustain as well, and he's now got 5 kills. When he steals away your ultimate, is doing a hell of a lot more damage than you're doing with his ultimate, with your own ultimate, right? So like, it's very well played from Camillo. Vladdy is struggling, and when Carmine Corp has struggled today, it has been Vladdy who has come to the fore and carried them. The question is, who else on Carmine Corp can now step up and fulfill that role in the early to mid game?
It really is eyes on Yike with his Lilia pick. He has to make work, but I really struggle to see that, knowing that they have a Lulu in the bot lane and a Lilia together. I don't see great synergy between those 2 champions, but it's gonna have to come from either a great flash engage with that Sleeping Lullaby or a great arrow from Kalist. My eyes are on Kalist because I think he needs to try to make work of this Ashe pick that they secured so early for him in the draft.
We haven't seen that arrow pay any dividends as of yet. See Camillo pathing up towards that top lane. He's going to be the one to answer the pressure there. Rift held up in 45 seconds time. Next Drake still 2 minutes away. Heretics have made their intentions very, very clear. There is some vision here for Carmine Corp. A couple of wards superficially in the Heretics jungle will help them spot out any early advantage. Sheo instead coming through the lane, avoiding that ward of vision.
Look at Yak, he's sitting in the top lane bush like this. I'm not sure what he's looking to do. I think he's looking for some kind of avenue for them to get one lane of prio.
Yeah.
But right now it is so difficult seeing as Renekton is in base, just walking out from the base. Now they're looking to make a pick on Camilo.
Sten and Show spotted out with the Hawk shot. Camilo, I mean, if you get that bounty onto Kana, that's a big, big deal. 452 gold on his head right now, but there's no Boba Fett for Carmine Corp, no bounty hunter here to claim that prize. Camilo's going to clear out the way. Rift held, I think, it's Scuttle Crab at the moment for Sheo. Now he'll, oh, it is Rift held that he's doing outside of the pit. And the rest of Heretics collapse towards him. This will help them crack through that mid-tier 1. Often what we see it used for is to open up the map a little bit more. And it's Heretics again with a 2,500 gold lead.
Once again, instead of opting in for a cross map, trying to get something on the other side of the map, KC just joined Heretics in their area of the map. Here we see kind of trying to go for something, but you can't. Camilo is too strong right now. Takes your own Dominus and says, I am you, but better.
Camilo is incredibly strong, and then he messes up the jump across the wall.
Of course, can't have it all, can you?
Even pros make mistakes, guys. They're humans too. Kana comes across, but with the Rift Held empowered recall, Camilo should be able to back before he even gets in the area. Stand at 60 stacks. I know people like to track that. You can see it on the player portraits here. 60 for Stand, 250 for Flacker. Camilo jumping towards Kana. There's the Glacial Prison as well, and Kana is dead before he can pop the Dominus. Sheo takes that kill, the first player on Heretics, apart from Camilo, to have picked up a kill this game.
And Heretics are so smart. They realize that KC probably thinks they will go for the Dragon and then trade that to make a pick onto Camilo. So they are there to match it. They're there to make sure he's fine, to make sure he can keep snowballing his lead. And now when they block the play, now they go and take the Dragon. It's just so well paced by
Arrow onto Flacker. Carlson's coming in from the side here as well. A 4v4 might be Carmine Corp's best possibility to get back into the game. The Swellsy dodged by Carlson, but there was no Lilting Lullaby to follow it up. Camilo's now coming across from that top side. Rift Held available to Team Heretics that they want to put it down to try and crack this tier 1. For now, it looks like they're going to hold on to it and just try and use their bodies instead. There's the Rift Held behind them. The arrow goes in. Look at the damn damage from that. It chunks out Vladdy. Rift Held charges forward. Heretics will take their second tower of the game. The Rift Held will go down, but there's Drake as well for Team Heretics. They want to turn their eyes towards that prize.
Camilo's got a crossbow hidden somewhere under those cloaks. Look at how much damage that arrow did. The velocity and speed and power of that was just insane. All that AP really amping up those arrows. And I really think back of that 2020 series when it was Caps against Gen G, where every time he took that arrow, someone was getting one shot. And I feel like Camilo is almost embracing that by himself this game.
I had that flashback as well. I was casting that series, and I remember just seeing Caps absolutely demolish someone under the mid-tier 2. Mid-tier 2 in the bot side?
Mid-tier 2, yeah.
It was crazy plays from Caps and Camilo trying to sort of embody that spirit in this game, at least. A 3,500 gold lead for Heretics. And we're talking a lot about Camilo because he has 5 kills, but it has been the entire team from Heretics that have played well in this series.
I will say, if history has taught us anything, this is where Heretics lets a little bit to lose of that goal lead, both in Game 1 and Game 2. This was around that time where KC started crawling back a little bit.
It's throwable, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's throwable. In Game 1, it didn't really translate too much. They still managed to lose that game. But in Game 2, I think just incredible mid to late game play by KC crawled them back into a game that looked very difficult. And I will say a 3k gold lead is not insurmountable.
100% agree with you there. I do think Carmine Corp had more tools at their disposal in Game 2 than they have here. You talk about face checking in the draft. Very much agree with you. Like, who is face checking here? The engage tools are really the arrow or a swirl seed or a flash blooming burst from the Lilia to get that Lilting Lullaby down. The Artican is going to spawn on the bottom side. Heretics currently investing most of their players towards top. Sheo looking for Vladdy. Camilo's here as well. Glacial Prison! They're killing it in the base! No place is safe for Vladdy! 0-4-0! And Heretics! They're making fools of KC!
Just play safe.
Just play safe, man! Just play base!
Wow, nowhere is safe against Camilo and Sheo just having a tear this series. as maybe they will look on Camilo. Arrow does connect.
But Camilo has Buster Shot here, which means even if Kana does close the gap, Camilo just just ults him away. It's a nice thought. But Kana couldn't get in range to clear the wave, so Camilo didn't tank, and then there's no CC follow-up with the Ruthless Predator. Camilo able to take the tower and walk away. The gold lead extends to 4.5k for Heretics. Next Drake in 3 minutes would be Heretics' third of the game. Otacon is up on that bot side of the map as well. Where are we in terms of items? Well, Blackhead is 2 stacks away from a fully stacked Rod of Ages. Vladdy and Kalist both have those Yuntals and the BF swords. I like the executioners as well from Kana.
I will say now KC, Heretics, they're really overcommitting into this bot side here too. Look at Kana, he's just pushing out top freely and no one is really stopping him. Yeah. So either you dive this or you really got to make something work here because you're not really getting much out of this
We
play.
saw the same thing happen when Heretics were playing for the top tier 2 as well in the tier 1 where Kana took the bot tier 1 in response. So Carmine Corp are doing a good job of getting something on the other side of the map. The problem is they are bleeding out a little bit where the overinvestment happens, right? They lose the mid tier 2, they've lost the top tier 2. It's 5 towers to 2, it's 7-0 again for Team Heretics. There is an Otacon for Heretics as well if they want to start it. Obviously does have that resistant shred when you do it yourselves, which maybe you want to be a little apprehensive around it.
Also, when you look at the comp of Heretics, nothing really screams we do objectives fast.
Yeah.
There's a Silas that barely does damage objectives, a Swain that's also very cooldown based, and what are you gonna do? Like, I guess Senna will hit it a little bit, but they really don't have good damage on objectives.
I agree.
And this is something that is actually very real, because that means you can't rush Barons, you can't rush Dragons, you can't rush Otacons. So you really have to make sure you play the vision game well and look for picks, because that's what leads into objectives, not good tempo timers.
I 100% agree with you there, and that's why finding picks on things like Vladdy, it's so important. Carlson, the one who's picked out by Kana and Yike here. Losing Lullaby, Dawning Shadow coming out. There's the arrow as well, going wide. Sheo in with the Glacial Prism. Carlson, he's just too damn tanky. Kana jumps forward. Carlson looking for the healing there from the Thunder Sky, but he can't quite get the auto sack down in a time. Now in the middle of Kana and Yike. Sheo sits between them, exhaust though, onto Kana. And the demons have ascended, and they're in Carmine Corp's minds. It's Blackhead who gets the kill, Sheo gets the other. Meanwhile, Carmine Corp are trying to deal with a 3v2 on bot side.
And Blackhead saves the play there. Great rotation by him, making use of that mid lane prior to salvage what looked to be a really poor 2v2 by the side of Heretics. Great pick here by KC. If they can make this really fast and get out, that would be the optimal, but the Senna ult buys that extra time for Carlson to run away. Huracan has to commit his flash, or he doesn't actually have to, he goes and tries to kill him. But now, while it looks like Yike is staying up with that Conqueror, Blackhead arrives, and with that demonic ascent, just shadow flames him into the next century.
And Yike trying to get in there with the flash. Blooming bursts at the blooming blows at the end, couldn't do it. TP coming out from Vladdy. As maybe
look at the speed of this though.
It's really slow. 100% agree
This will be the slowest Otacon you ever see, and it's even warded by KC. This has the potential to be a really scary play for the side of Heretics.
Nelson's looking for that flank. Camilo has the hijack. Flash away from Targamas from that curse of the Black Isles. The thing is,
curse of the Sad KC.
Can Carmine Corp get close enough? They go for Carlson. The Starak shield won't be enough to save him, and Vladdy takes the kill. And now the Otacon sits at 5,000. Carmine Corp can turn their eyes towards it. They will take away the patience. Sheo looks for the seal. Glacial Prison only gets the slow. Camilo looks to dive in here as well as Yike takes the route towards the backline. It's Sheo who secures it. It's the Petals though, and Kana's flashing forward. He's looking for more. Double flash away, double sweep. Blackhead, the first target alongside Sten. Sheo forward towards the top side. Carmine Corp are going to find an ace around the Otacon.
And I said this before, you can't just start objectives with your team composition. You gotta take that vision, you gotta have that aggression, and you need to have passion, because right now this game is slipping out of your ways.
Have another look at it. Carlson's clearing this vision. Kana immediately dives in.
It's way too deep by Carlson to go for this ward when his team is doing that Otacon. His team doesn't do enough damage so they can burst it even if he dies. And now suddenly Camilo's half HP, the Glacial Prison misses, and now, even though that it gets the Otacon, that's a miracle, because if he did not, this play is horrible for Heretics.
Yeah, Camilo goes back in, and Kana, alongside Vladdy, just shred through him. A great lilting lullaby, finding Stand and Sheo, meaning they can't escape. And Carmine Corp, Goomba Stomp through the place. You can hear their fans come to life as well as they manage to win the fight. They get the gold lead for ever such short a time, about a second there, as we saw them also taking the dragon in the picture-in-picture. So 2 Drakes apiece, gold basically even between the 2 teams now. And Infinity Edge, Executioners, and Yuntal complete for Vladdy.
Oh, well, it does look to be a dire repeat of last game. This was really, really tragic for Heretics. They do still have 2 dragons. They do still have a really strong Sylas, and they do still have a good front to back, or like a strong bruiser kind of team comp that KC can't run through that easily.
Carmine Corp don't have many flashes available either, as Heretics try and force them out of this top side jungle. But Vladdy must have got so much gold off that fight. Now at 3 items, actually almost, well, he is ahead in terms of itemization over Camilo. Camilo does still have that gold lead. Top side as well, Kana in a very strong position. 2 items complete on Yike with a Riftmaker Leandri's combination. Importantly, for Heretics, Flacket has the Rylai's, which makes it so much harder to escape the clutches of the Demonic Ascension. They'll use that vision control that we've seen them use so much throughout this series. Never move, never move. Share goes in. Glacial Prison hits onto Yike, but immediately he's Mikhail's out. Kana on the front line. Arrow only hits onto Carlson. Counter Arrow hits on towards the back line as Targamas is the one who's caught. The 4-man sleep for Camilla has found the back line. It's only Targamas and he can't survive. Now it's a 4v3 as Heretics try to get the Demon Flare down, but Vladdy's on the chase. Infernal Chase will pull it back. Carlson dives back in. Kana doing the damage. Carlson almost healed up. Yike there in the middle of it. It wasn't Kana, it was Yike. It's the Lilia who survives. Kalist finds a double. Stand the last man standing for Heretics.
And it keeps happening, Medic. They keep slipping out of their fingers. Heretics looked like they had a good fight. It looked like it was going their way. It looked like they were gonna get a quick pick onto KC, but they didn't have just that last bit of damage. And in the end, Yike, here you see the attempt onto Yike. He buffers the W and the Mikhails comes through. Kana tries to get out of this, but as we see here, the turn by Yike and that sleeping lullaby is just so strong. And this Ashe, she's just so powerful. You can't deal with all the attacks with steroids, and all this spacing by Kalist is just so powerful.
You see Flacker trying to reset the fight a little bit here. Vladdy overstepping just a tad as Carlson goes back in, but Sten and Shea were miles away. If Sten and Shea were close enough to auto-attack Kalist there, maybe the fight turns out differently. Yike and Kalist spacing perfectly to get the damage down, and now 1,000 gold lead for Carmine Corp. They have a lot of healing reduction coming out as well. The Oblivion Orb for Yike. He also has the Seekers. Flashes coming back up across the board for both teams. Carlson doesn't have one, Yike doesn't have one. Everyone else will have theirs in the next minute or so.
I mean, the problem is that your damage is kind of falling off at this stage as Heretics. Look at your Swain. He has a Roa and a Rylai's and a Seekers and a Tabai. That doesn't really speak damage. I mean, you have the Senna, which is like your only saving grace in this comp, but also the Sylas, the only thing you can do is burst someone. It doesn't have that consistent damage like KC has. If you walk too deep into the meat shredder that is Bloody and Kalist in these fights, you will die in seconds. I don't know if I can say the same thing for KC walking into Heretics.
You can see Heretics realizing as well, hey, we can't start up the Baron. Bloody, gets the control ward in. Blast cone forwards there, so does still have the rocket jump if he needs to get out. Carmine Corp on the back foot, but they also don't have to be too careful, right? Because you've got the Hawk shot, or they don't have to be too aggressive. They've got the Hawk shot, they've got the volley, they can check things out. If Heretics start the Baron, it takes an absolute eon. It takes years for them to do that thing. So it's like, okay, we'll just stay back. Eventually, one of our tools to check that will come up. We've got far side alterations, we've got Hawk shots. We can wait. And then if you're doing it, it's probably only at 8,000 by the time we check.
Yeah, and people wonder why the meta is the meta. Yeah. This is why the meta is the meta, because you really want that consistent damage from one source in your team. When you draft mages in the bot lane, these objectives take so much time.
Yeah.
And it's just a fake threat by Heretics. Sure, they're setting up all the great vision on the top side, but as long as KC knows that that's not a real threat.
Arrow. Glacial Prison, just short of Kana there. Flacker getting burst out, has to flash away. Camilo trying to get on the back line, but he is gone. The stopwatch from Blackhead immediately met with the oncoming storm of Carmine Corp. They find 3. Sheo and Stend running to the corners of the rift, and Carmine Corp with double AD carries will open up the base.
heartbreaker and chest acher. What a sad ending. I'm not sure if they can end the game here, but time and time again the game slips out of Heretic's fingers.
Maybe
time and time. Maybe they have. She was very big, and they do have stand, but there's 5 people to 2, and they're marching down with these waves.
Yeah, Yike's going to tank up the tower for now. Look at the damage coming out from Vladdy as well with that Demolish Bot kind of flashing forward. They get the knock-up at the Shell through the Wild Growth. Sten slowed by the Swirl Seed. Carmine Corp just turned the game on their head. Doubt them as much as you damn want. They still come out victorious.
Wow. What a series. I did not expect this series to be this close, and I want to commend a Requiem for Heretics. I think they did so well, and they tripped at the finish line time and time again. But we see what makes this team so exciting. They really show so much sign of life. They show so much potential, and I'm very excited to see them improve and come in to the future of the split.
Yeah, standout series for Sheo and Stend as well, just to give them their own little commendations. Great performance all round. On the side of Carmine Corp, Vladdy had an absolute blinder for the first 2 games. His Victor played absolutely incredible. Actually, first game, he was just farmed up on the internet. Second game, had an absolute blinder. He is one of your key player of the series votes at LEC on X, Yike, Vladdy, and Calist. Calist had a great last game, generally played okay across the series. I think his first game was pretty mediocre, but you can choose who you want to vote for at home. For Carmine Corp, a wake-up call, you have to think. For Heretics, perhaps the start of something good. We'll see, maybe.
But also sad to check.
Yeah,
like
it's
this.
sad.
I was so excited for them, but then they just it was really annoyed about that Atakan because they were so close to
They were.
but
But the thing is, you can come out of it as like, yes, it sucks that you lost, but you can take so much good stuff from
for
that.
sure,
Like,
for sure.
Their early game was so much better. They've consistently been over 1,000 goal behind at the 15-minute mark. Mid-game, in Game 1 was really solid. In Game 2 wasn't quite as solid.
I do like that they go for these drafts that are a little bit unconventional. The Swain, the Nafiri. I do like them kind of developing their own identity in a way that really highlights the strengths of these individual players.
I agree, 100% agree. We'll see what they can do next week, because that's it from us here for games, at least, in the LEC Week 3. I believe Ginny is standing by, though, ready to maybe interview Targamas about how that series went down. So, Ginny, take it away. Go. Do it now. Go.
I'm doing it. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Merit Blonde Boy post-game check-in, joined by the man himself, Targamas. They're very happy. See you guys take away that win. I know you're happy about that, but what was that series? Because I don't think anyone walked into the arena today and thought that we were going to get this banger out of Heretics going up against you guys.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if it was a banger, at least not for us.
It was for me.
Yeah, maybe for the fans it was fun to watch, but for us I think it was very awful to play. I mean, I think it was an off day for us, but props to Heretics. Like, they played well, they punished our mistakes well, but I think it's like I feel like we all felt in game like we're playing a solo queue. Like, we're not connected at all. We're just doing our own plays like everyone. And yeah, I mean, it's something. I mean, it's good that we took the win, right? It's what mattered the most, and that we can forget about this.
You sound so sad, but so happy at the same time. You're talking about it feeling like you're playing a solo queue rather than like playing together as a team. What do you think made that happen?
I mean, I think, as I said, we were just not connected. Like, when we wanted to fight objectives, we were not really here, like everyone on the screen. Especially when we play comps like we had in Game 1, I think that's really important that we are ready to follow up the engage, right? But since we were never in a position where we can actually fight, then they just get everything. I think Heretics also, they have this play style where they just go as 5 and they just engage no matter what, no matter if it's good or bad for them, they just go in, right? They're not scared to play, and I think against us today it works really well, right? Because we're just not ready for it.
So you're talking about, not being on the same page and it not necessarily being your day. It feels like there are quite a few takeaways that you already have from this game in your head. So moving forward, how can you assure that this is an issue that gets fixed?
I mean, I think every time we lose games or every time we are like in this position where, like the same against Koi, right? That we win a game that we probably should not if we play against a slightly better team. It just reminds us that we need to stop being stupid, right? Like we need to actually, like we can actually lose games. Like we will lose games if we play this bad against the top teams, and especially we have higher goals, right? We want to also win against the Asian teams, and we know it's not going to happen if we play like that. And I mean, we won't even go to the international events if we play like that. So I think it's like good that we take the points, but yeah, we just need to do a better job.
Well, it's really good to hear that there is the self-awareness and the idea of how to move forward. I just want you to take a deep breath and like think of something positive, because I do feel like there's been a bit of negative emotions in the interview. So something nice, something positive that you want to say to Yike, who's on the other end because he's in PGL with Laura and Odo. What would you like to say to him? Words of encouragement.
I mean, there's actually a good positive point in my opinion, because we in scrims, like games like that, we would just probably FF, and we would say, like, at least 2 weeks ago, we probably just FF and go next fast, right? I think this game, Yike and me and Calist and like everyone in the comms, kind of, we stayed positive. Like we said, okay, we know the game is cooked, right? Like Tristana is going to be useless the whole game, but let's just find solutions. Maybe a miracle happened, and then I guess it happened. So yeah.
It did. Well, okay. Thank you so much for the words of encouragement. That's enough from us here. Over. We're going to be heading over to Lore, Odo, and Yike, who are there for the PGL. Lore, take it away.
Thank you, Ginny. Félicitations, Targamas, as well. Welcome to PGL. Here, I'm Lore. This is Odo, and this is Yike. Yike, first impressions after this series.
He's so mad.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not happy. I'm more sad. Like we won, but it's like a very weird feeling of like winning.
Yeah. How did you bring this one back though? Because I mean, first game we know what happened. Second game was super close. Third game was close as well. What did it come down to, you think?
I mean, we managed to be very clutch in the end. Like you said, like we have to farm up. Like they're playing better than us. Like every early game, they're doing good. They're playing objectives good. They played good today, and we were just playing very bad. We were very scared, and they were not scared. So that was like the difference. And yeah, I mean, I think we just had to clutch it in like some crazy fights, like the Atakan, for example, and we managed to do it.
I was curious, did this feel like...
Let's be on to winning.
I was curious, did this feel like maybe it's one of those situations where you come up to a series and you feel like it's supposed to be easy because you're playing a weaker opponent, and then their sort of level of play surprises you? Because I've been in these situations often where you walk up and you're like, oh, you know, it's just one of our easier opponents, some dopamine today, and then you're like, oh, shit.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
was it one of these two situations?
For sure. I mean, I'm always scared of being like too cocky, and I think me and the team were like, it's very easy to be cocky after like you won the last split and you're playing versus teams on paper that are like worse, like on the lower end, and it's just very easy to be more cocky. And I think we were, and they played very good, and yeah, we just played bad.
Did you feel like it was maybe a turning point in Game 2? Because I feel like Game 2 was the most contested one. It was the harder one. Even though Game 3, yeah, you guys fell behind, but I feel like the comeback was a little bit easier than in Game 2. Game 2, it was just such a slugfest, and it was dragged on for so long. Do you feel like after this, you managed to calm down a little bit and approach Game 3 a little bit easier? Because I felt like Game 1 was a storm. Game 2 was a little bit difficult. So how was mental progressing through that Game 2 and going into the Game 3?
Yeah, for sure. After Game 2, we managed to get more fights. You know, Game 1, we just gave them the whole win. We just gifted a win for them. And Game 2, we were fighting more, and I think that's very important for us. And we did it in a very like crazy way, because yeah, they won some fights, we won some fights, and we managed to clutch it out. And then going into Game 3, we just knew that like we know that we are a better team, so we just have to play our own game and just not tilt and this kind of stuff, and then we are going to win against them.
Who's the voice of reason, if there's one, in games like this? I expect that you would be positive maybe with the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, usually me and Targa have like big voices. We're like the most experienced ones, and yes, usually us like trying to keep the mental in like good state. But I think everyone was doing their job well today.
Although you've been in situations like this, as you said, usually I feel like it's really hard to like lose your confidence and also like lose your League of Legends in that sense, and like completely forget where you're supposed to be on the map, what the next play is going to be like what do players like have to hold on to in moments like this?
Ooh, that's a tough one, because I feel like that's where autopilot kind of kicks in. The good habits that you're building in scrims, especially in Game 2, when every 2 minutes there's a big team fight happening, and once the horses are off the leash, it becomes a little bit hard to get everyone back in check. So I feel like it takes a lot of mental fortitude. It always kind of like what Yike has said as well. It's really important to have someone who is cheering everyone up, keeping everyone grounded and being like, okay, we're still doing this, we're still doing this, we're still playing for this, we're still doing that. Because it's so easy to get lost, and just having a little or a good reset timer between the games, because I feel like it's really easy for it to spiral between the games and lead from game 2 slugfest to game 3. Especially when you start from 0, it's hard to keep it together if you're not aware of it that it's happening in that sense.
And I feel like when you're winning so much on stage, and I'm thinking that in scrims you win, you guys win as well. You're not so used in situations like this, and I feel like it was the same at G2 for you. You get on stage, you're used to winning, having the lead, not being in this situation, so like you can't train for cases like this, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, these cases are very rare in scrims because usually, in scrims we are doing better, we're playing good, we're not as scared, and yeah, I mean, it's still important for us to get these kind of games on stage because I think we learn a lot from these games. Like we can learn a lot from these games, and yeah, especially like the way we play from behind. Because I know we are a good team from behind, so we just have to make sure that. I mean, I just don't want to get behind like every game.
Of course. But yeah, you also have to know how to play in situations like this. So you said there's a lot to learn. Any specifics that you can give, maybe?
From today, I don't know.
Okay,
actually. I'll take
it's
it back.
fine. Yeah, I'll let you sleep on it. It's completely fine. The Kia player of the series was Caliste, though. A lot of good moments in this game. A lot of smiles here as well, from what I see. What did,
Oh my God.
When was that?
When my head was down
my
as well.
Well, that's game 3 when you guys won.
This is when we won, by the way.
Yeah, that's the winning moment.
Kind of smiling a bit.
So much relief. I mean,
It feels like the smile of relief, of like, oh no, Rea's not going to be happy.
Everyone was embarrassed.
Like, guys, what was this? I wish we could hear the voice comes, honestly, of games like this. Thinking about the LEC, something that I've mentioned to Targa and the rest of KC is obviously you guys coming back from first stand, having won Winter. This is as well a situation you've been into with G2. Is there anything that you're working on or like telling the team in terms of like implementing process so that you guys don't burn out in this long season that you guys are going to have and don't take these games too serious?
Yeah, I mean, I think the staff came up with like very good ideas how we want to take the split, and we are like doing it in a very slow way to start, and that's also why we have some like messy games. But yeah, we're like going very slow in spring split because I know like from G2 from the last 2 years that we played a lot, and it can be the same this year. So I really don't want to get burned out. I think no one in the team wants. And yeah, we're just making sure to just take everything slow, and we just slowly like ramp up.
I feel like it's hard, Odo. Like when you look at teams, and as well, you've been in situations like this, going to Worlds, going to international events, having good rankings during the splits. How do you manage your energy, but also make sure that you peak at the right time, but also stay consistent? Because it's a marathon. I know we always say this, but like it's a better marathon when you keep on winning.
Well, I mean, I can speak from experience that we did get burned out most of the times when I was going to playoffs. I felt like we were using so much energy because everyone's so eager to practice a lot. You end up, just from the fact that you want to do so much, you use too much energy in the regular season. And most of my teams, when we would go into playoffs, we would be completely burned out by the later stages, and that's why, most of my teams are failing.
Civil war explodes.
Yeah, it's also the civil war. It's just when you start running on fumes just because you over practice and overtrain, that's when frustration starts building up. So what I wish I would have learned earlier as well is that you need to take it a little bit more slow, even though it feels like you might be slacking or sacrificing a little bit. It is really, really important that you peak at the right time because no one really cares if you peak, in week 8 versus, Billy Boss team or something, McDonald's team, because no one really cares. No one really remembers those games, but everyone's going to remember you maybe choking in playoffs or, not showing up in playoffs when you're the perceived biggest dog in the league.
I agree, but how easy is it to do, like, as a veteran, of course, and I consider you a veteran of the league now, Yike, but like when you have someone as young and fresh and eager to win as like Vladdy and Caliste who want to give their 150% every week and every game, do you put a leash onto them and tell them to chill, guys?
Yeah, we kind of have to put a leash because for sure they are the most motivated ones. It makes sense. They're very young and they're very hungry, even after we won first split. And it's like I can see similar things with how I was in 2023 with G2. We won Winter Split. I was very hyped, I just wanted to keep smashing everyone in Spring Split, and that was like the only split we lost. So I think I don't want us to make the same mistake, and that's why I focus a lot on us, the way we take the split, and I hope that they listen and learn from it as well.
And I feel like it's not easy to do. Nothing is easy in the state of the league right now. Let's take a look at the standings because I don't even know where we stand, guys. I don't even know how things are after this week. I have no understanding of the LEC right now, Odo. Make sense of all this.
Heretics, big surprise still.
Because the standings make sense. When I see KCG2, Fnatic, top 3, this is what I expect. SK there, I really want to see how far they can take it.
There's a little bit more nuance, I feel like, to the teams, because I feel like, for example, MKOI did start off by playing G2 and K-Corp, so now it's going to be technically the easier teams that are coming through. SK, big surprise for me. BDS, even though they're 2 and 3, I feel like their games, just the level of the gameplay has been a little bit lackluster, and I feel like they're, for me, my bigger disappointment of the split in that sense. But outside of that, I feel like everything is in order, everything is in balance as it should be. The big question I have for me is Vitality. How are they going to keep on progressing? Because we see good things, we see bad things. It's messy, you know. I feel like it's still a little bit more consistent than it was with Philly, even though now Niski is on out-of-field support duty. There's signs of life, and I feel like there's still improvements to be had. But outside of that, top 3 is quite stable.
Any team we should keep an eye on, Yike, outside of the top 3 that we see?
Yeah, I mean, I will also say, like, I think Heretics is doing much better, like from today we saw, and I think SK is also doing better. There was the teams that were like more at like the bottom last bit, but for now, I feel like the bottom like 6 kinda. I feel like everyone is just winning against each other, so it's really hard to know who's gonna be like I guess it's 4 teams going out, right? So it's gonna be very hard to know who's gonna be like going out and still qualifying to playoffs. So I mean, the split is gonna be very interesting for sure.
Do you guys want to make predictions on who doesn't make it?
No.
No?
I can.
Make my job a little bit easier, because I will have to predict at some point.
Okay, but you go first.
Oh, but that's so easy for you to just bandwagon on me.
I want to take the same as you.
Say it.
Okay, so Rogue, GX.
Okay.
Well, now you see the pattern, you know?
Yeah.
So I would say Rogue, GX, BDS. Oh, and before today I would have said Heretics, but now I'm not so sure anymore.
For me, Heretics makes it.
For me, now I'm putting Heretics and SK over Vitality. So I think for me, my bottom 4 would be BDS, Vitality, GX, and Rogue.
Yeah,
so basically the 4 that are like at the bottom.
Yeah,
that we see here. Like,
I had 0 stones on SK and Heretics, but now I'm all in.
I see it. I see it. Yeah.
Even though it might sound like I'm just copying Odo, it's actually the same. I would have said the same, I promise.
All right.
Yeah, I think those 4 look a bit weaker right now. I think SK and Heretics are looking much stronger. So, yeah, it's the same for me.
All right, we'll put a pin on that. It's fine. Yeah, could be his homework. It's fine. He's here for that. I think we're gonna end things here. Yike, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I know it wasn't easy, but congrats on the win. We take those anyway. Odo, thank you so much as well. This is the menu for next week, as we see here. Any matchup that we should keep an eye on before we go.
Team Heretics, Vitality.
Yeah, that's the banger I'm looking at
that's
right
the banger,
now.
and there's Vitality MKOI as well.
I think Vitality Koi can be fun, yeah.
That would be really fun.
Yeah.
What about GX K-Corp?
That one's gonna be fun. If we play the same as we did today, then it's gonna be spicy, but I hope we don't play the same.
Give me 3 games of that.
Everything is chaotic. It is the theme of the split, as we have decided. Guys, thank you so much once again. And that's all for us here on week 3. We'll be back for week 4, the halfway point of the regular season. So next Saturday, we're back to regular time with games starting at 5 p.m., 4:45 for Ready Check. No more 3 best of 3s. We're back to normal schedule, but hopefully way more chaos. Teams, please continue. Guys, girls at home, take care. We'll see you next week.
Play with Varus. Nice. I want chase. Yeah, me too. I'm ever strong. I win. Nice. Really good. You can use TP. Oh, you can keep TP for next game as well. Useful. Doctor, go. No flash. You're not. Nice. Reeker. So damn tanky. John already down.
MF zone, MF really bad.
Thank you. Get a smash.
Yeah, get him. We're gonna kill his ass.
I have the win too. Nice.
Nice, well played.
Suddenly you can't actually stop the combo. Combo, Sheo's here though, and Targamas no longer has the flash. Vision, passion, aggression coming in from Heretics. Stan goes back in for the slow on Yike. The rupture doesn't hit. Yike gets two. And speared through the hearts of Heretics.
kill Pip. Okay. Dash to 20, by the way. Is there a way we can run there?
I can stun.
Keep walking.
Yeah, we can go.
Second phase. There's absolutely no way.
Get me out. Oh my god.
Oh my god. What a disgrace, man.
Disgraceful.
The perfect teammate! They take it all! Here comes the Crow's storm! In knockback, instant combo button! What is people? Oh my god! Claps! Everybody! You know the story, you know the legend!
Along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Love.